Let's go. More work, more cooking. Hello, Steady. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Oh, sorry. I was watching some stuff. La, 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 la. Look, Steady. The turnips have a logo. It's very simple and very basic, but the turnips are actually turnips. Bit tired? Yeah. It's I've probably not been helping with these late nights. I apologize. But here we go. Been you still been playing? I haven't actually been on today at all. I kept myself a bit productive in the house today. I was watching Olarin and some people streaming this whilst I was doing things, but I didn't actually do much after that. We'll do these chef bounties. I will see what I'm doing with that rhombic brimstone again. Somebody told me you could turn it into explosives. But we'll go make these stuff first. Jelly deals, 13, 16. Deals is always a pain in the bottom. We'll do the bacon sandwiches just now. Because they deliver it quick to the quartermaster. Working on quests for all three to move into Chronopolis. Ooh, nice. I do like Chronopolis. Boo, 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 boo. There we go. Let me... just pop this up for now. And I'll see how we get on. I need to pin my message as well. So, redeem 300. Might as well get cooking going before I do that. Page. Follow for 1 page. Or subscribe for 5 pages of 1984. George Orwell. Up. Oh. We go. Marvelous. Okay. Oh, it says I'm offline. No, it's not. I really hate Twitch sometimes. It's I generally thought not enough turnips to redeem right at the stream start. Well, we'll just have to get comfy, and it'd probably be fair to let a few people get in as well. Sea Potato. I think there's a few that enjoy it, so we'll give it a few moments. Allow myself to warm up as well. But it's good to see you. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a pleasant day. I saw you earlier in Twitch chat as well. Not many levels gained, but feel free to check how I'm doing so far. Is it starting to slow down? Is it starting to... 394. Ah, you've got it back to the... Oh no, I'm keeping my levels ahead. Actually, I have extended a little bit. It was 230 yesterday, and now it's almost 250 I'm at. But you are leveling 3 characters, so for me to only get a 20 level lead on it is a bit... Have I become Pineapple Tour Guide or what? Hello, Twisty. So, no, there was legal, or in-game legal ramifications that I had stumbled into by stating that you were the sort of organizer of the Pineapple Tours. And in the legal dispute, I somehow became the face and sponsor of Pineapple Tours. So now there is a promo code. People get a 10% discount if they run into the tannery and shout Turnip 1 for the Pineapple Tours. It was this coupon was made for me by Graggle, and it came up in the podcast as well. The Pineapple Tours. And it was a little bit annoying because they asked the host and Kells and Sparty if they'd been on the Pineapple Tour, and all 3 of them were like, what? What's the Pineapple Tour? And I was sitting here screaming like, they should have had me on the show. I know it. It was quite a busy day, Twisty. Oh, we clipped it so others could see as well. How do I link a clip? Oh, we clipped Ryan's cape and everything. You saw the cape clip. Good. Yeah, because we were thinking of you, Twisty. I need 13, 16. Twisty did provide info in the tour guides, didn't know through yesterday. To be honest, it's a bunch of tannery fun sea potato. I'm sure the contest of ownership of Pineapple Tours will come up in legal action again. I know. I must admit, I need to clip Ryan's exit as well from the tannery, because it was both quite a sad and then hilarious moment in typical and proper tannery fashion. It was lovely. It was lovely, but it is kind of sad. But it's kind of spreading through all of Chronopolis now. Like, everyone in Chronopolis that's getting involved seem to visit the tannery. So, it was bittersweet, but I think, I don't know. I think people are still Chronopolis at heart. I went back there when there was about an hour left, and I must admit, once it finished, I stayed in the tannery in Chronopolis the whole rest of the night, despite the fact that I've been grinding levels for quests. And I have noted your book reading page, Sea Potato. We will read it once we get comfortable. We'll bank it. To be honest, I didn't spend much time in the tannery yet. Well, it has been a lovely place with lovely people. I hope it stays. There's a lot of those people still had a lot of leveling still to do. It'll be nice to still see them around. But people like Ryan, Twisty, they're all like. How far are you, Twisty? You must be getting pretty close as well. It's yeah. So he's now got it. Bath is almost there. Twisty, you're not too far off. Twisty, I'm noticing an increase in new people who react very salty these past few days. I'm afraid the tannery will go to hell. Oh. Well, there's always us who knew. And we've got the pictures and of everyone and stuff. And there's still been some amazing streams that I've been enjoying as well. I made sure I grabbed everybody in the friends list before. Oh yeah, bro, we have a tannery Discord now. Oh, do you? Oh yeah, please. Absolutely. Like 100% I want to be in that. Because I'll need to know where to forward my mailings for any, queries for the Pineapple Tours. How's it going, King Canadia? Welcome, good to see you. How are you doing? And I actually got turnips. So when you're claiming turnips, they're actually little turnips now. I know it's very simple, but I kind of drew it just before the stream started, and it was a bit of an edit on some of the others just to make my life a little bit easier as well. Good, thanks. On the detective grind, up to 211. Oh, congratulations. I have not done much Chronopolis leveling lately. I've started to do the quest grinds, so I'm back in Hopeport for now, but I do find myself coming back each time. You left by accident, cleaned out your servers. That's okay, Twisty. We all do it. There's no doubt I've done it a number of times. Pending. Accepted. There we go. Thank you. Always nice to make friends. I'm starting to love Merchant now, by the way. After saying I despised it yesterday. Chronopolis, I still think has some of the best skills. And weirdly, I did not like leatherworking until I met the Tannery family. Admittedly, I don't know how long my love of the Tannery would last now that it's gone, although now that I do the reading, it kind of makes the grinding a lot better as well, so... What I'll do is, before I do those ventures, I might do a bunch of vegetable stews, and we'll get your page red sea potatoes, so as to warm up, because we're starting a new chapter, I believe. I better get that loaded up, actually. Let's go. Jelly deals just in time for Christmas. But I enjoy the Merchant. Detective is my favorite, but I enjoy Merchant as well. Leatherworking is just fun with the people. Despite What's a lot of them now leaving? That's the trouble with getting to 500. There's not really much reason to go back, is there? Maybe to get the materials for future skills. You never know, but maybe the people of the Tannery will find a new home in episode 5. Merchant just took a lot of time to learn, but now that I've gotten into the groove of it, it's really nice. Once you learn the city, once you know Chronopolis, you start to know the shortcuts that you can get and how to line up what bounties you can do together or not. It is. Merchant is a great skill. Detective works great with it as well. You can even throw in a bit of leatherworking here and there, or a bit of the Watchman, if need be. There we go. But you've got your page up for 1984, so we will catch up a little bit with Winston. Let's get some vegetables and get that, and then I need to go do my ventures, collect them, and see what I'm doing with that rhombic brimstone, because I have no idea. So, 1984, Part 2, Chapter 3. "We can come here once again," said Julia. "It's generally safe to use any hideout twice, but not for another month or two, of course." As soon as she woke up, her demeanour had changed. She became alert and businesslike, put her clothes on, knotted the scarlet sash about her waist, and began arranging the details of the journey home. It seemed natural to leave this to her. She obviously had a practical cunning which Winston lacked, and she seemed also to have an exhaustive knowledge of the countryside around London, stored away from innumerable community hikes. The route she gave him was quite different from the one by which he had come, and brought him out at a different railway station. "Never go home the same way as you went out," she said, as though enunciating an important general principle. She would leave first, and Winston was to wait half an hour before following her. She had named a place where they could meet after work, 4 evenings hence. It was a street in one of the poorer quarters, where there was an open market which was generally crowded and noisy. She would be hanging around some of the stalls, pretending to be in search of shoelaces or sewing thread. If she judged that the coast was clear, she would blow her nose when he approached. Otherwise, he was to walk past her without recognition. But with luck, in the middle of the crowd, it would be safe to talk for a quarter of an hour, and arrange another meeting. "And now I must go," she said, as soon as he had mastered his instructions. "I'm due back at 19:30. I've got to put in 2 hours for the Junior Anti-Sex League, handing out leaflets or something. Isn't it bloody? Give me a brush down, would you? Have I got any twigs in my hair? Are you sure? Then goodbye, my love. Goodbye." There we go. King Canadia, we are reading George Orwell's 1984. If you want pages read, you get a page for a follow or 300 turnips. And I read pages if somebody raids, and there's also 5 pages for a subscribble. So subscribbling gets 5 pages. But we've ploughed through a lot of the book. It's been very, very busy weekend. It's been lovely. I managed to get an actual image for the turnips, but I haven't managed to draw an image for the book reading page thing, but we'll get to that. I am loving it, King Canadia. It is dark, I must admit, but it is written so well. It's so easy to read, and I can actually feel the story. It's not just reading the words off the page. It feels like it's ingraining itself as I read through it. It's actually reaching out through my eyes into my brain. It's a very, very cleverly written book. Very well done. I'm starting to understand why it's put up to be the literary top that people place it. It's wonderful. Okay, let's sort out some of my ventures, shall we? Yeah, I like his writing style. This is the first of his book I've ever read. I think we were talking about it before, weren't we, King Canadia? People convinced me to read it. I think you might have left by that time. People convinced me to do it, but I think you were one of the ones that suggested George Orwell as well when we were first talking about it. Oh, is this not in yet? Oh, still 13 minutes. Oh, we can do the Rhombic Brimstone then. But no, I've been really enjoying this book. What I've said as well is every chapter we've read, I will read it out fully, which I might start working on next week if I find myself a bit of time during the day. It's Christmas week, I'll probably be busy at some points, but I'm sure I'll get a moment. I've been estimating about, when I get into it, it takes me about half an hour to read a chapter out loud, maybe a little bit less. So it'll probably be little half-hour blocks on the old YouTube, so that the people that have come in late, they can still get the whole book and people can enjoy it as well. But I'll let people know. I put it on my Discord and I'll tell people on Twitch. I'll probably link it on my Twitch as well to tell people of it. Oh, there's the doorway that people must have been talking about. Ha ha ha. Thank you for another redeem, Sea Potato. We will work on that. The opening line in that book is used as an example of good writing, but it flies over a lot of people's heads. Oh, to be honest, I've never been to any literary classes or writing classes as such. As you can probably tell, I'm not much of a writer. I'm very verbal. I like to... I tell my own stories as well. Some of them are made up and all sorts, so I don't usually write much. Therese Torelli, we're busy making explosives. Want to buy some? Well, do you? Do you? Or maybe you have some to sell to me. I have brimstone to make into explosives. Cool. Tommaso is making explosives right now. Take your brimstone to him. Tommaso. Oh, there's somebody else here. Aha! Okay. Tommaso, would you like me to make your brimstone into explosives? Yes, please. Ooh, cool. Oh man, the animations are so fun. Excellent. I love how this storage container is blasted out as well. That's so cute. Hello, Hazelpaw, instead of Hazelnut. Don't forget to restart your venture. Yes, thank you. There we go. And then we'll need to keep an eye out. In another 10 minutes, we've got the one in Chronopolis to do as well. Beautiful. Strangely, this book was never brought... I've had a number of people saying this book was brought up in their school quite often. Something they had to read in school. Once did my school proffer 1984 for us to read, which seems criminal now that I am reading it. Let's get ourselves some mixed vegetables. I also want to check what we have stocked up as well. I really need to do the fishing. What I'm thinking is if I get cooking up to the right level, if I try to get the fishing up to the venture level and dump the KP into apothecary, that's not, I keep saying it, apothecary, alchemist as well. So I feel like I might actually enjoy the fishing more than alchemist. I don't know. I need to see. How are we doing for vegetables? There's a fair few. Let's stock it up a bit more, and we can read some more pages as we go. I've got one banked. Here we go. Oh, Twisty, I just got the invite. There we go. Excellent. To be honest, I think I'm going to do a Discord server cleanse as well. Oh, there's a Tech Tip channel. Go. Stock up a little bit more. To be honest, there's been a lot of 500s going out lately. I was in Kel's stream earlier, and apparently they're getting quite a number of 500s in the cooking as well. I've not checked the chef's leaderboard. Oh, I'm actually moving up it though. Yeah, Shulk just made it as well, so that's 3. Harbringer 4747, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Turnip Fields. Find yourself a plot, get yourselves comfy. You've bought yourself a page of the book reading as well. We've got 2 banked, and I'm just stocking up the veggies for cooking, so we'll read through those pages as we get on. But thank you so much for the follow. I hope you are well. Sea Potato, yeah, the opening line of 1984 sets the tone of what's to come in the entire book, summed up in one line. I'll need to read it again. I couldn't even quote it. I won't even dare to say that I can. It's actually a little difficult for me to remember the first chapter too much, because it was a little bit nerve-wracking to start reading such a book to you all. Here we go. We should have enough, and we'll start reading the 2 banked pages. Thank you very much. So, get yourselves comfortable. Favorite drink in hand, or the grind in motion. Here we go. So she's just said goodbye, my love. She flung herself into his arms, kissed him almost violently, and at a moment later pushed her way through the saplings and disappeared into the woods with very little noise. Even now, he had not found out her surname or her address. However, it made no difference, for it was inconceivable that they could ever meet indoors or exchange any kind of written communication. As it happened, they never went back to the clearing in the wood. During the month of May, there was only one further occasion on which they actually succeeded in making love. That was in another hiding place known to Julia, the belfry of a ruinous church in an almost deserted stretch of country where an atomic bomb had fallen 30 years earlier. It was a good hiding place when once you got there, but the getting there was very dangerous. For the rest, they could only meet in the streets, in a different place every evening, and never for more than half an hour at a time. In the street, it was usually possible to talk after a fashion, as they drifted down the crowded pavements not quite abreast and never looking at one another. They carried on a curious, intermittent conversation which flicked on and off like the beams of a lighthouse. Suddenly, nipped into silence by the approach of a party uniform for the proximity of a telescreen. Then taken up again, minutes later in the middle of a sentence. Then abruptly cut short as they parted at the agreed spot. Then continued, almost without introduction, on the following day. Julia had appeared to be quite used to this kind of conversation, which she called talking by installments. She was also surprisingly adept at speaking without moving her lips. Just once in almost a month of nightly meetings, they managed to exchange a kiss. They were passing in silence down a side street. Julia would never speak when they were away from the main streets. When there was a deafening roar, the earth heaved and the air darkened, and Winston found himself lying on his side, bruised and terrified. A rocket bomb must have dropped quite near at hand. Suddenly, he became aware of Julia's face, a few centimeters from his own, deathly white as chalk. Even her lips were white. She was dead. He clasped her hand against him and found that he was kissing a live, warm face. But there was some powdery stuff that got in the way of his lips. Both of their faces were thickly coated with plaster. There were evenings when they reached their rendezvous and then had to walk past one another without a sign, because a patrol had just come round the corner or a helicopter was hovering overhead. Even if it had been less dangerous, it would still have been difficult to find time to meet. Winston's working week was 60 hours, Julia's was even longer, and their free days varied according to the pressure of work and did not often coincide. Julia, in any case, seldom had an evening completely free. She spent an astonishing amount of time in attending lectures and demonstrations, distributing literature for the Junior Anti-Sex League, preparing banners for the Hate Week, making collections for the Savings Campaign, and such like activities. It paid, she said. It was camouflage. If you kept the small rules, you could break the big ones. She even induced Winston to mortgage yet another of his evenings by enrolling himself for the part-time munitions work, which was done voluntarily by zealous party members. So, one evening every week, Winston spent 4 hours of paralyzing boredom, screwing together small bits of metal which were probably part of bomb fuses in a drafty, ill-lit workshop where the knocking of hammers mingled drearily with the music of the telescreens. There we go. Thank you very much, Sea Potato and Harbinger, for the follow and the page. What's this talk of Anti-Sex League? We're Black Math. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I'll be sending you a message tomorrow, by the way, about the 28th. The TI game, by the way. We're reading 1984. He's been cracking down on the rules of the channel. Yes, no sex in the channel, please. Big Brother is watching. Yes, you better not have been having sex in my chat there, Black Math. mean... Oh, well? Oh, your sister got you a nudie for your birthday, so you've joined the comfy club. How comfy is it? It's so good. Mine has dittos. So this one's got with the starters. But I'm fluffing out its interior. It got a little less fluffy over time, so I'm brushing out a bit. But, yeah, so cozy, so comfy. Especially in Scotland. My goodness. It's so cozy. It was just a bit warm right now in it, so take the sleeves out and it's like a blanket that sits over the top of you. It's good. But yeah, we're reading 1984. I've never read it before. It might be something you would have read. We always got into deep conversations with each other, Black Math, in person, so I would have thought it was right up your street. I don't know if you have read it or not. Only downside is I have to swap to a different top for work from home meetings. Can swap back after though. Oh, yeah. Are you still in the same job? I thought it was being made redundant. Or did you manage to find another? Don't think I've ever read it in full. We did read Animal Farm in school, though. Animal Farm was another one brought up that people would have perhaps liked to hear me read. Dante's Inferno is also another one that's come up. Old Greek mythology stories and books and such as well. It basically, it just has to be anything in public domain. So, as long as it's quick in public domain, more maths was done, and turns out they can keep you. Oh, well, that's good. The Odyssey would be cool. I was actually speaking to Laura today about the Odyssey, because Odysseus is... the Odyssey is about Odysseus, isn't it? Or is it Perseus? Am I just mixing it up because it's called Odysseus? I thought that's where the Odyssey got its name from, was from him. It seemed too related that it can't be right and you're mistaking it. I think that's where the word Odyssey comes from, is the ventures of Odysseus. So... You have a specific translation of it somewhere in the house that's apparently really good. Well, this is a bit of a quagmire that I've hit. So, yes, a lot of Greek mythology is in public domain. However, new rewritings of it, people have somehow managed to get protection on it. Not here in the UK. The UK is fine, because as far as the UK is concerned, it's such an old story, nobody can make claims in it. But because Twitch is primarily based in the United States, I have to adhere to their copyright laws, which means different things. So I have to be a little bit more careful with that as well. Yeah, copyright laws are different between Britain and United States. Oh, I better be careful that I'm not ignoring anyone again. There we go. Looking forward to the TI game. I am too. So we'll be arranging all the travel and stuff like that. It looks like it's going to be a full table again. and we will play Twilight Imperium with the expansion as well. So it'll have extra bits from when you like. Although I think you've only played it once, so. But there's going to be a couple of people who've never played the game before as well, so it'll be one of those. We'll start off a bit slow, and then, well, you know what that game's like. By the second hour, everybody's taking off and stabbing each other in the back before you know it. Rules a bit again would be a good idea. There's probably going to be 8 of us. Probably going to be 8. Yep. And it'll be my birthday as well. It was the easiest date we could get it to work on. Please don't bring anything. It just happened to be that the dates coincided. It wasn't a planned thing. I mean, we planned it, but am I dropping frames on your end? I've bumped it down to 360 and still buffering sometimes. I don't think so. I don't know how anybody else is getting. No, it looks like I had a couple of little. They were really little dips. You're talking like 1%. Yeah. Here we go. I actually check the leaderboards. Oh, we're nearly in the top 3,600. Look at me. There was a small hiccup, but now seems fine. Okay, maybe it is self. Okay. I'm at my brother's looking after the cats, so it might just be his internet. Yeah. It's amazing how iffy the internet can be in such a small area in the north of Scotland. It changes, like, from across the street. It can be different. It's just awful. I can't believe it. I've only just started to get decent internet speeds, but even then I have to use mobile broadband. How is the game, by the way? Clearly enjoying it, but how would you describe it? I enjoy it. It has elements of RuneScape in it. I've always told people that it's a great second monitor game. It's a great game that you can be doing while you're doing something else, which makes it great for streaming, and reading the books alongside it makes the grind really, really smooth. So yeah, it's a fantastic little second monitor game. I've actually played other games and then had this running in the background, and I'm still kind of playing it there as well. It's, I don't know, if you're a fidgety person, which I can be, I feel like it's great at keeping that. We only just got fast internet this year. It's just crap in general. I was including, when I said North David D, I'm talking like Newcastle. I'm even including a bit of England. Newcastle North. It's just forgotten. It's absolutely disgraceful. Well, unless you're in Dundee. But there's the headquarters of Rockstar Games, so they kind of built it themselves, didn't they? So, or the Isle of Lewis, believe it or not. Isle of Lewis is fantastic internet. I think they've got a main line that actually comes across the Atlantic from Canada or something. Yeah, Dundee's got the uni money as well, doesn't it? Definitely. Definitely. That math, I didn't play much RuneScape at the time. Folks my age were playing Guild Wars. Yeah, I was more World of Warcraft, but I was playing RuneScape, and then I ended up moving on to things like EVE Online and stuff. I haven't played old school RuneScape in its new iteration And I haven't been on RuneScape. I haven't played RuneScape since the Slayer skill came out. The Slayer skill was the last thing I leveled up. When it's very original... when it's very original release of the Slayer skill was the last time I played. Lewis, what the fuck? Well, what happens is I think the Atlantic line. I remembered watching something about them laying it, like having it roll out from the back of ships and such. It comes in at the Isle of Lewis, but instead of then making its way into Scotland and going south, it just then goes straight south from there. Where I think it starts going towards Northern Ireland and then into England. So they couldn't make a little... It is most westerly. Yeah. Yeah. So Isle of Lewis, it's fantastic internet. Some of the best in Scotland. Probably after Dundee. I think Dundee... I think what Rockstar did was they actually managed to get themselves with a nice deal with Sweden. I think it was, which the Highlands was going to get. I remember talking to somebody about it when we worked in Maplin, and that fell through. The Highland Council didn't want to cough up their share, or something like that was what went across the papers eventually on it. But yeah, we would have had sweet, sweet internet in the north had it done. Councils. Huh. I mean, who needs high-speed internet these days, eh? Not me. Never wanted it. Routed straight to London. I think it was Manchester and Oxford. It was straight done. Oxford, obviously, for the university money as well. I don't know why Manchester. Of all places. If there's anyone from Manchester on, it's a joke, I promise. Although I'm sure many of them would maybe perhaps agree whenever I bump into them. Like, oh, I love living outside Manchester and only going into when I need to. That's what I frequently hear. Argyll and Butte Council are great. Highland Council is a sham. Yeah. Yeah. Never have I felt more 30-something this moment than complaining about the councils. Oh, it was better in our day, wasn't it? I remember I could whack a hoop down the street and there wasn't a car that would go by to interrupt my sports. Ugh. Tell you. The world was better in black and white. Wasn't it just? Wasn't it just? What happened? Right. There we go. Let's put up the other thing. I make sure I save the page that we're on. Could play Kirby for hours with someone without someone put in front of you. Are you a Kirby fan, David E? Have we said this before? Have we spoken about this before? I love Kirby. My PC's named Kirby. What? Hmm? Not kind of... Oh, Kirby with a football. Whoops. I mean, I love both. It didn't occur to me, yeah. Oh, I mean, I had a Game Boy. Could have played Kirby in the street. I just thought of that. I'm an idiot. Yeah. They're both ball-shaped. I mean... Well, I've never hidden that before. I do like Kirby. You do like Kirby also. Great. Perfect. You only know the pink Kirby. Have you never played Kirby in the Street, Black Math? It's a bit like Wall-E, except if you don't have a wall to kick the ball against, you kick it against the curb of the street to try and get it to return. You don't want it to lop over, you want it to return to the next person to kick at it as well. But it's also something you could play on your own. Oh my goodness. And then there was Square. Used to play Square with a football. And that was just about trying to kick the ball close enough to somebody that they could return it, but fast enough that they might miss it. And then if the ball goes out of the painted square, they were out. Really, really, it was one of those games which always raised content. Why, like, as kids we just loved it, didn't you? You loved a game where the rules were so basic and yet could cause the greatest arguments. Man, Square used to do that for us. And Wall-E. But now when I say Wall-E, I'm instantly thinking of the little robot from Pixar. Which I've actually got a Lego model of as well. I love Wall-E. So. Love the correction from the backlines, though. Yeah. Yeah, he said Wall-E. I was like, Wall-E. Eva. Ooh. Ah. I loved that film. Man, I like a good Disney. But Wall-E's up there. How is Pugmeister? He is cuddling up with the voice of correction for my Kirby mistake right now. He is... don't recall Squishy Doggo's name. It's Wash. So think Captain Pugwash. But the fans of Firefly will know what his name's from. Like, Pugwash works, but he's actually named after the character in Firefly. So. The voice of correction, get that as one of those desk job title plaques for her. I don't yet earn enough on Twitch to pay for an official job post. I'm sure she'll do it voluntarily. Someone has to. It's almost like you've completely never met Laura before. Do you have any memory? Could you imagine me trying? I wouldn't dare. Steady, time for me to head off for now. Get yourself a good rest, sleep well, and I hope to see you again soon. I will be streaming again on Christmas Eve. I'll be doing a bit of a stream there. And I'll probably be doing a couple of long streams because next weekend there's going to be a few days that I can stream. It might only be the Sunday, actually. Maybe Boxing Day, but I don't know, actually. That would work either. I need to see. Need to see. Maybe I'm just projecting, though. I also love correcting you. Everybody does love correcting me. And I don't mind it. I love being corrected. Another lesson learned is how I usually have it. Love it. Shansu! Hello, hello! How are you? Don't get too mad. I know I haven't done the filthy, dirty turnip yet, but I have finished. I have actually drawn turnips for the turnips currency for claiming pages. If people would like to hear more of 1984. Steady Prism. All characters done with quest to Chronopolis and time to skill there tomorrow. Would love to start today already, but got to focus on real life stuff too, unfortunately. We do. And I am still managing to keep the two apart. I was good today. I wasn't on Brighter Shores the whole day. I had people that I've been streaming along with and enjoying their streams I was watching for a bit, but I was actually getting some good cleaning and bits and bobs done today. But I hope you're well, Shansu. I hope you're well. I love that I come on to say hello and you say dirty, filthy turnips. Oh, Black Math. It's only those who know that know. I don't know if I actually owe you context, so... It was a promise. I must have been at something like 150 followers at the time, and I told people, because I was starting to get some more of my emotes down. Shansu actually came up with the idea of the Turnip Crew emote, this one. And then it came up that people... We were talking about rude vegetables. You know, you get those vegetables that grow into a rude shape. And people were saying, oh my goodness, you should have a dirty turnip emote. Like a rude, filthy, dirty turnip emote. And I said, well, I'll tell you what. If we hit 200 followers, I'll draw it. I will get the emote done. But it needs to be done in bits. Because they were saying they wanted a different type of turnip per tier of subscription or something like that. So I'm working on that. But because it needs to do the tier thing as well, it's taking a little longer for me to do. And now I'm fast approaching 300 followers and it's not done. So and now I've added the book reading as well, which I do enjoy, to be honest. And so I needed to fix the currency because it was just the Twitch bubble for a while, but now it's actually turnips under the chat there, so you can properly claim your turnips. So the higher the tier, the filthier the turnip. No, I think the idea we ended up choosing was I think followers get a raw turnip. Subscribers get a turnip in lingerie, is what I had written down. Then the next tier, it's lingerie with fishnet tights. And then I think the highest tier is the lingerie, the fishnet tights, and like one of those sexy nighties. Yes, filthy turnip. I don't. It's not that I draw more muck on it, as if they haven't cleaned it. A chemise? It might be called a chemise. I'm not sure. I don't often wear them, so I'm not really shopped around for them much. I'm wearing a big Snorlax nightie right now. Splash of mud, maybe some mold. Isn't that sexy? You'd love my Udi, I think. Lots of different mushrooms with V faces. Every Udi seems to be quite good, to be honest. I like my Pokemon ones. I've actually told them that I'm upset that they don't have a Bulbasaur Udi yet. I'm actually quite upset about that. But I've got the Ditto, which I just loved for the color. I've got the other Pokemon one. My mother we just got her the ones with all the doggos on it, the different Labradors. Then there was a Quokka one we got for more family. It's the perfect gift in Scotland. It's so cold. It's so miserable. It really is. Like, I can't... It's worked. Every time we've got it for someone, they've just loved it because they instantly put it on, sit down cozy with a book or a game or watching TV. It's just absolutely perfect for it. Old bathroom walk at night as well. Udi wins. Sister also got your mum one this year. It's a no-brainer gift. It is. It absolutely is. I know the rest of Britain's kind of a miserable weather-wise as well, but it's, like I just have to keep bringing it up. It is just. Oh my goodness. Oh, J. Allen. Thank you. Thank you for the subs. I guess that's revenge, they call it? Thank you. I have a few emotes that people can play with that. Oh, some people will be happy with you as well because that... What was that, 5? That unlocks 25 pages from the book reading. I must admit, I didn't anticipate big sub gifts when I came up with how many pages I'd read. Oh, that might actually fill up people's night. Well, actually, it's very early in the stream and I stream quite long. We definitely can get that. Yeah, Sea Potato will be loving you right now. OJ Allen, thank you. Dimitri, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you. What? Black math. Oh my. Thank you. Oh. Oh my god. I should have actually put up a sub counter so you people know that don't have to be so generous. Thank you so much though. Merry Christmas. That's 75 pages. I always honor it as well. I honored the 16 when I blundered. I will honor the 75. I will read through them. And if I don't get them through by the end of the stream, I will definitely carry them on into the other. I think I'm going to have to get those ventures stacked up now. And might get a whole chapter done. I think that's a couple of chapters, Shansu. And I did promise I would... Merry Christmas! OJ, thank you so much. How are you doing? Are you still streaming, OJ? Or Alan? I don't know what's the best way to call you by yourself. OJ, I'll just say the whole thing. OJ Alan. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I think the night's definitely booked up. No, I'm about to head out and make it to a buddy's. All right, okay. Are you bringing more cookies? Oh no, that wasn't yourself. That was man, I'm getting mixed up with people. But yeah. Oh wait, I think I remember you saying you had a long drive ahead of you or something like that. Now I remember. I'm just crossing I've been in a few people's streams today. I do apologize. Crossing streams. Should never cross streams. I've watched Ghostbusters. I should know better than that. Just wanted to return the love. You can call me OJ Allen, Allen at J Allen, whatever your beautiful heart desires. Thank you. Alan. It'll change each time. Thank you so much, and I will honor it. I will get every page read. All 25 of yours and all 50 of Black Maths. Thank you so much. I mean, 50 pages, that's... I don't want to say it's a book finisher, but it'll be getting close. I live to make your life difficult. I mean, I have to be honest, I really enjoy the book reading. I really enjoy the book reading. The worry I've had is how quickly I get through the books, and I promised people that I would read each chapter out as a recording, which I haven't managed to start yet, just because it's running up to Christmas. By this rate, I'm actually going to have to get the whole book uploaded, which, I mean, it's doable. I have the time right now. I don't have an excuse around it. It's not a problem. It's just, I wasn't expecting it this much this quick. I didn't know how popular it was going to be. I know people said they liked hearing me read the story, but okay, I think I've got enough stocked up. We'll sort out that venture, we'll get back in here, and we'll start reading. That's what we'll do. We'll start it before it becomes wildly out of control. Fried ray wings. I've never done that before, but here we go. I need to get the venture done. You do have a voice for the readings, to be fair. Did you enjoy it as well, Black Math? I never, well, I guess it's why I was often the DM and GM and stuff like that, but I never knew. There we go. Thank you so much. Choo-choo. I think Dracula is a good public... Oh, Dracula would be a good one. That's one to put on the list. What I was thinking of doing was I'll take a bunch of suggestions of people, and then when we move on to the other book, I might do a little poll or something like that. That's how we picked 1984. It was that or Moby Dick, and people just raced to 1984. It's quite popular. You're well spoken and have a rich tone to your voice, so yeah, for sure. Yeah, even my neighbour was complimenting it to you. I remember you had an odd phone call through your work with my neighbour, whom you didn't know was my neighbour at the time. Or I say neighbour, as close as a neighbour can be to where I live, but... Oh, I didn't restart the venture. Sorry, guys. Okay. Right, what I'll do is I won't get into these bounties straight away. We still have a bit of time. I will still do some of the vegetables stews, and we'll get cracking on those 75 pages. And I'm going to have to tally this one. There's no other way. I'm going to remember... when I'm through. It was easy to scroll it before, but there we go. Back to Hopeport. Sound like a nice guy too. He is a nice guy. They are nice people. They are good neighbors. But okay. 75 pages. You know what's the other damning thing about this as well? Sea Potato will then get to save up a lot of turnips and then just has to wait for the 5-minute timer once it's a different stream or something. I know that's probably exactly the plan. Maybe you can save the 50 pages for next Saturday and read them in person. If you want me to read to you in person, I can do that. But I think the people here in the chat right now would love to hear the other pages also. Sea Potato, how did you read my mind? I think I'm just as wicked as yourself, Sea Potato. Wicked minds think alike. I don't please. It's too late, Blackmouth. Everybody else can go play the game. I'll sit you on my knee and read you a lovely 50-page story. How does that sound? It'll be lovely. It'll help you get to sleep. Vegetables think alike. Yes. Okay. How comfy is everybody? Are you ready for this? Okay, first page of 75. I must admit, I did not take this into consideration. My goodness. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. All I want for Christmas is to not sit on your knee. Well, I'm afraid you're on the naughty list. You have no choice now. All that oodie upon oodie action. Ugh. Kind of creep myself out there. Okay, the grin on my face as you're prepping 75 pages. Yeah. Oh boy, here we go. Are we comfortable? Are we ready to see how Winston is getting on? Let's go. When they met in the church tower, the gaps in their fragmentary conversation were filled up. It was a blazing afternoon. The air in the little square chamber above the bells was hot and stagnant, and smelt overpoweringly of pigeon dung. They sat talking for hours on the dusty, twig-littered floor, one or other of them getting up from time to time to cast a glance through the arrow slits that make sure that no one was coming. Julia was 26 years old. She lived in a hostel with 30 or so other girls, always in the stink of women. How I hate women, she said, parenthetically. And she worked, as he had guessed, on the novel-writing machines in the fiction department. She enjoyed her work, which consisted chiefly in running and servicing a powerful but tricky electric motor. She was not clever, but was fond of using her hands and felt at home with machinery. She could describe the whole process of composing a novel from the general directive issued by the planning committee down to the final touching up of the rewrite squad. But she was not interested in the finished product. She didn't much care for the reading, she said. Books were just a commodity that had to be produced, like jam or bootlaces. She had no memories of anything before the early 60s, and the only person she had ever known who talked frequently of the days before the revolution was a grandfather who had disappeared when she was 8. At school, she had been captain of the hockey team and had won the gymnastics trophy 2 years running. She had been a troop leader in the Spies and a branch secretary in the Youth League before joining the Junior Anti-Sex League. She had always borne an excellent character. She had even, an infallible mark of good reputation, been picked out to work in pornosec, the subsection of the fiction department which turned out cheap pornography for distribution among the proles. It was nicknamed Muckhouse by the people who worked in it, she remarked. There, she had remained for a year, helping to produce booklets in sealed packets with titles like Spanking Stories or One Night in a Girls' School, to be bought furtively by proletarian youths who were under the impression that they were buying something illegal. "What are these books like?" said Winston, curiously. "Ghastly rubbish. They're boring, really. They only have 6 plots, but they swap them round a bit. Of course, I was only on the Kaleidoscope. I was never in the rewrite squad. I'm not literary, dear." "Not even enough for that," she replied. He learned with astonishment that all the workers in Pornosec, except the heads of the departments, were girls. The theory was that men, whose sex instincts were less controllable than those of women, were in greater danger of being corrupted by the filth they handled. "They don't even like having married women there," she added. "Girls are always supposed to be so pure. Here's one who isn't. Anyway." Okie dokie. I have a little Sally Poos. Oh boy. This is going to be a lot of vegetable stew. Thank you so much, guys. Okay. Here we go. Are we ready? She had her first love affair when she was 16, with a party member of 60 who later committed suicide to avoid arrest. "And a good job too," said Julia. "Otherwise they'd have had my name out of him when he confessed." Since then, there had been various authors. Life, as she saw it, was quite simple. You wanted a good time. They, meaning the party, wanted to stop you having it. You broke the rules as best you could. She seemed to think it just as natural as that they should want to rob you of your pleasures, as that you should want to avoid being caught. She hated the party, and said so in the crudest words, but she made no general criticism of it. Except where it touched upon her own life, she had no interest in party doctrine. He noticed that she never used newspeak words except the ones that had passed into everyday use. She had never heard of the Brotherhood, and refused to believe in its existence. Any kind of organised revolt against the party, which was bound to be a failure, struck her as stupid. The clever thing was to break the rules and stay alive, all the same. He wondered vaguely how many others like her there might be in the younger generation. People who had grown up in the world of the revolution, knowing nothing else, accepting the party as something unalterable, like the sky, not rebelling against its authority, but simply evading it, like a rabbit dodges a dog. They did not discuss the possibility of getting married. It was too remote to be worth thinking about. No imaginable committee would ever sanction such a marriage, even if Catherine, Winston's wife, could somehow have been got rid of. It was hopeless, even as a daydream. "What was she like, your wife?" said Julia. "She was... Do you know the newspeak word good thinkful? Meaning naturally orthodox and capable of thinking a bad thought?" "No," she replied. "I didn't know the word, but I know the kind of person. Right enough." He began telling her the story of his married life, but curiously enough, she appeared to know the essential parts of it already. She described to him, almost as though she had seen or felt it, the stiffening of Catherine's body as soon as he touched her, the way in which he still seemed to be pushing him from her with all her strength, even when her arms were clasped tightly round him. With Julia, he felt no difficulty in talking about such things. Catherine, in any case, had long ceased to be a painful memory and became merely a distasteful one. "I could have stood it if it hadn't been for one thing," he said. He told her about the frigid little ceremony that Catherine had forced him to go through on the same night every week. She hated it, but nothing would make her stop doing it. She used to call it... You'll never guess. "Our duty to the party?" said Julia promptly. "How did you know that?" he exclaimed. "I've been at school too, dear. Sex talks once a month for the over-16s, and in the youth movement they rub it into you for years. I dare say it works in all or most cases, but of course, you can never tell. People are such hypocrites." She began to enlarge upon the subject with Julia. Everything came back to her own sexuality. As soon as this was touched upon in any way, she was capable of great acuteness. Unlike Winston, she had grasped the inner meaning of the party's sexual puritanism. It was not merely that the sex instinct created a world of its own which was outside the party's control and which therefore had to be destroyed if possible. What was more important was that sexual privation induced hysteria, which was desirable because it could be transformed into war fever and leader worship. The way she put it was, when you make love, you're using up energy, and afterwards you feel happy and don't give a damn for anything. They can't bear you to feel that. They want you to be bursting with energy all the time. All this marching up and down and cheering and waving flags and simply sex gone sour. If you're happy inside yourself, Big Brother and the 3-year plans and the 2 minutes hate and all the rest of their bloody rot. That was very true, he thought. There was a direct, intimate connection between chastity and political orthodoxy. For how could the fear, the hatred, and the lunatic credulity which the party needed in its members be kept at the right pitch, except by bottling down some powerful instinct and using it as a driving force? The sex impulse was dangerous to the party, and the party had turned it to account. They had played a similar trick with the instinct for parenthood. The family could not actually be abolished, and indeed, people were encouraged to be fond of their children, in almost the old-fashioned way. The children, on the other hand, were systematically turned against their parents and taught to spy on them and report their deviations. The family had become, in effect, an extension of the thought police. It was a device by means of which everyone could be surrounded, night and day, by informers who knew him intimately. Abruptly, his mind went back to Catherine. Catherine would unquestionably have denounced him to the thought police if she had not happened to be too stupid to detect the unorthodoxy of his opinions. But what really recalled her to him at this moment was the stifling heat of the afternoon, which had brought the sweat out on his forehead. He began telling Julia of something that had happened, or rather had failed to happen, on another sweltering summer afternoon, 11 years ago. A sea potato adding another page. Okay. We'll call this a long night, shall we? Thank you. So, he is going to tell her what happened on this sweltering afternoon. It was 3 or 4 months after they were married. They had lost their way on a community hike somewhere in Kent. They had only lagged behind the others for a couple of minutes, but they took a wrong turning, and presently found themselves pulled up short by the edge of an old chalk quarry. It was a sheer drop of 10 or 20 metres with boulders at the bottom. There was nobody of whom they could ask the way, and as soon as she realised that they were lost, Catherine became very uneasy. To be away from the noisy mob of hikers, even for a moment, gave her a feeling of wrongdoing. She wanted to hurry back by the way they had come and start searching in the other direction. But at this moment, Winston noticed some tufts of loose strife growing in the cracks of the cliff beneath him. One tuft was of 2 colours, magenta and brick red, apparently growing on the same root. He had never seen anything of the kind before, and he called to Catherine to come and look at it. "Look, Catherine, look at those flowers, that clump down near the bottom. Do you see? They're 2 different colours." She had already turned to go, but she did rather fretfully come back for a moment. She even leaned over the cliff face to see where he was pointing. He was standing a little behind her, and he put his hands on her waist to steady her. At this moment, it suddenly occurred to him how completely alone they were. There was not a human creature anywhere, not a leaf stirring, not even a bird awake. In a place like this, the danger that there could be a hidden microphone was very small, and even if there was a microphone, it would only pick up sounds. It was the hottest, sleepiest hour of the afternoon. The sun blazed down upon them, the sweat tickled his face, and the thought struck him. "Why didn't you give her a good shove?" said Julia. "I would have." "Yes, dear, you would have. I would if I'd been the same person then as I am now. Or perhaps I would. I'm not certain." "Are you sorry you didn't?" she asked. "Yes, on the whole, I'm sorry I didn't," he admitted. They were sitting side by side on the dusty floor. He pulled her closer against him. Her head rested on his shoulder, the pleasant smell of her hair conquering the pigeon dung. She was very young, he thought. She still expected some life. She did not understand that to push an inconvenient person over a cliff really solves nothing. "Actually, it would have made no difference," he said. "Then why are you sorry you didn't do it?" she asked. "Only because I prefer a positive to a negative." She always contradicted him when he said anything of this kind. She would not accept it as a law of nature that the individual is always defeated. In a way, she realized that she herself was doomed, that sooner or later the thought police would catch her and kill her. But with another part of her mind, she believed that it was somehow possible to construct a secret world in which you could live as you chose. All you needed was luck and cunning and boldness. She did not understand that there was no such thing as happiness, that only victory lay far future, long after you were dead, that from the moment of declaring war on the party, it was better to think of yourself as a corpse. "We are the dead," he said. "But we're not dead yet," said Julia prosaically. "Not physically. 6 months, a year, 5 years conceivably. I'm afraid of death. You are young, so presumably you're more afraid of it than I am. Obviously, we shall put it off as long as we can, but it makes very little difference. So long as human beings stay human, death and life are the same thing." "Oh, rubbish," she exclaimed. "Which would you sooner sleep with, me or a skeleton? Don't you enjoy being alive? Don't you like the feeling? This is me. This is my hand. This is my leg. I'm real. I'm solid. I'm alive. Don't you like this?" She twisted herself round and pressed her bosom against him. He could feel her breasts ripe yet firm through her overalls. Her body seemed to be pouring some of its youth and vigor into his. "Yes, I like that," he said. "Then stop talking about dying. And now listen, dear. We've got to fix up about the next time we meet. We may as well go back to the place in the wood. We've given it a good long rest, but you must get there by a different way this time. I've got it all planned out. You take the train, but look, I'll draw it out for you." And in her practical way, she scraped together a small square of dust, and with a twig from a pigeon's nest began drawing a map on the floor. Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 4. Here we go. I am definitely going to need to get more vegetables at some point. Okay, let's get started. Chapter 4. Winston looked round the shabby little room above Mr. Charrington's shop. Beside the window, the enormous bed was made up with ragged blankets and a coverless bolster. The old-fashioned clock with the 12-hour face was ticking away on the mantelpiece. In the corner, on the gate-legged table, the glass paperweight which he had bought on his last visit gleamed softly out of the half-darkness. In the fender was a battered tin oil stove, a saucepan, and 2 cups provided by Mr. Charrington. Winston lit the burner and set a pan of water to boil. He had bought an envelope full of Victory coffee and some saccharine tablets. The clock's hands said 17:20. It was 19:20, really. She was coming at 19:30. Sea Potato, best night ever. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Folly. Folly. His heart kept saying, conscious, gratuitous, suicidal folly. Of all the crimes that a party member could commit, this one has the least possible to conceal. Actually, the idea had first floated into his head in the form of a vision of the glass paperweight mirrored by the surface of the gate-leg table. As he had foreseen, Mr. Charrington had made no difficulty about letting the room. He was obviously glad of the few dollars that it would bring him, nor did he seem shocked or become offensively knowing when it was made clear what Winston wanted the room for the purpose of a love affair. Instead, he looked into the middle distance and spoke in generalities, with so delicate an air as to give the impression that he was become partly invisible. Privacy, he said, was a very valuable thing. Everyone wanted a place where they could be alone occasionally, and when they had such a place, it was only common courtesy in anyone else who knew of it to keep his knowledge to himself. He even, seeming almost to fade out of existence as he did so, added that there were 2 entries to the house, one of them through the backyard, which gave on to an alley. Under the window, somebody was singing. Winston peeped out, secure in the protection of the muslin curtain. The June sun was still high in the sky, and in this sun-filled court below, a monstrous woman, solid as a Norman pillar with brawny red forearms and a sacking apron strapped about her middle, was stumping to and fro between a washtub and a clothesline, pegging out a series of square white things which Winston recognized as babies' diapers. Whenever her mouth was not corked with clothes pegs, she was singing in a powerful contralto. It was only an hopeless fancy, it passed like an April dye, but a look and a word, and the dreams they stirred, they've also stolen my heart away. The tune had been haunting London for weeks past. It was one of the countless similar songs published for the benefit of the proles by a subsection of the music department. The words of these songs were composed without any human intervention, whatever, on an instrument known as a versificator, but the woman sang so tunefully as to turn the dreadful rubbish into an almost pleasant sound. He could hear the woman singing and the scrape of her shoes on the flagstones, and the cries of the children in the street, and somewhere in the far distance a faint roar of traffic, and yet the room seemed curiously silent, thanks to the absence of a telescreen. Folly. Folly, folly, he thought again. It was inconceivable that they could frequent this place for more than a few weeks without being caught. But the temptation of having a hiding place that was truly their own, indoors and near at hand, had been too much for both of them. For some time after their visit to the church belfry, it had been impossible to arrange meetings. Working hours had been drastically increased in anticipation of Hate Week. It was more than a month distant, but the enormous complex preparations that it entailed were throwing extra work onto everybody. Finally, both of them managed to secure a free afternoon on the same day. They had agreed to go back to the clearing in the wood. On the evening beforehand, they met briefly in the street. As usual, Winston hardly looked at Julia, and they drifted towards one another in the crowd. But from the sort of glance he gave her, it seemed to him that she was paler than usual. "It's all off," she murmured, as soon as she judged it safe to speak. "Tomorrow, I mean." "What?" he replied. "Tomorrow afternoon. I can't come," she said. "Why not?" "Oh, the usual reason. It's started early this time. she replied. For a moment, he was violently angry. During the month that he had known her, the nature of his desire for her had changed. At the beginning, there had been little true sensuality in it. Their first lovemaking had been simply an act of the will, but after the second time, it was different. The smell of her hair, the taste of her mouth, the feeling of her skin seemed to have got inside him, or into the air all around him. She had become a physical necessity, something he was not only wanted, but felt that he had the right to. When she said that she could not come, he had the feeling that she was cheating him. But just at this moment, the crowd pressed them together and their hands accidentally met. She gave the tips of his fingers a quick squeeze that seemed to invite not desire, but affection. It struck him that when one lived with a woman, this particular disappointment must be normal, recurring event, and a deep tenderness such as he had not felt for her before suddenly took hold of him. He wished that they were married a couple of 10 years standing. He wished that he were walking through the streets with her just as easily and without fear. Top of all, that they had some place where they could be alone together without feeling the obligation to make love every time they met. It was not actually at that moment, but at some time on the following day, that the idea of renting Mr. Charrington's room had occurred to him. When he suggested it to Julia, she had agreed with unexpected readiness. Both of them knew that it was lunacy. It was as though they were intentionally stepping nearer to their graves. As he sat waiting on the edge of the bed, he thought again of the cellars of the Ministry of Love. It was curious how the predestined horror moved in and out of one's consciousness. There it lay, fixed in future times, preceding death as surely as 99 precedes 100. One could not avoid it, but one could perhaps postpone it. By a conscious, willful act, one chose to shorten the interval before it happened. At this moment, there was a quick step on the stairs. Julia burst into the room. She was carrying a tool bag of coarse brown canvas, such as he had sometimes seen her carrying to and fro at the ministry. He started forward to take her in his arms, but she disengaged herself rather hurriedly, partly because she was holding the tool bag. "Half a second," she said. "Just let me show you what I've brought. Did you bring some of that filthy Victory coffee? I thought you would. You can chuck it away again, because we shan't be needing it. Look here." She fell on her knees, threw open the bag, and tumbled out some spanners and a screwdriver that filled the top part of it. Underneath were a number of neat paper packets. The first packet that she passed to Winston had a strange and yet vaguely familiar feeling. It was filled with some kind of heavy, sand-like stuff which yielded whenever you touched it. "It isn't sugar," he said. "Real sugar, not saccharine sugar. And here's a loaf of bread," she offered. "Proper white bread, not our bloody stuff. And a little pot of jam. And here's a tin of milk. But look, this is the one I'm really proud of. I had to wrap it a bit, sacking round it, because..." But she did not need to tell him why she wrapped it up. The smell was already filling the room, a rich, hot smell which seemed like an emanation from his early childhood, but which one did not occasionally meet with even now, blowing down a passageway before a door slammed or diffusing itself mysteriously in a crowded street, sniffed for an instant, and then lost again. "It's coffee," he murmured. "Real coffee." "It's inner party coffee. There's a whole kilo here," she said. "How did you manage to get hold of these things?" he asked. "It's all inner party stuff. There's nothing those swine don't have. Nothing. But of course, waiters and servants and people pinch things. And look, I got a little packet of tea as well." Winston had squatted down beside her. He tore open a corner of the packet. "It's real tea, not blackberry leaves." There's been a lot of tea about lately. They've captured India or something, she said vaguely. But listen, dear, I want you to turn your back on me for 3 minutes. Go and sit on the other side of the bed. Don't go too near the window, and don't turn round till I tell you. Winston gazed abstractly through the muslin curtain. Down in the yard, a red-armed woman was still marching to and fro between the washtub and the line. She took 2 more pegs out of her mouth and sang with a deep feeling. They sigh that the times eels all things. They sigh you can always forget. But the smiles and tears across the years, they twist my heartstrings yet. She knew the whole drivelling song by heart, it seemed. Her voice floated upwards with a sweet summer air, very tuneful, charged with a sort of happy melancholy. One had the feeling that she would have been perfectly content if the June evening had been endless and the supply of clothes inexhaustible, to remain there for 1,000 years pegging out diapers and singing rubbish. It struck him as a curious fact that he had never heard a member of the party singing alone and spontaneously. It would even have seemed slightly unorthodox, a dangerous eccentricity, like talking to oneself. Perhaps it was only when people were somewhat near the starvation level that they had anything to sing about. Okay, I do need to check this cupboardy bit, but we've made a fair track on. And what I might do is actually to pause all this. I might do the bounties a little and just rest my voice a little bit before we continue. But we still have a lot of pages. There's still 59 pages to go. So it's not like we're running out anytime soon. But I will look up for a little bit. We will get these bounties done as well. Sea potato, that's fair. Well, we don't want to burn it out. Oh, hello PTT. Yeah, the one thing that I have learned from my job doing the tour buses is how to rest your voice. You definitely need to do that. So we want... Oh, PTD, you're watching the stream right now. Hello, hello. Oh, that's good. I can run out of the room and not feel like I've missed you there. So, 4 bacon sandwiches. I need to look out the fried ray wings. Oh, pardon me. Bumped the mic. Actually, we could probably get all the ingredients. It's that lobster that's a real pain. If I do the bacon sandwiches last, actually, it's probably better to get these more annoying dishes first, which means I'll need to look up what the ray wings are. It covers my in-game chat. Oh, yes, it will do. What I need is somebody to private message me and it'll put it back into normal. There we go. Yeah, I never thought of that because when I lined it up yesterday, if I put it on this side for a bit, it's actually, I mean, it's always going to cover something up though, isn't it? It's quite a large coupon. There we go. It's a little bit better though. As soon as someone private messages me, it'll be fine. So the grilled ray wings, or the fried ray wings. Common ray. Oh, okay. That's easy enough. Sea potato. Hands coupon for 5 additional pages. I don't actually remember that being part of the rules, but it was very clever. It was very clever. I am tempted to add the 5 pages as a one-time Smarty Pants reward. Let's get our... So we need 2 lobsters. 2 roared eels. And then 8. Because the ray... Although we need a lot of them, they don't need any other ingredients, which makes it a little bit easier. And then I only need 8 spaces in the inventory to make the bacon sandwiches afterwards. There we go. Magical. So I need 2 butter, 2 cream, 2 wine, and 2 jelly. Okay. Let's get cooking. And we'll get the bacon sandwiches after. There should be the space for that once we've done all the fish dishes. I should actually be able to leave frying off the ray until we've actually fried off the bacon as well, or do it inclusive to frying off the bacon. There we go. Kills. I have 15 black Santas, and I will take fuchsia Santas in return. Oh dear. Gutted. I'll start collecting for the you only though. Ooh, perfect. Thank you. Oh, okay, OJ Allen's got the dibs on the white pudding hats. So, we'll get what we need for the bacon. And we should have all the bounties. Excellent. While we make off these last bits, let's get another page in, shall we? So, the He was commenting on the rubbish that the lady was singing. "You can turn around now," said Julia. He turned round and for a second almost failed to recognize her. What he had actually expected was to see her naked, but she was not naked. The transformation that had happened was much more surprising than that. She must have slipped into some shop in the proletarian quarters and bought herself a complete set of makeup materials. Her lips were deeply reddened, her cheeks rouged, her nose powdered. There was even a touch of something under the eyes to make them brighter. It was not very skillfully done, but Winston's standards in such matters were not high. He had never before seen or imagined a woman of the party with cosmetics on her face. The improvement in her appearance was startling. With just a few dabs of colour in the right places, she had become not only very much prettier, but above all, far more feminine. Her short hair and boyish overalls merely added to the effect. As he took her in his arms, a wave of synthetic violets flooded his nostrils. He remembered the half-darkness of a basement kitchen and a woman's cavernous mouth. It was the very same scent that she had used, but at the moment, it did not seem to matter. "Scent too," he said. "Yes, dear, scent too. And do you know what I'm going to do next? I'm going to get hold of a real woman's frock from somewhere and wear it instead of these bloody trousers. I'll wear silk stockings and high-heeled shoes. In this room, I'm going to be a woman, not a party comrade." They flung their clothes off and climbed into the huge mahogany bed. It was the first time that he had stripped himself naked in her presence. Until now, he had been too much ashamed of his pale and meagre body, with the varicose vein standing out on his calves and the discoloured patch over his ankle. There were no sheets, but the blanket that they lay on was threadbare and smooth, and the size and springiness of the bed astonished both of them. "It's sure to be full of bugs, but who cares?" said Julia. One never saw a double bed nowadays, except in the homes of the pros. Winston had occasionally slept in one in his boyhood. Julia had never been in one before, so far as she could remember. This book has a lot more repressed schmexiness than I expected. Yes, and it always takes you close enough and whips it away from you. I must, I can't compliment it enough on how well it is written. Cavernous mouth of the old lady experience that he had before. I must admit, when it came up there again, it flashes. Like, it's good at bringing you into Winston's chain of thought, and how it, how displaced it is from the reality that I know, that we know. Okay, we've got some to go to the Forger's Warehouse. It's the Thieves' Den, and then we can teleport to the Quartermaster for the rest. Nice and tidy. No, not trade. Sorry, use item on. Boy, Sneaky Brian, that thief eats well. Although it's not Lobster Thermidor this time. Oh. Bacon sandwiches. Go. But we're getting through these cooking levels, I must say. It's all that thieving money. Yeah. I'm living too honest a life. No, I could be eating Lobster Thermidor and bacon sandwiches all day, every day. If I was a thief. The quartermaster. Quartermaster. What am I doing? Do. There we go. Where am I? Excellent. Sorry, I was just fiddling, getting things set up. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. I think we better stock this up a bit. Yeah, we'll stock it up a bit. And we'll get back to the reading. Get back to the repressed schmexy. Two, 3, 4. Ooh. We'll get a couple of more. There we are. Excellent. Okay, and by all means, people can keep adding to the totals. I will honor them. I don't know if it actually will finish the book today, that number of pages, because it's not the longest book from what I can see. But, oh boy, it will be a good chunk of it. Okay, thank you, Sea Potato. Yay, I love the little turnip symbol. It works. Okay. Don't need to tell you twice. No, no, I definitely don't. And I appreciate it. It's good fun. Because to be honest, I have been streaming for quite a long time, but I never really had an idea of what I wanted to do with streaming. And everything I was doing just seemed very same and not engaging for myself. But this is fun. Okay, we've gathered vegetables, we've done our bounties. I'll remember to pick up the bounties, but we don't have to do them immediately as they come up. And we can carry on. So get yourselves comfortable. Get yourself settled. We'll be back to 1984. Presently, they fell asleep for a little while. When Winston woke up, the hands of the clock had crept round to nearly 9. He did not stir, because Julia was sleeping with her head in the crook of his arm. Most of her makeup had transferred itself to his own face or the bolster, but a light stain of rouge still brought out the beauty of her cheekbone. A yellow ray from the sinking sun fell across the foot of the bed and lightened up the fireplace, where the water in the pan was boiling fast. Down in the yard, the women had stopped singing, but the faint shouts of children floated in from the street. He wondered vaguely whether in the abolished past it had been a normal experience to lie in a bed like this, in the cool of the summer evening. A man and a woman with no clothes on, making love when they chose, talking of what they chose, not feeling any compulsion to get up, simply lying there and listening to the peaceful sounds outside. Surely there could never have been a time when that seemed ordinary. Julia woke up, rubbed her eyes and raised herself on her elbow to look at the oil stove. "Half the water's boiled away," she said. "I'll get up and make some coffee in another moment. We've got an hour. What time do they cut the lights off at your flats?" 23:30, he said. "It's 23 at the hostel. But you have to get in earlier than that because..." "Hi, get out, you filthy brute." She suddenly twisted herself over in the bed, seized a shoe from the floor, and sent it hurtling into the corner with a boyish jerk of her arm, exactly as he had seen her fling the dictionary at Goldstein, that morning during the 2 minutes hate. "What was it?" he said in surprise. "A rat! I saw him stick his beastly nose out of the waistcoating. There's a hole down there. I gave him a good fright anyway." "Rats?" murmured Winston. "In this room?" "They're all over the place," said Julia indifferently. She lay down again. "We've even got them in the kitchens at the hostel. Some parts of London are swarming with them. Did you know they attack children?" "Yeah, they do. In some of these streets, a woman daren't leave a baby down for 2 minutes. It's the great huge brown ones that do it, and the nasty thing is that the brutes always..." "Don't go on," said Winston, with his eyes tightly shut. "Dearest, you've gone quite pale. What's the matter? Do they make you feel sick?" she asked. "Of all horrors in the world, a rat." She pressed herself against him and wound her limbs round him as though to reassure him with the warmth of her body. She did not reopen his eyes immediately for several moments. He had the feeling of being back in a nightmare which had recurred from time to time throughout his life. It was always very much the same. He was standing in front of a wall of darkness, and on the other side of it there was something unendurable, something too dreadful to be faced. In the dream, his deepest feeling was always of self-deception, because he did in fact know what was behind the wall of darkness. With a deadly effort, like wrenching a piece out of his own brain, he could even have dragged the thing into the open. He always woke up without discovering what it was, but somehow it was connected with Julia, with what Julia had been saying when he cut her short. "I'm sorry," he said. "It's nothing. I don't like rats, that's all." "Don't worry, dear. We're not going to have the filthy brutes in here. I'll stuff the hole with a bit of sacking before we go, and next time we come here, I'll bring some plaster and bung it up properly." Already, the black instant of panic was half forgotten. Feeling slightly ashamed of himself, he sat up against the bedhead. Julia got out of bed, pulled on her overalls, and made the coffee. The smell that rose from the saucepan was so powerful and exciting that they shut the window lest anybody outside should notice it and become inquisitive. What was even better than the taste of the coffee was the silky texture given to it by the sugar, a thing Winston had almost forgotten after years of saccharin. With one hand in her pocket and a piece of bread and jam in the other, Julia wandered about the room, glancing indifferently at the bookcase, pointing out the best way of repairing the gate-leg table, plumping herself down in the ragged armchair to see if it was comfortable, and examining the absurd 12-hour clock with a sort of tolerant amusement. She brought the glass paperweight over to the bed to have a look at it in better light. He took it out of her hand, fascinated as always by the soft, rain-watery appearance of the glass. "What is it, do you think?" said Julia. "I don't think it's anything. he replied. I mean, I don't think it was ever put to any use. That's what I like about it. It's a little chunk of history that they've forgotten to alter. It's a message from 100 years ago, if one knew how to read it. And that picture over there? She nodded at the engraving on the opposite wall. Would that be 100 years old? More. 200, I dare say, he replied. One can't tell. It's impossible to discover the age of anything nowadays. She went over to look at it. Here's where that brute stuck his nose out, she said, kicking in the wainscoting immediately below the picture. What is this place? I've seen... Peter Dingley! Oh! Hello, hello. I don't know if you can see me again. Boop, 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 boop. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba. Open. Good evening, Ron. Good evening, good evening. I am reading. I'm just waiting to make sure everybody's popped back in. My OBS had a little quick disconnect. So I won't continue till I know everybody's back in. I'll go back a chunk as well, just in case anything was missed. Yeah, I thought it would throw up an ad. Ooh, brighter shores. Or OBS, yeah. Yeah. It keeps doing it. Like, I managed to get it quite fixed for a time, where it would stop doing it, but it's come back with new fervor, where it just does these little disconnects. And I really don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is. You got there, lol. Yeah, yeah. I take my time, you know, but I get there in the end. I hope the ad doesn't throw too many people off. I am still here. I don't know why Twitch throws up an ad as soon as I disconnect either. That's quite an odd one. I need to come up with some kind of stream saver thing, like technical error save screen, and get it to do something like that. Because it does seem to happen to myself. But I'll wait till people are back in the room and I'll hop to it. Oh, while I'm waiting, grab the current bounties. $9 appetizing lobster? No. Absolutely not. How's the cooking going? It's going good. To be honest, I mean, it might be that I'm reading my way through a lot of the cooking, so it's not so much trouble, but I am actually getting through the cooking levels not too bad. It's kind of raced away. I am now at 55. There's only 6 levels left to go. And we should have it. Very nice. Almost there. Yeah, then I just have the alchemy to do. I was wondering if I might just do a lot of fishing to get the fishing venture and then drop the knowledge points into alchemy. Just to... I don't know. Just to make it that little bit less expensive. I've got a feeling alchemy is going to be very expensive unless I start doing a lot of foraging and gathering as well. So yeah, I'm very wary of that also. I don't know if people can find my stream. I don't see myself in the Brighter Shores thing, and it tells me that I don't have any viewers despite the fact that you're speaking to me, Ron. I don't know what's happened. If I might need to restart my stream altogether. It's busted. See, Potato, you're here too? Okay. Well, maybe it is okay. Maybe... This is the thing about Twitch. Another reason why I turned the view counter off is I don't feel like I can trust the thing. Well, I'll get back into the reading then if people are back. I guess in all likelihood what happens is if it disconnects like that, the lurkers end up being kicked off or something like that. It's just because I'm sneaky, and because Ron is sneaky. That makes sense as well. So, right, I'll go back a bit to before it will have disconnected. So, Winston is explaining the picture of the church. It's a church, or at least it used to be. St. Clement Danes, its name was. The fragment of rhyme that Mr. Charrington had taught him came back into his head, and he added half nostalgically, "Orange and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's." And to his astonishment, she capped the line. "You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey." I can't remember how it goes on after that, but anyway, I remember it ends up, "Here comes a candle to light you to bed, here comes a chopper to chop off your head," she finished. It was like the 2 halves of a countersign, but there must be another line at the bells of Old Bailey. Perhaps it could be dug out of Mr. Charrington's memory, if he were suitably prompted. "Who taught you that?" he said. "My grandfather. He used to say it to me when I was a little girl. He was vaporized when I was 8. At any rate, he disappeared. I wonder what a lemon was," she added inconsequently. "I've seen oranges. They're a kind of round, yellow fruit with a thick skin." "I can remember lemons," said Winston. "They were quite common in the 50s. They were so sour that it set your teeth on edge, even if you smelt them." "I bet that picture's got bugs behind it," said Julia. "I'll take it down and give it a good clean someday. I suppose it's almost time we were leaving. I must start washing this paint off. What a bore. I'll get the lipstick off your face afterwards." Winston did not get up for a few minutes more. The room was darkening. He turned over towards the light and lay gazing into the glass paperweight. The inexhaustibly interesting thing was not the fragrance of the coral, but the interior of the glass itself. There was such a depth of it, and yet it was almost as transparent as air. It was as though the surface of the glass had been the arch of the sky, enclosing a tiny world in which its atmosphere completed. He had the feeling that he could get inside it, and that in fact he was inside it. Along with the mahogany bed and the gate-leg table, and the clock and the steel engraving and the paperweight itself. The paperweight was the room he was in. The coral was Julia's life and his own, fixed in a sort of eternity at the heart of the crystal. Okay. Moving on to part 2, chapter 5. So there's still 52 pages. Oh. That's a lie, 57 pages, because I offered 5 extra pages for the witty sea potato trick as well. So 57 pages still left to go through. I really better get cracking on my actual recording. You mean for my perfectly valid coupon? Well, you know, I haven't had it verified, but people are unsure. Someone bought 57 pages. Yes, so OJ Allen came in and gave me 5 gifted subscriptions. So that was 25 pages. And then, just to not be beat, Black Math then followed it up with 10 gifted subscriptions straight after that. And I have offered it, although, oh, my pinned message is gone. I'll need to do it again. I've offered it that a subscription buys 5 pages. So it didn't occur to me that somebody would gift sub 5 or 10 subscriptions at once, which would add 25 or 50 pages. But it happened, and I always honor what I say. So we still have 57 pages. So technically, they purchased 75 pages, Ron. We've only just read about 25 of them. And there was 5 bonus pages for Sea Potatoes coupon as well. So let me just pin the message up again. Why am I going there? And 2 redeems. Yes, so that's the... So it was 57. That's why there's 57 pages left. So there's 50 pages left from the original subscriptions. Then I've added 5 for your coupon and 2 for the redeems as well. That's what brings it to 57. So we're good. We're good. I'm keeping track, and I'm not going to lie, I usually read over a page a bit. The problem is it's difficult to tell the pages with Kindle because it doesn't break down the pages exactly as the book was, so my judgment might be short at some times and long at other times. That's why sometimes it feels like I'm reading a lot more than a page, or sometimes a little bit less. It's just that's the spacing that they've got on it is a little tricky. Turnips for 1 page. Follow for 1 page. Or scribbles for 5 pages read of 1984. George Orwell. Boop. There. And I realised that would have unpinned because it thought it was the end of stream with OBS disconnecting. I didn't think of that, so there we go. That's it back up. But here we go. If you're ready to get comfy again, we can start part 2, chapter 5 of 1984. Oh, they're missing the level 500s. I imagine it'll be like that when I go back to the tannery. Chapter 5. Syme had vanished. A morning came and he was missing from work. A few thoughtless people commented on his absence. On the next day, nobody mentioned him. On the third day, Winston went into the vestibule of the records department to look at the notice board. One of the notices carried a printed list of the members of the chess committee, of whom Syme had been one. It looked almost exactly as it had looked before. Nothing had been crossed out. But it was one name shorter. It was enough. Syme had ceased to exist. He had never existed. The weather was baking hot in the labyrinthine ministry, and the windowless air conditioning rooms kept their normal temperature. But outside, the pavements scorched one's feet, and the stench of the tubes as the rush hours was a horror. The preparations for Hate Week were in full swing, and the staffs of all the ministries were working overtime. Processions, meetings, military parades, lectures, waxworks, displays, film shows, telescreens, programs, all had to be organised. Stands had to be erected, effigies built, slogans coined, songs written, rumours circulated, photographs faked. Julia's unit in the fiction department had been taken off the production of novels and was rushing out a series of atrocity pamphlets. Winston, in addition to his regular work, spent long periods every day in going through back files of the Times and altering and embellishing news items which were to be quoted in speeches. Late at night, when crowds of rowdy proles roamed the streets, the town had a curiously febrile air. The rocket bombs crashed oftener than ever, and sometimes in the far distance there were enormous explosions which no one could explain and about which there were wild rumours. Oh, see, potato, the chat overlay is broken again. Oh, right. This does happen with OBS as well. It's because I'm using two separate things for that, I think. But I will reset it, and then it sometimes takes a little time to kick in again, so we'll reset it and give it a moment. Hopefully it should come back. Thanks for pointing out, CP2. Hopefully that should fix it. Lovely. The new tune, which was to be the theme song of Hate Week, the Hate Song it was called, had already been composed and was being endlessly plugged on the telescreens. It had a savage, barking rhythm which could not exactly be called music, but resembled the beating of a drum. Roared out by hundreds of voices to the tramp of marching feet, it was terrifying. The proles had taken a fancy to it, and in the midnight streets it competed with the still popular It Was Only a Hopeless Fancy. The parson's children played it at all hours of the night and day, unbearably on a comb and a piece of toilet paper. Winston's evenings were fuller than ever. Squads of volunteers organised by parsons were preparing for the streets for Hate Week, stitching banners, painting posters, erecting flagstaffs on the roofs, and perilously slinging wires across the street of the reception of streamers. Parsons boasted that Victory Mansions alone would display 400 metres of bunting. He was in his native element and as happy as a lark. The heat and the manual work had even given him a pretext for reverting to shorts and an open t-shirt in the evenings. He was everywhere at once, pushing, pulling, sawing, hammering, improvising, jollying everyone along with the comradely exhortations and giving out from every fold of his body what seemed an inexhaustible supply of acrid, smelling sweat. A new poster had suddenly appeared all over London. It had no caption, and represented simply the monstrous figures of the Eurasian soldier, 3 or 4 metres high, striding forward with expressionless Mongolian faces and enormous boots, a submachine gun pointed from the hip. From whatever angle you looked at the poster, the muzzle of the gun, magnified by the foreshortening, seemed to be pointing straight at you. The thing had been plastered on every blank space on every wall, even outnumbering the portraits of Big Brother. The proles, normally apathetic about the war, were being lashed into one of their periodical frenzies of patriotism. As though to harmonize with the general mood, the rocket bombs had been killing larger numbers of people than usual. One fell on a crowded film theatre in Stepney, burying several hundred victims among the ruins. The whole population of the neighbourhood turned out for a long, trailing funeral which went on for hours, and was in effect an indignation meeting. Another bomb fell on a piece of waste ground which was used as a playground, and several dozen children were blown to pieces. There were further angry demonstrations. Goldstein was burned in effigy. Hundreds of copies of the poster of the Eurasian soldier were torn down and added to the flames, and a number of shops were looted in the turmoil. Then a rumour flew round that spies were directing the rocket bombs by means of wireless waves, and an old couple who were suspected of being foreign extraction had their house set on fire and perished of suffocation. In the room over Mr. Charrington's shop, when they could get there, Julie and Winston lay side by side on stripped bed under the open window, naked for the sake of coolness. The rat had never come back, but the bugs had multiplied hideously in the heat. It did not seem to matter. Dirty or clean, the room was paradise. As soon as they arrived, they would sprinkle everything with pepper bought on the black market, tear off their clothes, and make love with sweating bodies, then fall asleep and wake to find that the bugs had rallied and were massing for the counterattack. 4, 5, 6, 7 times they met during the month of June. Winston had dropped his habit of drinking gin at all hours. He seemed to have lost the need for it. He had grown fatter. His varicose ulcer had subsided, leaving only a brown stain on the skin above his ankle. His fits of coughing in the early morning had stopped. The process of life had ceased to be intolerable. He had no longer any impulse to make faces at the telescreen or shout curses at the top of his voice. Now that they had a secure hiding place, almost a home, it did not even seem a hardship that they could not only meet frequently, and for a couple of hours at a time. What mattered was that the room over the junk shop could exist. To know that it was there, inviolate, was almost the same as being in it. The room was a world, a pocket of the past where extinct animals could walk. Mr. Charrington thought Winston was another extinct animal. He usually stopped to talk with Mr. Charrington for a few minutes on his way upstairs. The old man seemed seldom or never to go out of the doors, and on the other hand, to have almost no customers. He led a ghost-like existence between the tiny dark shop and an even tinier back kitchen, where he prepared his meals and which contained, among other things, an unbelievably ancient gramophone with an enormous horn. He seemed glad of the opportunity to talk, wandering about among his worthless stock with his long nose and thick spectacles and his bowed shoulders in the velvet jacket. He had always vaguely the air of being a collector rather than a tradesman. With a sort of faded enthusiasm, he would finger this scrap of rubbish or that, a china bottle stopper, the painted lid of a broken snuff box, a pinchbeck locket containing a strand of some long-dead baby's hair, never asking that Winston should buy it, merely that he should admire it. To talk to him was like listening to the tinkling of a worn-out musical box. He had dragged out from the corners of his memories some more fragments of forgotten rhymes. There was one about 24 blackbirds, and another about a cow with a crumpled horn, and another about the death of poor Cock Robin. "It just occurred to me you might be interested," he would say, with a depreciating little laugh whenever he produced a new fragment. But he could never recall more than a few lines of any or one rhyme. Both of them knew, in a way, it was never out of their minds that was now happening could not last long. There were times when the fact of impending death seemed as palpable as the bed they lay on, and they would cling together with a sort of despairing sensuality, like a damned soul grasping at his last morsel of pleasure when the clock is within 5 minutes of striking. But there were also times when they had the illusion not only of safety, but of permanence. So long as they were actually in this room, they both felt no harm could come to them. Getting there was difficult and dangerous, but the room itself was sanctuary. It was as when Winston had gazed into the heart of the paperweight, with a feeling that it would be possible to get inside that glassy world, and that once inside it, time could be arrested. Often, they gave themselves up to daydreams of escape. Their luck would hold indefinitely, and they would carry on their intrigue, just like this, for the remainder of their natural lives. Or Catherine would die, and by subtle maneuverings, Winston and Julia would succeed in getting married. Or they would commit suicide together. Or they would disappear, alter themselves out of recognition, learn to speak with proletarian accents, get jobs in a factory, and live out their lives undetected in a backstreet. It was all nonsense, as they both knew. In reality, there was no escape. Even the one plan that was practical: suicide. They had no intention of carrying it out. To hang on from day to day and from week to week, spinning out a present that had no future, seemed an unconquerable instinct. Just as one's lungs will always draw the next breath, so long as there is air available. Okay. "50 pages left." Here we go. I had to do a little bit of maths there. So I'm going to do the bounties again. And we'll take another little bit of a break between pages, just to save myself a little. It looks like an easy and quick bounty though, at least, so. 18... Oh, 26 of them. Which ones go closer? Okay, so 9 pluses are at the barracks, so if we do the others. So we'll do 9 of the eels and 8 of the placid. Oh. And we'll get 9 of these. So I think I've got some of the jelly still in the kitchen, so I'll just buy what I can and finish it with what's left. How are we all doing? Is that chat still not working? I will reset it again. Not vegetables. Don't be automatic. Oh, it is working, I think. Okay. Okay. It might not work for that brief message because I did actually reset it, but maybe not. There it is. I see it come up now. It should pop up soon. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Thank you, Sea Potato. Thank you. Oh, there we go. How are we all doing? How goes the grind? boom, boom. Let's get the other 2 jellies. Oh, I don't have extra jelly. Okay, well, I'll buy inventory load and punch it down. Ron, extra grindy. Are you still on the merchant grind, Ron? Good, just been doing merchant and listening to a high quality 1984 reading. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad you're enjoying it. I hope others are too. Always. 317, it's slow going. It will be now. It must be like, especially when it slows down at 200, because that leaves the majority of the grind to 500, the actual majority of the progress. That's 300 levels at the slowest pace. It feels brutal. I don't know if I'll ever approach any of those levels. Really. Grill the fish, that's it. And then we want to deposit what extra I got, the jelly. Okay, so we will drop off the jelly, deliver Vincible and little Lucy, and we'll grab the rest of the bass we need on the way back. This was an awful bounty. I guess you do get them. We've not had a Rocky Road one in a while either, which is a shame. It's always a nice experience booster. Boo 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 doo doo doo. Ding, 264 carpentry. Congratulations, Crimson. And hello, hello. How are you doing? How's the wood cutting going as well? What's that at? You wanted the eels. Popped in while you're reading, and I didn't want to interrupt. You may interrupt. I can pop down and pop up the book. This is, to be honest, you're better interrupting because there have been, in total, 82 purchased pages today. So I have to get through 82. There is 50... No, 49. There's 49 pages left. There we go. That's so yeah. Yeah, I think you made it too cheap. To be honest, the Turnip's price isn't too cheap. And I don't think the subscription price is too bad either. I just didn't expect to get 5 gifted subs followed by 10 gifted subs all in one go. In one day. On one stream. I think that's a little unusual. So, I think the price is fair. I think I just had a very lucky string of events that have given out a lot of pages. So, yeah, the OJ Allen kindly gifted me 5 subs, and then Black Math gifted me a not consecutively, so. And then a coupon, which was cleverly redeemed, was added to that as well. That was down to wit, rather than it being a legitimate coupon, but, you know, reward something that deserves the reward. And it was clever. You've got 268 wood cutting before I switch to carpentry. Okay, so your carpentry, yeah, your carpentry usually rockets ahead here. We put you on the... You're top 3! Was that... Did anybody disappear? Ah. Needs to be done soon. Right, it should pop up back up to normal now. Sorry about that. The other computer, something was put on to download. Can you hear me okay now? Yeah, I'm getting a little warm actually. The stream should be getting better now. Something was popped on to download briefly. Should have given heads up. But yeah, Crimson, congrats on being top 3. Do you know if people disappeared in front of you? Was what I was asking before the stream started to bucket itself. Barracks. We're good now? Yeah, it was just a small download. EA launcher likes to be a pain in the butt, but it was only a couple of minutes, I think. Oh, did the chat overlay break again? Ow! Poop. Okay, I'll reset it again. Sometimes takes a little moment to kick in. Should be good. There we go. Is that a shafting? What level am I now? Oh, we're in the top 3600. I need to update my stream title. There we go. I like how I'm putting like top 3600 overall as if I'm racing for it, but couldn't be further away. So, We've got more... That's the bounties done. That's been a nice little bit of a break. The overlay, chat overlay, will probably take a little moment to kick in again. Irritatingly. But we'll get back to it. We still have 49 pages to get through, so... Let's get to... new post-it. There's always lots of technical difficulties this weekend, isn't there? Right. Okay. Get yourselves comfortable. And I'll try and find where I was. Here we go. Okay. Sometimes, too, they talked of engaging in active rebellion against the party, but with no notion of how to take the first step. Even if the Fabulous Brotherhood was a reality, there still remained the difficulty of finding one's way into it. He told her of the strange intimacy that existed, or seemed to exist, between himself and O'Brien, and of the impulse he sometimes felt, simply to walk into O'Brien's presence, announce that he was the enemy of the party, and demand his help. Curiously enough, this did not strike her as an impossibly rash thing to do. She was used to judging people by their faces, and it seemed natural to her that Winston should believe O'Brien to be trustworthy on the strength of a single flash of the eyes. Moreover, she took it for granted that everyone, or nearly everyone, secretly hated the party and would break the rules if he thought it was safe to do so. But she refused to believe that widespread, organised opposition existed or could exist. The tales about Goldstein and his underground army, she said, were simply a lot of rubbish which the party had invented for its own purposes and which you had to pretend to believe in. Times beyond number, at party rallies and spontaneous demonstrations, she had shouted at the top of her voice for the execution of people whose names she had never heard and in whose supposed crimes she had not the faintest belief. When public trials were happening, she had taken her place in the detachments from the Youth League who surrounded the courts from morning to night, chanting at intervals, "Death to traitors." During the 2 minutes hate, she always excelled all others in shouting insults at Goldstein. Yet she had only the dimmest idea of who Goldstein was, and what doctrines he was supposed to represent. She had grown up since the Revolution, and was too young to remember the ideological battles of the 50s and 60s. Such a thing as an independent political movement was outside her imagination, and in any case, the party was invincible. It would always exist, and it would always be the same. You could only rebel against it by secret disobedience, or, at most, by isolated acts of violence, such as killing somebody or blowing something up. In some ways, she was far more acute than Winston, and far less susceptible to party propaganda. Once, when he happened in some connection to mention the war against Eurasia, she startled him by saying casually that in her opinion, the war was not happening. The rocket bombs which fell daily on London were probably fired by the government of Oceania itself, just to keep people frightened. This was an idea that had literally never occurred to him. She also stirred a sort of envy in him by telling him that during the 2 minutes of hate, her great difficulty was to avoid bursting out laughing. But she only questioned the teachings of the party when they in some way touched upon her own life. Often, she was ready to accept the official mythology, simply because the difference between truth and falsehood did not seem important to her. She believed, for instance, having learnt it at school, that the party had invented aeroplanes. In his own school days, Winston remembered, in the late 50s, it was only the helicopter that the party claimed to have invented. A dozen years later, when Julia was at school, it was already claiming the aeroplane 1 generation more. and it would be claiming the steam engine. And when he told her that aeroplanes had been in existence before he was born, and long before the revolution, the fact struck her as totally uninteresting. After all, what did it matter who had invented the aeroplane? It was a rather more of a shock to him when he discovered from some chance remark that she did not remember that Oceania, 4 years ago, had been at war with East Asia, and at peace with Eurasia. It was true that she regarded the whole war as a sham, but apparently she had not even noticed that the name of the enemy had changed. "I thought we'd always been at war with Eurasia," she said vaguely. It frightened him a little. The invention of aeroplanes dated from long before her birth, but the switch over in the war had happened only 4 years ago. Well, after she was growing up. He argued with her about it for perhaps a quarter of an hour. In the end, he succeeded in forcing her memory back until she did dimly recall that at one time, East Asia and not Eurasia had been the enemy. But the issue still struck her as unimportant. "Who cares?" she said impatiently. "It's always one bloody war after another, and one knows the news is all lies anyway." Sometimes he talked to her for the records department, and the impudent forgeries he committed there. Such things did not appear to horrify her. She did not feel the abyss opening beneath her feet at the thought of lies becoming truths. He told her the story of Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford, and the momentous slip of paper which he had once been held between his fingers. It did not make much impression on her. At first, indeed, she failed to grasp the point of the story. "Were they friends of yours?" she said. "No, I never knew them. They were inner party members. Besides, they were far older men than I was. They belonged to the old days, before the revolution." "I barely knew them by sight," answered Winston. "Then what was there to worry about? People are killed all of the time, aren't they?" she asked. He tried to make her understand. This was an exceptional case. It wasn't just a question of somebody being killed. Do you realize that the past, starting from yesterday, has been actually abolished? If it survives anywhere, it's in a few solid objects with no words attached to them, like the lump of glass there. Already, we would know almost literally nothing about the revolution and the years before the revolution. Every record has been destroyed or falsified. Every book has been rewritten. Every picture has been repainted. Every statue and street and building has been renamed. Every date has been altered. And that process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except an endless present in which the party is always right. I know, of course, that the past is falsified, but it would never be possible for me to prove it, even when I did the falsification myself. After the thing is done, no evidence ever remains. The only evidence is inside my own mind, and I don't know with any certainty that any other human being shares my memories. Just in that one instance in my whole life, I did possess actual concrete evidence after the event, years after it. "And what good was that?" she asked. "It was no good, because I threw it away a few minutes later. But if the same thing happened today, I should keep it." "Well, I wouldn't," said Julia. "I'm quite ready to take risks, but only for something worthwhile, not for bits of old newspaper. What could you have done with it, even if you had kept it?" "Not much, perhaps. But it was evidence. It might have planted a few doubts here and there, supposing that I'd dare to show it to anybody. I don't imagine that we can alter anything in our own lifetime, but one can imagine little knots of resistance springing up here and there, small groups of people banding themselves together and gradually growing, and even leaving a few records behind, so that new generations can carry on where we left off." "I'm not interested in the next generation, dear. I'm interested in us," she said. "You're only a rebel from the waist downwards," he told her. She thought this brilliantly witty, and flung her arms around him in delight. In the ramifications of party doctrine, she had not the faintest interest. Whenever he began to talk of the principles of Ingsoc, doublethink, the mutability of the past, and the denial of objective reality, and to use newspeak words, she became bored and confused and said that she never paid any attention to that kind of thing. One knew that it was all rubbish, so why let oneself be worried about it? She knew when to cheer and when to boo, and that was all one needed. If he persisted in talking of such subjects, she had a disconcerting habit of falling asleep. She was one of those people who can go to sleep at any hour and in any position. Talking to her, he realized how easy it was to present an appearance of orthodoxy while having no grasp whatever of what orthodoxy meant. In a way, the world view of the party imposed itself most successfully on people incapable of understanding it. They couldn't be made to accept the most flagrant violations of reality because they never fully grasped the enormity of what was demanded of them. And there, not sufficiently interested in public events, was to notice what was happening. By lack of understanding, they remained sane. They simply swallowed everything, and what they swallowed did them no harm, because it left no residue behind, just as a grain of corn will pass undigested through a body of a bird. Okay. We'll be moving on to part 2, chapter 6. We are fair flying through the book today, that is for sure. I actually need to check if I've got enough vegetables for all this. I think I do. I haven't really been checking the numbers, I've only been kind of clicking it as I go by. Corn passes undigested through humans too. Yeah, through everything. It's always funny when Wash, my little dog, gets his chops around corn, and then we have to pick up the doggy mess the day after. Definitely passes through a dog undigested as well, that's for sure. Always fun. Okay, we'll sell this. Check our vegetables. See what we have. That's actually a good amount. We'll keep going. Okay, we'll keep going. We'll start chapter 6. Lovely. Okay. 1984, Part 2, Chapter 6. It had happened at last. The expected message had come. All his life, it seemed to him, he had been waiting for this to happen. He was walking down the long corridor at the ministry, and he was almost at the spot where Julia had slipped the note into his hand, when he became aware that someone larger than himself was walking just behind him, gave a small cough, evidently as a prelude to speaking. Winston stopped abruptly and turned. It was O'Brien. At last they were face to face, and it seemed that his only impulse was to run away. His heart bounded violently. He would have been incapable of speaking. O'Brien, however, had continued forward in the same movement, laying a friendly hand for a moment on Winston's arm, so that the two of them were walking side by side. He began speaking with a peculiar grave courtesy that differentiated him from the majority of inner party members. I had been hoping for an opportunity talking to you, he said. I was reading one of your Newspeak articles in the Times the other day. You take a scholarly interest in Newspeak, I believe. Winston had recovered part of his self-possession. Hardly scholarly, he said. I'm only an amateur. It's not my subject. I have never had anything to do with the actual construction of the language. But you write it very elegantly, said O'Brien. That is not only my own opinion. I was talking recently to a friend of yours who is certainly an expert. His name has slipped my memory for the moment. Again, Winston's heart stirred painfully. It was inconceivable that this was anything other than a reference to Syme. But Syme was not only dead, he was abolished, an unperson. Any identifiable reference to him would have been mortally dangerous. O'Brien's remark must obviously have been intended as a signal, a code word. By sharing a small act of thought crime, he had turned the two of them into accomplices. They had continued to stroll slowly down the corridor, but now O'Brien halted. With a curious, disarming friendliness that he always managed to put into the gesture, he resettled his spectacles on his nose, and then went on. What I had really intended to say was that in your article, I noticed you had used two words which have become obsolete. But they have only become so very recently. Have you seen the 10th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary? No, said Winston. I didn't think it had been issued yet. We are still using the 9th in the records department. The 10th edition is not due to appear for some months, I believe, but a few advance copies have been circulated. I have one myself. It might interest you to look at it, perhaps? Very much so, said Winston, immediately seeing where this tended. Some of the new developments are most ingenious. The reduction in the number of verbs, that is the point that will appeal to you, I think. Let me see. Shall I send a messenger to you with the dictionary? But I am afraid I invariably forget anything of that kind. Perhaps you could pick it up at my flat at some time that suited you? Wait, let me give you my address. They were standing in front of a telescreen. Somewhat absent-mindedly, O'Brien felt two of his pockets and then produced a small leather-covered notebook and a gold ink pencil. Immediately beneath the telescreen, in such a position that anyone who watched at the end of the instrument could read what he was writing. He scribbled an address, tore out the page, and handed it to Winston. Ba-ba-ba. Do. Ron, anyone familiar with an error at the login screen saying Mercury client could not connect roster server? Tried googling it and there's not much there. Game just randomly crashed and now won't connect. Ooh. No. No, I haven't myself, Ron. It might be better, like, who's on? Like some of the bigger streams, like Jimmy as a bot is on, and Kells the Mod has like 30 so in hers as well. Even Kamati, there's a lot more people there. Maybe someone has had it from them. I've never had it myself. It is weird. It's clearly not a connection problem either, because you're still chatting on Twitch and stuff as well, so it shouldn't be an internet thing or something like that. North side, tannery. I just noticed the tannery chats in the kitchen. There isn't even a pineapple tour here. Yeah, it's the first thing I checked, restarted and everything. Maybe uninstall and reinstall again. Like, it's not a terribly big game, so... Do you have, like, another device, Ron, that you can maybe test it on? Like, another like laptop or a Steam Deck or something like that? I'm watching movies while stacking turnips so I can buy many pages. I mean, we still have... we still have 40 to go, so we're not running short. Tannery fumes have 0 calories, unlike bacon. Oh, it's the bounty's back in. I need to check the bounty board as well. Callum, bro! Hello, hello! I don't, but my friend just checked on his PC in the same house and he got the same error. Because everything else is connected fine. Is there a VPN on your router or something like that? Or can you try a VPN? In case it's an IP thing? I would not want to eat anything coming out of that kitchen. Not the way they have their hands placed for chopping, that's for sure. Be back in a bit, go to experiment. Yeah, let me know how you get on. How you doing, bro? In the golden city of Chronopolis, where the pineapples grow. Boo, 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 boo. else? No. I kinda need the kitchen for quest grind right now, though. So you should all give DAB customers Pineapple Tours coupons. Yes! Stand in the middle of the DAB. Turnip 10 for 10% Pineapple Tour. Ah, oh, for goodness sake. Probably can't put 10% or something like that. Really, sometimes the chat message block thing is difficult. Very, very difficult. Okay, let's stock up some vegetables while just carrying on. Oh, look like I'm leaving as well. Boo, 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 boo. Okay. What have we got? What have we got? Vegetables. More vegetables, please. Bum, bum. Ding, ding. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. By the way, I think you missed my third redeem earlier, Turnip. Oh, I may have done. No, I didn't. Because I'm doing a count from 50, and I'd originally had 49 scribbled, and I said it was at about 9:55 at the time. So I think I did get it. I may have just not read it out. Sorry, Sea Potato. But yeah, I put my tally up to 50 after I scribbled out 49, so I think I did get it. But if not, I am happy to read an extra page. I'm not too strict. It's not like a taxation or anything, so we're good. We're good. And we currently have 40 pages left. I've read 10 since I made that 50 mark, so it's going well. Why is the chicken raw? uh... Merchant makes so much money. It does. Chronopolis is a great place to make money, sea potato. It's fantastic. And if you get a lot of your merchant levels, it'll make your leatherworking so much cheaper. It makes a lot of money as well. Oh, they forgot to say tac tep before they left. Okay. Looks like things are settling down in the kitchen again. Might start reading it up again. Did I? Didn't. We'll just blame cows. Tech tip. Yay! I was going to type in the Leather Rangers there. No one even said anything about the tattoo before they came in. It was the complete disregard. I was going to say it's the complete disregard of the Pineapple Tours. I can't think of anyone else to blame. You should take back your apology to Kells from yesterday after a recent behavior. Yeah, definitely. Oh, they might strike at midnight. I don't know if anyone from the tannery is in the chat, but they're like the spy is on the case. It's great because nobody that's in the kitchen that really watches like Kells, or I think Jimmy is a bot has been around here as well, follows the streams, kind of knows me, so I managed to blend in. I've been here long enough that they think I'm just a chef. Little do they know. Ah. You've slipped into the ranks. Perfect spy. Okay. So. O'Brien was just handing Winston his address. I am usually at home in the evenings, he said. If not, my servant will give you the dictionary. He was gone, leaving Winston holding the scrap of paper, which this time there was no need to conceal. Nevertheless, he carefully memorized what was written on it, and some hours later dropped it into the memory hole along with a mass of other papers. They had been talking to one another for a couple of minutes at the most. There was only one meaning than the episode could possibly have. It had been contrived as a way of letting Winston know O'Brien's address. This was necessary, because except by direct inquiry, it was never possible to discover where anyone lived. There were no directions of any kind. If you ever want to see me, this is where I can be found, was what O'Brien had been saying to him. Perhaps there would even be a message concealed somewhere in the dictionary. But at any rate, one thing was certain. The conspiracy that he had dreamed of did exist, and he had reached the outer edges of it. He knew that sooner or later he would obey O'Brien's summons. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps after a long delay. He was not certain. What was happening was only the working out of a process that had started years ago. The first step had been a secret involuntary thought. The second had been the opening of the diary. He had moved from thoughts to words, and now from words to actions. The last step was something that would happen in the Ministry of Love. He had accepted it. The end was contained in the beginning. But it was frightening. Or more exactly, it was like a foretaste of death. Like being a little less alive. Even while he was speaking to O'Brien, when the meaning of the words had sunk in, a chilly, shuddering feeling had been taking possession of his body. He had the sensation of stepping into the dampness of a grave. And it was not much better, because he had always known that the grave was there, and waiting for him. Okay, chapter 7. Here we go. Winston had woken up with his eyes full of tears. Julia rolled sleepily against him, murmuring something that might have been, "What's the matter?" "I dreamt," he began, and stopped short. It was too complex to be put into words. There was the dream itself, and there was a memory connected with it that had swum into his mind the few seconds after waking. He lay back with his eyes shut, still sodden in the atmosphere of the dream. It was a vast, luminous dream, in which his whole life seemed to stretch out before him like landscape on a summer evening after rain. It had all occurred inside the glass paperweight, but the surface of the glass was the dome of the sky, and inside the dome everything was flooded with clear, soft light in which one could see into interminable distances. The dream had also been comprehended by, indeed, in some sense it had consisted in, a gesture of the arm made by his mother, and made again 30 years later by the Jewish woman he had seen on the news film, trying to shelter the small boy from the bullets, before the helicopter blew them both to pieces. "Do you know," he said, "that until this moment, I believed I had murdered my mother." "Why did you murder her?" said Julia, almost asleep. "I didn't murder her, not physically." In the dream, he had remembered his last glimpse of his mother. and within a few moments of waking, the cluster of small events surrounding it had all come back. It was a memory that he must have deliberately pushed out of his consciousness over many years. He was not certain of the date, but he could not have been less than 10 years old, possibly 12 when it had happened. His father had disappeared some time earlier. How much earlier, he could not remember. He remembered better the rackety, uneasy circumstances of the time, the periodical panics about air raids and the sheltering in tube stations, the piles of rubble everywhere, the unintelligible proclamations posted at street corners, the gangs of youths in shirts, all the same colour, the enormous queues outside the bakeries, the intermittent machine gun fire in the distance. Above all, the fact that there was never enough to eat. He remembered long afternoons spent with other boys in scrounging round dustbins and rubbish heaps, picking out the ribs of cabbage leaves, potato peelings, sometimes even scraps of stale bread crust from which they carefully scraped away the cinders, and also in waiting for the passing of trucks which travelled over a certain route and were known to carry cattle feed, and which, when they jolted over the bad pitches in the road, sometimes spilt a few fragments of oil cake. When his father disappeared, his mother did not show any surprise or any violent grief, but a sudden change came over her. She seemed to have become completely spiritless. It was evident even to Winston that she was waiting for something that she knew must happen. She did everything that was needed. Cooked, washed, mended, made the bed, swept the floor, dusted the mantelpiece. Always very slowly, and with a curious lack of superfluous motion, like an artist's lay figure moving of its own accord. Her large, shapely body seemed to relapse naturally into stillness. For hours at a time she would sit almost immobile on the bed, nursing his young sister, a tiny, ailing, very silent child of 2 or 3, with a face made simian by thinness. Very occasionally she would take Winston in her arms and press him against her for a long time without saying anything. He was aware, in spite of his youthfulness and selfishness, that this was somehow connected with the never-mentioned thing that was about to happen. He remembered the room where they lived, a dark, close-smelling room that seemed half-filled by a bed with a white counterpane. There was a gas ring in the fender, a shelf where food was kept, and on the landing outside there was a brown earthenware sink, common to several rooms. He remembered his mother's statuesque body bending over the gas ring to stir at something in a saucepan. Above all, he remembered his continuous hunger, and the fierce, sordid battles at mealtimes. He would ask his mother naggingly, over and over again, why there was not more food. He would shout and storm at her. He even remembered the tones of his voice, which was beginning to break, prematurely, and sometimes boomed in a peculiar way. Or he would attempt a snivelling note of pathos in his efforts to get more than his share. His mother was quite ready to give him more than his share. She took it for granted that he, the boy, should have the biggest portion. But however much she gave him, he invariably demanded more. At every meal, she would beseech him not to be selfish, and to remember that his little sister was sick, and also needed food. But it was no use. He could not cry, or he would cry out with rage when she stopped ladling. He would try to wrench the saucepan and spoon out of her hands. He would grab bits from his sister's plate. He knew that he was starving, but the other two? He couldn't help it. He even felt that he had the right to do it. The clamorous hunger in his belly seemed to justify him. Between meals, if his mother did not stand guard, he was constantly pilfering at the wretched store for food on the shelf. One day, a chocolate ration was issued. There had been no such issue for weeks or months past. He remembered quite clearly that precious little morsel of chocolate. It was a 2-ounce slab. They still talked about the ounces in those days, between 3 of them. It was obvious that it ought to be divided into 3 equal parts. Suddenly, as though he were listening to somebody else, Winston heard himself demanding in a loud, booming voice that he should be given the whole piece. His mother told him not to be greedy. There was a long, nagging argument that went round and round with shouts, whines, tears, remonstrances, bargainings. His tiny sister, clinging to her mother with both hands exactly like a baby monkey, sat looking over her shoulder at him with large, mournful eyes. In the end, his mother broke off 3/4 of the chocolate and gave it to Winston, giving the other quarter to his sister. The little girl took hold of it and looked at it dully, perhaps not knowing what it was. Winston stood watching her for a moment, then with a sudden swift spring he had snatched the piece of chocolate out of his sister's hand and was fleeing for the door. "Winston? Winston!" his mother called after him. "Come back! Give your sister back her chocolate!" He stopped, but did not come back. His mother's anxious eyes were fixed on his face. Even now, he was thinking about the thing. He did not know what it was that was on the point of happening. His sister, conscious of having been robbed of something, had set up a feeble wail. His mother drew her arm round the child and pressed its face against her breast. Something in the gesture told him that his sister was dying. He turned and fled down the stairs with the chocolate growing sticky in his hands. He never saw his mother again. After he had devoured the chocolate, he felt somewhat ashamed of himself, and hung about in the streets for several hours, until hunger drove him home. When he came back, his mother had disappeared. This was already becoming normal at that time. Nothing was gone from the room except his mother and his sister. They had not taken any clothes, not even his mother's overcoat. To this day, he did not know why, or with any certainty, that his mother was dead. It was perfectly possible that she had merely been sent to a forced labor camp. As for his sister, she might have been removed, like Winston himself, to one of the colonies of homeless children. Reclamation centers, they were called, which had grown up as a result of the Civil War. Or she might have been sent to the labor camp, along with his mother, or simply left somewhere to die. The dream was still vivid in his mind, especially the enveloping, protecting gesture of the arm in which the whole meaning seemed to be contained. His mind went back to another dream of 2 months ago, exactly as his mother had sat on the dingy, white-quilted bed with the child clinging to her. So she had sat in the sunken ship far underneath him and drowning deeper every minute, but still looking up at him through the darkening water. It's not going to be my day. Man. Woo! Lovely. Sorry about that, guys. I can swap the hat now. Boop, 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 boop. No worries. I'll give it a minute in case it's giving people adverts again, and people need to find their way back. I know that for some reason it seems to be a bit finicky. I can't. Thank you very much. Excellent. Are we all good? Are we all back in the room? You can see me again if I start reading. It's always at the good parts as well. I mean, the whole book's kind of been a good part, but especially so when it disconnects, it seems to be actually ramping up to something. We're good. Good. I'm sorry about that. It has those moments. I might do is just lower this a little bit. See if that helps. It has those days. Here we go. Magic. I'll go back a paragraph as well. Well, I've not been marking. And page is that. There we go. So, the dream was still vivid in his mind, especially the enveloping, protecting gesture of the arm in which its whole meaning seemed to be contained. His mind went back to another dream of 2 months ago, exactly as his mother had sat on the dingy, white-quilted bed with the child clinging to her, so she had sat in the sunken ship far underneath him, and drowning deeper every minute, but still looking up at him through the darkening water. He told Julia the story of his mother's disappearance. Without opening her eyes, she rolled over and settled herself into a more comfortable position. "I expect you were a beastly little swine in those days," she said instinctively. "All children are swine." Yes, but the real point of the story... From her breathing, it was evident that she was going off to sleep again. He would have liked to continue talking about his mother. He did not suppose, from what he could remember of her, that she had been an unusual woman, still less an intelligent one. And yet, she had possessed a kind of nobility, a kind of purity, simply because the standards that she obeyed were private ones. Her feelings were her own and could not be altered from outside. It would not have occurred to her that an action which is ineffectual thereby becomes meaningless. If you loved someone, you loved him. And when you had nothing else to give, you still gave him love. When the last of the chocolate was gone, his mother had clasped the child in her arms. It was no use. It changed nothing. It did not produce more chocolate. It did not avert the child's death or her own, but it seemed natural to her to do it. The refugee woman in the boat had also covered the little boy with her arm, which was no more use against the bullets than a sheet of paper. The terrible thing that the party had done was to persuade you that mere impulses, mere feelings were of no account, while at the same time robbing you of all the power over the material world. When once you were in the grip of the party, what you felt or did not feel, what you did refrain from doing, made literally no difference. Whatever happened, you vanished, and neither you nor your actions were ever heard of again. You were lifted clean out of the stream of history. And yet to the people of only 2 generations ago, this would not have seemed all important, because they were not attempting to alter history. They were governed by private loyalties which they did not question. What mattered were individual relationships, and a completely helpless gesture, an embrace, a tear, a word spoken to a dying man, could have valued in itself. The proles, it suddenly occurred to him, had remained in this condition. They were not loyal to a party or a country or an idea. They were loyal to one another. For the first time in his life, he did not despise the proles or think of them merely as an inert force which would one day spring to life and regenerate the world. The proles had stayed human. They had not become hardened inside. They had held on to the primitive emotions which he himself had to relearn by conscious effort. And in thinking, he remembered, without apparent relevance, how a few weeks ago he had seen a severed hand lying on the pavement and had kicked it into the gutter, as though it had been a cabbage stalk. The proles are human beings, he said aloud. We are not human. Why not? Said Julia, who had woken up again. He thought for a little while. Has it ever occurred to you, he said, that the best thing for us to do would be simply to walk out of here before it's too late and never see each other again? Yes, dear, it has occurred to me. Several times, but I'm not going to do it all the same. We've been lucky, he said, but it can't last much longer. You're young. You look normal and innocent. If you keep clear of people like me, you might stay alive for another 50 years. No. I've thought it all out. What you do, I'm going to do. And don't be too downhearted, I'm rather good at staying alive, she replied. We may be together for another 6 months, a year, there's no knowing. At the end, we're certain to be apart. Do you realize how utterly alone we shall be? When once they get hold of us, there will be nothing, literally nothing either of us can do for the other. If I confess, they'll shoot you, and if I refuse to confess, they'll shoot you just the same. Nothing that I can do or say or stop myself from saying will put off your death for as much as 5 minutes. Neither of us will even know whether the other is alive or dead. We shall be utterly without power of any kind. The one thing that matters is that we shouldn't betray one another, although even that can't make the slightest difference. If you mean confessing, she said, we shall do that right enough. Everybody always confesses. You can't help it. They torture you. I don't mean confessing, Winston says. Confession is not betrayal. What you say or do doesn't matter. Only feelings matter. If they could make me stop loving you, that would be the real betrayal. She thought it over. They can't do that, she said finally. It's the only thing they can't do. They can't make you say anything. Anything. But they can't make you believe it. They can't get inside you. No, he said, a little more hopefully. No, that's quite true. They can't get inside you. If you can feel that staying human is worthwhile, even when it can't have any result, whatever, you've beaten them. He thought of the telescreen with its never-sleeping ear. They could spy upon you night and day, but if you kept your head, you could still outwit them. With all their cleverness, they had never mastered the secret of finding out what another human being was thinking. Perhaps that was less true when you were actually in their hands. One did not know what happened inside the Ministry of Love, but it was possible to guess. Tortures, drugs, delicate instruments that registered your nervous reactions, gradual wearing down by sleeplessness and solitude, and persistent questioning. Facts, at any rate, could not be kept hidden. They could be tracked down by inquiry. They could be squeezed out of you by torture. But if the object was not to stay alive, but to stay human, what difference did it ultimately make? They could not alter your feelings. For that matter, you could not alter them yourself, even if you wanted to. They could lay bare in the utmost detail everything that you had done or said or thought, but the inner heart, whose workings were mysterious even to yourself, they remained impregnable. Okay. Whisking on to chapter 8. Ah. Good night, Kels. Thanks for the hats. Yep. Good. We're just blazing through this. We are actually. What's that on? There are. All right. Yeah. Take one off. Actually, that's a bit too much. There we go. There is 25 pages left. 25. We're rocking through. I don't think they're quite full pages of the actual book, but they're Kindle pages, so I think they're quite substantial as they stand. So it's not going to be enough to actually finish the book, but we're definitely over halfway through the book now. Well trekking on halfway through the book. It's been good, but we do need to. Oh my goodness! I never checked the bounties. I don't think. Wait, on the Kindle pages, I'm not sure. Sea Potato. It's difficult for me to break down because I have never used this before. You can change your page size, though. Well, that's the thing. I've worked out that it seems to be 2 Kindle pages to a page, so every time I get a page, I just read 2 Kindle pages. But that's where I get the stepping issue. I think sometimes they bleed one into the other. So it's 2 of these pages is a page of the actual book. And that's what I've been reading. So every time we get a page, I read 2. It's the easiest way I could think to do it. I couldn't get it to resize, and it's actually a good size to read. So, because it's on my phone, it's not an actual Kindle. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. It's why sometimes it seems like more, sometimes it seems a bit less, and I think it's also why I get that odd break before the chapters where I've just added a page, because the bottom of it says a page number. And then it's like 3 pages long, and it's the same page number. And I'm just like, just read it. Just read it. We'll just add it. It's fine. My goodness. You know, I can't be bothered with the lobster. Because even if it's 3, it takes up 9 inventory. So we'll just do the 9 jelly deals and the 9 fried ray wings. What level am I actually on? 57. Wow, okay. It's actually rocketing through the cooking levels as well. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. But yeah, I promise you I'm not robbing you of pages. I am trying to stick to the pages of the book. It gets us almost finished. But I'm looking for eels, so I need 9. And then I need... any of these as well. And then we'll buy the jelly, and I should have more in the kitchen as well. Yeah. It's I mean, I can perhaps understand the issue. The format of most phones and tablets is not really equatable to a book, which can be bound in any shape or size, I suppose. But I must admit, it is awful to navigate. I would have thought Kindle would have perhaps done it a little better than that. Like, I had used Kindle like years ago, but I couldn't remember it, so. But it was the quickest way I could get a copy of 1984, so. But it'll be lovely. I will get these bounties done. I will grab myself some more water. And then we should be well rested for the other 25 pages to go. And a couple bits more jelly. Yeah. And it's also why when we started doing this book, I don't know, were you there for the very beginning of the book, Sea Potato? But I think my first read was incredibly short. And I remember thinking, that was really short for a page. Like, that was like 30 seconds or something like that. I thought, I'm good at reading, but nobody can verbalize an entire page in... pretty early on. Yeah, and I noticed it. And then I noticed when I flicked the pages over, it wasn't advancing pages on the actual Kindle. I was like, oh, okay, there's something going on here. So I ended up adjusting it when I worked it out. That's why I was sometimes playing with the... That's why sometimes in the middle of the page it seems a bit broken as well, where I have to find the next page. I wasn't done with chapter 1 when you joined. Okay. Okay, so you were pretty early on with it. I was trying Moby Dick before 1984, but I didn't even get past the introduction. Admittedly, I probably shouldn't have read the introduction a bit, but we held a poll and people wanted 1984 instead, so it's all good. Forger's Warehouse, Enchantress Shop. Lovely. Boo-boo-boo-boo-boo. Here we go. We'll deliver these. We'll stock up on veggies. And then I'll go get some more water. Don't want the old voice box drying out. And she wanted the fish. I mean, it's both fish, but the ray. And we'll leave the lobster. I'm not doing ridiculous quantities of lobster. It's just a pain. If it was going to Rocky Road, yeah, maybe I would consider it. But you do that amount of lobsters for what is like a tiny amount of comparison with like grilling the bass instead for the same experience. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. I don't know if there's a proper way of getting around the lobster, but Traveller! Hello, hello! How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for gifting me into the other people's streams. I must admit, when Kells made the comment that you've gifted subs but you didn't sub yourself, I didn't realize that it didn't sub myself in as part of the process. I just didn't know. But at the same time, I was quite happy about it, really. It was intended as gifts. I suppose it's in the name. I should know better, but... Have a nice little break. Did I have a break? I've been on for quite a while. It's been 4 hours. That have been on. I know it might have like flashed on. I've been online and offline a few times because I've had a couple of disconnects today. It's been a little bit nightmarish. More so than normal. Only says it's been on for 23 minutes. Yeah, it's gone on and off. The actual stream time has been 4 hours total. It's just OBS disconnected, and like I've got something that's supposed to save the stream in those moments, but it doesn't seem to be working, so I need to check it again. The only way you can test it is if it fails, so it's a little difficult. And I think Twitch is its own kind, but from what I've made out, all it seems to do is throw up an advert. I checked earlier, I only saw a turnip. Yeah. It's you don't have to take it back. It's a genuine mistake to make. It's probably why a lot of people... what had happened was the first time it disconnected, quite a number of people had sort of disappeared from the stream. I'm actually being brave today. I'm keeping the view counter up. Look at me. Look at me being brave and becoming a big boy. But the first disconnect, a lot of people disappeared. And I was hesitant to start all the reading again in case people couldn't find their way back. I think what happened is people just thought it ended. And I was like, well, that's fair. That's fair. So, yes, no breaks for this turnip. I take a little bit of a break between the reading. We've got 25 pages left because... What did we start with? It was 87? No, 83. Yeah, 50 and 33 on my other chitty there. So 83 pages were purchased to read. And I have 25 left from very kind people. So it has been a lovely day. But I'm glad you were well. And it was lovely chatting to you and the others. It was nice to reminisce about EVE Online. I must admit. It was nice. You know when there's just words that nobody else is going to get? Like, I instinctively just wanted to say, oh, were they doing PvE in nullsec? And it's like something that... you know that people that don't know the game won't know anything about, and then when you reply, you're like, no, I stayed in high sec. I didn't want to brave to go down there. And I was just like, well, I was the gate camper. It was just nice. Sea potato, some of you may have been purchased with illicit funds. Yes, we got a questionable coupon. But, you know, I'm just going to pay out until we derive whether the coupon is actually real or a fake. I don't know what the punishment yet is going to be for it be fake. Now, I could be wrong, but I think people like the reading. It's been getting around a little bit. A lot of people have been talking about it, which is good. You know, there's no such thing as bad publicity, I suppose. But I put up the... Oh, I need to redo the pinned thing again, because every time it disconnects, it gets rid of it. But I did say that I would do 5 pages for every sub. And what I didn't anticipate was, first of all, OJ Allen coming into my stream and gift subbing me 5, which was instantly 25 pages. But then somebody else that I knew is a good friend to then dump another 10 gift subs on me very, very kindly. I used the word dump there, but that's a bit mean. And ended up with 50 extra pages on top of that 25. So it accumulated much more quickly than I thought. But it's filled the night. It's been lovely. And I hope people listening have been enjoying it. Redeem 300 turnips for 1 page. Follow for 1 page. Or subscribble for 5 pages of 1984 by George. Oh well. There we go, and we'll pin that again. Hopefully everything stays a bit stable. And we'll quickly check the bounty board again, and then we'll be squared up for getting through those other pages. Oh snap, congrats. It was lovely. It's lovely. I am on 39 subscribers now. It was lovely. Very, very generous. I've been very, very fortunate. So I cannot complain. I'm not doing 10. Who in their right mind would try to do 10? It's just... No. Okay. Bacon sandwiches and the jellied eels. 16 plus 6, 22. We can fit all the ingredients in one go. Perfect. Okay, let's get the eels. Let's do this. This looks to be a pretty quick bounty as well. We'll get it done. I'll get my water and we'll start with the other pages. Marvelous. Were you with Kells in her stream, Traveller, still? When the riot happened in the kitchen? There we go. No, you stepped away to make dinner. Oh, it was terrible. I promise I didn't invoke it. I definitely didn't invoke it. But it was funny. Get the jelly first so I know what I'm doing. Okay, and then we need 3 and 3. I read a little about it in Jimmy's chat when I got back. Was it all in good fun, or did something actually go down? It was all in good fun. It was in good humor. It didn't become frothing at the mouth or anything of that matter. Sea Potato, thank you for the other redeem. So it's 26 pages we've got left to go. I'll just add that to it. Thank you very much. Let's not let me escape now. Keep the pages coming in. It's lots of fun. If there's anybody new to the stream, I know I wrote it up there, but 300 turnips gets you a page read out of the book. A follow gets a page read out of the book. And subscribbling gets 5 pages read out of the book. And we're reading 1984 right now. Something I should say more often. I keep forgetting to say what I'm doing. And I do notice the view counter jumps up and down, and I really should be more attentive to it. I apologize. In case people come into the stream and is like, what is this guy doing? I'm reading. We're reading bits as we go through. But yes. Yeah, I miss Eve, to be honest. I do sometimes still miss Eve, but I don't know if you feel the same way as me, Traveller. I know that if I turn Eve Online on again, my loved ones genuinely wouldn't see me anymore. And I'm not prepared to make that step. Like, I know Brighter Shores and streaming and such takes up quite a bit of my time, but I do still manage to make time for my good little dog and my family and stuff like that. But EVE Online had this other kind of grip on me, like especially when it started getting into corporation stuff. Like when I said I gate camped in nullsec, it was actually nullsec, not just lowsec. It was nullsec that we were in. The corporation that my friends and I were in, we were kind of in that corporation hired. We were very good at PvP, if I do say so myself. Like I really had that ECM down in my Blackbird and my Scorpion. And I even braved the structure tank. I know it's quite a bold move to do on any... ran past the fishing supplies on any ship in EVE, but it was a pretty good build for the Scorpion at the time. We were actually hired by much larger corporation groups to guard the gates in nullsec. And it was fun. But because of that, you were kind of enrolled in the time to spend guarding those gates. They expected them to not be breached, even though it was a game. It's so addictive. It does sound like a lot of fun. It was a lot. It was really intense. We were good at it. We actually did end up selling Plex and stuff. I don't know if they can actually do that anymore because I don't know what the legalities are about it anymore. But we actually, or not selling Plex, but we were buying Plex with the ISK that we were earning and stuff like that. It was fun, and we no longer had to pay our subscriptions for the game because we could afford the Plex. It was brilliant. And I just kept getting more and more interesting ships. And I know that if I went back to it, I think I still have, you know how you could like load up your kill page? I'm sure I still have that saved as one of my bookmarks. Oh, where are you? Where are you? It is. Oh, I'd need to find my character details again, though. Jeez. I don't know if they kept all those accounts alive. It's been so long. But yeah, we were talking about it. Man, I was reminiscing quite hard there. I was like, oh, so much time. But I wouldn't dare again. I wouldn't dare. I have thought about, now that we've been playing Brighter Shores, and you know, like, there's going to be a stage where perhaps people are waiting for episode 5 or further updates or something. I was wondering if I might try a bit of old school RuneScape or something like that, just to fill in that time. I don't know. Because this has been fun. But I still have a lot of levels to go through before any kind of thoughts of that. Okay, we've done the bounties. I stocked up the kitchen a little bit. We do have a lot of pages still to get through. 26, in fact. It is fun. It's a real hoot. Don't apologize, man. I'm just glad people still send me it. You know, it was it's fun. It's funny, and I don't want it to disappear because you know you don't want something to end. So don't stop the hoots. I still get the actual owl symbol sent to me from time to time to people in my private chat. It's always good. It even turns up in many other chats. Hoot hoot, Twisty. How are you doing? Still there? Still saving up the pages? Still lurking in the background? Right, quick check. How much have we got? 240. That should be enough for now. Right, before I start cooking, I do need 1.4k turnips. Okay. I'm going to have quite a lot of pages, I think. Sea Potato is displeased with you. Okay, I'm going to get some water. I will be right back. Good to see me in my lovely nightie again. Ooh. Comfy. Comfy. Marvelous. I'm back. Hello, hello. Get the book ready. Okay. Saving up potato. It's a strategy, bro. So I can do the page nuke. You can do the steady prism. The steady 5-minute constant interval page ad. Right. Are we comfy? Are we ready? Are we almost at 500 leatherworking, Twisty? Then we shall begin. So, 1984, Part 2, Chapter 8. They had done it. They had done it at last. The room they were standing in was long-shaped and softly lit. The telescreen was dimmed to a low murmur. The richness of the dark blue carpet gave one the impression of treading on velvet. At the far end of the room, O'Brien was sitting at a table under a green-shaded lamp, with a mass of papers on either side of him. He had not bothered to look up when the servant showed Julia and Winston in. Winston's heart was thumping so hard that he doubted whether he would be able to speak. They had done it. They had done it at last, was all he could think. It had been a rash act to come here at all, and sheer folly to arrive together. Though it was true that they had come by different routes, and only met on O'Brien's doorstep. But merely to walk into such a place needed an effort of the nerve. It was only on very rare occasions that one saw inside the dwelling places of the inner party, or even penetrated into the quarter of the town where they lived. The whole atmosphere of this huge block of flats, the richness and spaciousness of everything, the unfamiliar smells of good food and good tobacco, the silent and incredibly rapid lifts sliding up and down, the white-jacketed servants hurrying to and fro, everything was intimidating. Although he had a good pretext for coming here, he was haunted at every step by the fear that a black uniformed guard would suddenly appear from around the corner, demand his papers, and order him to get out. O'Brien's servant, however, had admitted the two of them without demur. He was a small, dark-haired man in a white jacket, with a diamond-shaped, completely expressionless face which might have been that of a Chinese. The passage down which they led them softly carpeted, with cream-papered walls and white wainscoting, all exquisitely clean. That, too, was intimidating. Winston could not remember ever to have seen a passageway whose walls were not grimy from the contact of human bodies. O'Brien had a slip of paper between his fingers and seemed to be studying it intently. His heavy face, bent down so that one could see the line of the nose, looked both formidable and intelligent. For perhaps 20 seconds he sat without stirring. Then he pulled the speakwrite towards him and rapped out a message in the hybrid jargon of the ministries. Items 1, 5, 7. Approved full wise. Stop. Suggestion contained item 6. Double plus. Ridiculous verging crime think. Cancel. Stop. Unproceed. Construction wise. Anti-getting. Plus full estimates, machinery, overheads, stop. End message. He rose deliberately from his chair and came towards them across the soundless carpet. A little of the official atmosphere seemed to have fallen away from him with the newspeak words, but his expression was grimmer than usual, as though he were not pleased at being disturbed. The terror that Winston already felt was suddenly shot through by a streak of ordinary embarrassment. It seemed to him quite possible that he had simply made a stupid mistake. For what evidence had he in reality that O'Brien was any kind of political conspirator? Nothing but a flash of the eyes and a single equivocal remark. Beyond that, only his own secret imaginings, founded on a dream. He could not even fall back on the pretense that he had come to borrow the dictionary. because in that case, Julia's presence was impossible to explain. As O'Brien passed the telescreen, a thought seemed to strike him. He stopped, turned aside, and pressed a switch on the wall. There was a sharp snap. The voice had stopped. Julia uttered a tiny sound, a sort of squeak of surprise. Even in the midst of his panic, Winston was too much taken aback to be able to hold his tongue. "You can turn it off?" he said. "Yes," said O'Brien. "We can turn it off. We have that privilege." He was opposite them now. His solid form towered over the pair of them, and the expression on his face was indecipherable. He was waiting, somewhat sternly, for Winston to speak. But about what? Even now, it was quite conceivable that he was simply a busy man, wondering irritably why he had been interrupted. Nobody spoke. After the stopping of the telescreen, the room seemed deadly silent. The seconds marched past, enormous. With difficulty, Winston continued to keep his eyes fixed on O'Brien's. Then suddenly the grim face broke down into what might have been the beginnings of a smile. With a characteristic gesture, O'Brien resettled his spectacles on his nose. "Shall I say it, or will you?" he said. "I will say it," said Winston promptly. "That thing is really turned off?" "Yes, everything is turned off. We are alone," replied O'Brien. "We have come here because..." Winston paused, realizing for the first time the vagueness of his own motives, since he did not in fact know what kind of help he expected from O'Brien. It was not easy to say why he had come here, he went on, conscious that what he was saying must sound both feeble and pretentious. "We believe that there is some kind of conspiracy, some kind of secret organization working against the party, and that you are involved in it. We want to join it and work for it. We are enemies of the party. We disbelieve in the principles of Ingsoc. We are thought criminals. We are also adulterers. I tell you this because we want to put ourselves at your mercy. If you want us to incriminate ourselves in any other way, we are ready." He stopped and glanced over his shoulder, with the feeling that the door had opened. Sure enough, the little yellow-faced servant had come in without knocking. Winston saw that he was carrying a tray with a decanter and glass. "Martin is one of us," said O'Brien, impassively. "Bring the drinks over here, Martin. Put them on the round table. Have we enough chairs? Then we may as well sit down and talk in comfort. Bring a chair for yourself, Martin. This is business. You can stop being a servant for the next 10 minutes. The little man sat down, quite at his ease, and yet still with a servant-like air, the air of a valet enjoying a privilege. Winston regarded him out of the corner of his eye. It struck him that the man's whole life was playing a part, and that he felt it to be dangerous to drop his assumed personality even for a moment. O'Brien took the decanter by the neck and filled up the glasses with a dark red liquid. It aroused in Winston dim memories of something seen long ago on a wall or a hoarding, a vast bottle composed of electric lights which seemed to move up and down and pour its contents into a glass. Seen from the top, the stuff looked almost black, but in the decanter it gleamed like a ruby. It had a sour, sweet smell. He saw Julia pick up her glass and sniff it with frank curiosity. "It is called wine," said O'Brien, with a faint smile. "You will have read about it in books, no doubt. Not much of it gets to the outer party, I'm afraid." His face grew solemn again, and he raised his glass. "I think it is fitting that we should begin by drinking a health to our leader, to Emmanuel Goldstein." Winston took up his glass with a certain eagerness. Wine was a thing he had read and dreamed about. Like the glass paperweight or Mr. Charrington's half-remembered rhymes, it belonged to the vanished romantic past, the olden times as he liked to call it, in his secret thoughts. For some reason, he had always thought of wine as having an intensely sweet taste, like that of blackberry jam, or an immediate intoxicating effect that would follow. Actually, when he came to swallow it, the stuff was distinctly disappointing. The truth was that after years of gin drinking, he could barely taste it. He set down the empty glass. "Then there is such a person as Goldstein," he said. "Yes, there is such a person," replied O'Brien, "and he is alive. Where? That I do not know. And the conspiracy? The organization? Is it real? It is not simply an invention for the thought police?" "No, it is real," replied O'Brien. "The Brotherhood, we call it. You will never learn much more about the Brotherhood than that it exists, and that you belong to it. I will come back to that presently." He looked at his wristwatch. "It is unwise even for members of the inner party to turn off the telescreen for more than half an hour. You ought not to have come here together, and you will have to leave separately. You will, comrade," he bowed his head to Julia, "will leave first. We have about 20 minutes at our disposal. You will understand that I must start by asking you certain questions. In general terms, what are you prepared to do?" "Anything that we are capable of," said Winston. O'Brien had turned himself a little in his chair, so that he was facing Winston. He almost ignored Julia, seeming to take it for granted that Winston could speak for her. For a moment, the lids flitted down over his eyes. He began asking his question in a slow, expressionless voice, as though this were a routine, a sort of catechism, most of whose answers were known to him already. "You are prepared to give your lives?" he asked. "Yes." "You are prepared to commit murder?" "Yes." "To commit acts of sabotage which may cause the death of hundreds of innocent people?" "Yes." "To betray your country to foreign powers?" "Yes." "You are prepared to cheat, to forge, to blackmail, to corrupt the minds of children, to distribute habit-forming drugs, to encourage prostitution, to disseminate venereal diseases, to do anything which is likely to cause demoralization and weaken the power of the party?" "Yes." "If, for example, it would somehow serve our interest to throw sulfuric acid in a child's face, are you prepared to do that?" "Yes." "You are prepared to lose your identity and live out the rest of your life as a waiter or a dock worker?" "Yes." "You are prepared to commit suicide if and when we order you to do so?" "Yes." "You are prepared, the two of you, to separate and never see one another again?" "No," broke in Julia. It appeared to Winston that a long time passed before he answered. For a moment, he seemed even to have been deprived of the power of speech. His tongue worked soundlessly, forming the opening syllables, first of one word, then of another, over and over again until he said it. He did not know which word he was going to say. "No," he said finally. "You did well to tell me," said O'Brien. "It is necessary for us to know everything." He turned himself towards Julia and added in a voice with somewhat more expression in it, "Do you understand that even if he survives, it may be as a different person? We may be obliged to give him a new identity. His face, his movements, the shape of his hands, the color of his hair, even his voice would be different. And you, yourself, might have become a different person. Our surgeons can alter people beyond recognition. Sometimes it is necessary. Sometimes we even amputate a limb." Winston could not help snatching another sidelong glance at Martin's Mongolian face. There were no scars that he could see. Julia had turned a shade paler, so that her freckles were showing, but she faced O'Brien boldly. She murmured something that seemed to be assent. "Good. Then that's settled." There was a silver box of cigarettes on the table. With a rather absent-minded air, O'Brien pushed them towards the others, took one himself, then stood up and began to pace slowly to and fro, as though he could think better standing. They were very good cigarettes, very thick and well packed, with an unfamiliar silkiness in the paper. O'Brien looked at his wristwatch again. "You had better go back to your pantry, Martin," he said. "I shall switch on in a quarter of an hour. Take a good look at these comrades' faces before you go. You will be seeing them again. I may not." Exactly as they had done at the front door, the little man's dark eyes flickered over their faces. There was not a trace of friendliness in this manner. He was memorizing their appearance, but he felt no interest in them, or appeared to feel none. It occurred to Winston that a synthetic face was perhaps incapable of changing its expression. Without speaking, or giving any kind of salutation, Martin went out, closing the door silently behind him. O'Brien was strolling up and down, one hand in the pocket of his black overalls, the other holding his cigarette. "You understand," he said, "that you will be fighting in the dark. You will always be in the dark. You will receive orders and you will obey them, without knowing why. Later, I shall send you a book from which you will learn the true nature of the society we live in, and the strategy by which we shall destroy it. When you have read the book, you will be full members of the Brotherhood, but between the general aims that we are fighting for and the immediate tasks of the moment, you will never know anything. I tell you that the Brotherhood exists, but I cannot tell you whether it numbers 100 members or 10 million. From your personal knowledge, you will never be able to say that it numbers even more than a dozen. You will have 3 or 4 contacts. You will be renewed from time to time as they disappear. As this was your first contact, it will be preserved. When you receive orders, they will come from me. If we find it necessary to communicate with you, it will be through Martin. When you are finally caught, you will confess. That is unavoidable. But you will have very little to confess other than your own actions. You will not be able to betray more than a handful of unimportant people. Probably you will not even betray me. By that time, I may be dead. Or I shall have become a different person, with a different face. Okay. How are we doing? Oh. I sometimes don't know actually what's happening in the game when I get caught up reading like this. It's definitely different when you have a lot of pages stacked up like this. It's quite cozy. Pronis Games, such a good book. It's a really good book. I'm actually kind of forward to reading it out again. I will record it. I'm going to keep my promise because I'm actually really looking forward to it. Especially because I'll kind of know it on the second read through, but yeah, I'm definitely going to do the chapter reads. Like I promised I would. 1.6k turnips. Oh my goodness. Did you see, Twisty? I've actually got a little emblem for the turnips now. There's actually a turnip to hand in. Isn't it pretty and colourful? Did it all by myself. I just need a symbol for the book read, and I have a couple of other emotes that I'm working on right now as well. But I'll take just a couple of moments to slake my thirst, and we'll be back at it. I'll probably start again on the next vegetable load. Yeah, I saw great improvement and much needed too. Yes, it's much needed because I'm asking people to redeem turnips, and I've had it a couple of times where people are like, "What are turnips? Where's a turnip?" How many pages we got left? We have 21. 21 pages left to go. And there's probably a bonus one in that because I was looking a little bit ahead just for how the pages break up Sea Potato, and there's another one of those odd breaks that Kindle seems to do. I don't know. I would love to actually... I'm thinking of getting myself a copy of the original book just to have. Oh, that's a lie. We have 21 pages. Left. Thanks to Twisty and Onesie. Thank you for the follow. Okay, that's another. So 22 pages. 22 pages left. There we go. Oh, that might be 23 actually. Sorry. It's 23. I said 21. Add Twisty, add Onesie. We're at 23. Sorry. You wouldn't believe that I enjoyed mental arithmetic. How are you doing, Onesie? Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Read me to sleep, Brev. With pleasure. With pleasure. Let's carry on, shall we? Get yourself cozy, Onesie. Hope you don't mind being called Onesie. It's so cozy. It warms me. If I unfollow and follow again, 2 pages, right? I'll give everybody else 2 pages, and then I don't think I can mute yourself, can I? That doesn't work like that. I don't think it does. I think if I hit mute, it just means you can't speak to me. It doesn't mean you can't actually hear me. Someone in the tannery reminded me that you were alive. Oh, yeah, I forgot to... I keep forgetting I should run into the tannery. I do mention on my own Discord as well, Onesie, but I'm part of the tannery now as well. Although I don't want to impose myself on your guys' Discord for that kind of self-advertisement, but... Yeah. Yeah, I was live. I know I usually run into the tannery so people can find me, but I didn't today. I got straight into the cook and grind, which is almost over. 3 levels. Look at it. You already posted me there. Oh, thank you, Twisty. Thank you. Tannery Discord has a stream announcement channel. Oh, does it? Oh, it does. Oh, thank you. And people were spelling turnip. Oh, it's beautiful. Why not? You're in it for a reason. I just never figured out what that, like... I'm still agog that I'm part of the tannery crew. It feels, it feels good. I was there so late in it all. Twisty. Look, when Dial forgot to follow, it was sweet, and I was happy to add the pages for it, and technically they didn't do anything that was against it, but rules are rules, Turnip. Well, if you contact all 280 followers, by that reckoning, you could get a whole book done in one go. That's ridiculous. Albeit a shorter book, perhaps, but... I might become really cruel and say if people try to flaunt the rules, we deduct pages. Not from my reading, but from the end of the book. So for Twisty's transgression, I rip the last page out of the book. Oof, brutal. I mean, those of you that were watching All Rain will have heard that when he heard about my Lancer campaign that I started with my friends here, he was surprised that I did not pull punches and was ripping the players' mechs to shreds on that game. I am not afraid to be brutal. Oh, but once he did add a legitimate page, there we go. Lost a Lion. Ah. Now this is tricky. Lost a Lion, I don't know if you actually followed before. So I actually can't tell if you left and came back. So it was 23. It is 24 for the actual book reading, and I'll put it in for Lost a Lion. I think I can give them the benefit of the doubt. Lost a Lion wouldn't lie to me. Surely not. They're the most. They're a lawyer. Lawyers never lie. I had to reset my password to follow you. Better read me some pages, man. I will read those pages. I was. Okay. Oh, we've got Peter Dingley in the cooking as well. There we go. Lancer, you play tabletop RPGs? I absolutely do, Sea Potato. This was another idea that I was wanting for the stream, so before we get back into the reading as well, if you don't mind humouring me for but a moment. I love, and I always do, make my own homebrew campaigns. Now, I don't always write everything down. I kind of like going... I'm not good at writing, so I tend to take down notes, and I always go off the cuff when I'm playing. But I seem to do quite well for it, and people really, really enjoy it. But what I love to do most is actually come up with these settings and come up with characters. And I can remember I was talking about this in stream last year. We were playing Gothic 2 at the time. But people actually started to ask me to make their character backgrounds. Well, I didn't run this one online, Sea Potato, but I have been thinking about doing a stream online as well. So that is another one to add to the bank of something that we can do as well. I would love to run a game for people. I will do my own homebrew. It wouldn't be anything that anyone would have experienced before. So it would be a genuine Turnip article, as it were. But yeah, in this previous stream, people were struggling. They said they loved making characters, they loved going through the numbers and stuff, but they weren't good at coming up with character backgrounds. So I was making up their character backgrounds for them. Some of them were quite fun, but I'll give you an example of one of my favorite ones. One of my favorite ones was a paladin, but the backstory of this paladin, I think this was actually for D&D. It might have been Pathfinder. But this paladin's background was that they were a squire. They were the squire of a hero. This was a genuine article hero, the best of the best. But they fell in battle. And it was customary that the squire in this world would inherit the armor and equipment from the lord that they served. So the squire suddenly found themselves in the heats of battles and large battlefields. But what the squire quickly learned was they were squeamish around blood. So every time there was an instance where they had to cut someone or they saw somebody being cut open and blood would start spurting out, they would start to feel ill. So it'd be like, huh? And they came back to me and they said it worked great because somebody else on their team was like a rogue who loved to get information from people by using their blades and threatening them. So there would be moments where they had this person captured in their game or something that they told me, and they would cut them open, and they said they actually played the part like I said. They said whenever moments like that happened, they actually they role-played their character and went, huh? I need a moment. And they made this paladin like more of a support, like a tank. Someone who'd take a beating, would actually attack a lot less, and their spells were more defensive. And they managed to play through their campaign without hitting a single enemy. They just loved it so much, they thought that they had to play the character absolutely like they wanted to. So that was something else I was thinking, like just offering people character backstories or something like that for a bit of fun. Because something that our group always does, and something that I always like to ask them to bring to the table, is not try to make your character great, try to nerf your own character. Like if anybody's playing TTRPGs and they're finding it's getting a bit dull, play a game where you deliberately nerf your characters. Give yourself a dump stat. So don't like boost a stat or anything, but like drop a number to 2. Like, and say something like if you drop their intelligence to 2, they're illiterate. Like they cannot read a piece of paper. Like if there's signs or a map, or if they find a secret note or something and they're alone and they don't have the party with them or something to show them, or maybe they're trying to hide the fact that they're illiterate and they just pretend they can read off the page or something like that. We always kind of encourage that. Or if your strength is too low, you can't even lift your own body weight. So if you've got to a point where, like, it could be a ledge that's just maybe a few inches taller than yourself. The rest of the party hop up, but you can't because it's your strength isn't enough. It's so good. So good. And then you can come up with really interesting, wacky characters, and the stories, like, the GM has to be a bit clever and not make the combat to the specifications of the game usually. You kind of have to take the enemies back a little bit as well. But it starts to make people use their abilities more. You start to find some more interesting spells being drawn out of the book rather than fireball all the time. And the paladin, they said it was the most fun paladin play they had seen because it just didn't become a smite machine. They said the paladin was actually becoming useful to the party. It wasn't just constantly smiting, which is typically what happens in D&D for paladins and stuff. So I liked that. I was thinking of, if I wasn't doing the book reading or something, or having that, or maybe people could put in some turnips. They pay some turnips and I'll give them a character build or a character backstory or something. They just have to tell me what they're saying and stuff. But yes, we were playing Lancer, and I didn't nearly kill them all, but I did seriously bring one of them. Like, they had one weapon left. They only had one mounting point left and one weapon left. The others were kind of doing their best to keep them alive. It was good. It was really, really good. But yeah, that was something else fun I was thinking of, because I do enjoy my TTRPGs. I enjoy that sort of things, and yeah, running Lancer would be good as well, because using something like Roll20, like having the physical, because Lancer is built around it's built more around the strength. Back up in there. Just lucking out. I think YouTube, weirdly enough, YouTube handles it better. There we go. I'll wait to see if everybody can find me. Sorry about that, guys. I'm so sorry. Lost the Lion, thank you for the full page read. We're back. Okay, you've gotten that back up to 26 pages. I don't think I'm getting out of this chair tonight, by the looks of this. I do have to visit people before Christmas, guys. Come on. If we can get this wrapped up by Tuesday. Don't be sorry, man. You're offering us free entertainment. You owe us nothing. Oh no, but it's not nice. Like when it just cuts out like that. That's. I'm more apologizing for the system's fail. I must admit, I don't understand how YouTube Live manages to handle it, but Twitch just goes and it just has a fit. Like, it really does. It just goes absolutely bonkers. Because when it disconnects, I swear, it disconnects for 1 second. It goes ping ping, OBS is off, it does its reconnect, which lasts 1 second for its first try. And it says it's reconnected. It's weird. It goes wonky, but it doesn't stop. Whereas the Twitch one seems to sometimes stop for... Or it... Maybe it's just on my end then. For me, it feels like the Twitch one stops for quite a long time. And then suddenly says I have 26 viewers. I've been brave today. I've got the viewer count. Is that right? Did 10 or so people join in my reconnect? Maybe I should let OBS disconnect more often. That must be a glitch. Well, if not, welcome 10 people. Welcome. It says 15 viewers for me. Yeah, so it must be a glitch. I thought it was a bit odd. That's other things it does. So I think maybe it doesn't go all haywire and bonkers for yourselves, but it does for the streamer. It's a bit bizarre. Yeah, it's flashing between 50. It just said 15 and then flashed up to 26 there for me as well. So, although when I refresh the Brighter Shores page, it says I'm third with 26 viewers. I don't mind it doing that. That's fine. Twitch is like Brighter Shores leaderboards, quite garbage. Yeah. Maybe mistaken viewers for pages. That's also a possibility. Oh, it's the Black Cat Lion. Deja vu. Yeah. Okay, shall we? Shall we get some pages in? I've distracted you all enough to give me rest. Here we are. LFG. I've forgotten what you described it as, so I'll just say looking for good. Here we go. There. He continued to move to and fro over the soft carpet. In spite of the bulkiness of his body, there was a remarkable grace in his movements. It came out even in the gesture with which he thrust a hand into his pocket or manipulated a cigarette. More even than of strength. He gave an impression of confidence and of an understanding tinged by irony. However much in earnest he might be, He had nothing of the single-mindedness that belongs to a fanatic. When he spoke of murder, suicide, venereal disease, amputated limbs, and altered faces, it was with a faint air of persiflage. "This is unavoidable," his voice seemed to say. "This is what we have got to do, unflinchingly. But this is not what we shall be doing when life is worth living again." A wave of admiration, almost of worship, flowed out from Winston towards O'Brien. For the moment, he had forgotten the shadowy figure of Goldstein. When you looked at O'Brien's powerful shoulders and his blunt-featured face, so ugly and yet so civilized, it was impossible to believe that he could be defeated. There was no stratagem that he was not equal to, no danger that he could not foresee. Even Julia seemed to be impressed. She had let her cigarette go out and was listening intently. O'Brien went on. "You will have heard rumours of the existence of the Brotherhood. No doubt you have formed your own picture of it. You have imagined, probably, a huge underworld of conspirators, meeting secretly in cellars, scribbling messages on walls, recognizing one another by code words or by special movements of the hand. Nothing of the kind exists. The members of the Brotherhood have no way of recognizing one another, and it is impossible for any one member to be aware of the identity of more than a few others. Goldstein himself, if he fell into the hands of the Thought Police, could not give them a complete list of members or any information that would lead them to a complete list. No such list exists. The Brotherhood cannot be wiped out because it is not an organization in any ordinary sense. Nothing holds it together except an idea which is indestructible. You will never have anything to sustain you except the idea. You will get no comradeship and no encouragement. When finally you are caught, you will get no help. We never help our members. At most, when it is absolutely necessary that someone should be silenced, we are occasionally able to smuggle a razor blade into that prisoner's cell. You will have to get used to living without results and without hope. You will work for a while, you will be caught, you will confess, and then you will die. Those are the only results that you will ever see. There is no possibility that any perceptible change will happen within our own lifetime. We are the dead. Our only true life is in the future. We shall take part in it as handfuls of dust and splinters of bone. But how far away that future may be, there is no knowing. It might be 1,000 years. At present, nothing is possible except to extend the area of sanity, little by little. We cannot act collectively. We can only spread our knowledge outwards from individual to individual. Generation after generation, in the face of the Thought Police, there is no other way. O'Brien halted and looked for the third time at his wristwatch. "It is almost time for you to leave, comrade," he said to Julia. "Wait, the decanter is still half full." He filled the glasses and raised his own glass by the stem. "What shall it be this time?" he said, still with the same faint suggestion of irony. "To the confusion of the Thought Police? To the death of Big Brother? To humanity? To the future?" "To the past," said Winston. "The past is more important," agreed O'Brien gravely. They emptied their glasses, and a moment later Julia stood up to go. O'Brien took a small box from the top of a cabinet and handed her a flat white tablet, which he told her to place on her tongue. It was important, he said, not to go out smelling of wine. The lift attendants were very observant. As soon as the door had shut behind her, he appeared to forget her existence. He took another pace or two up and down, and then stopped. "There are details to be settled," he said. "I assume that you have a hiding place of some kind?" Winston explained about the room over Mr. Charrington's shop. "That will do for the moment. Later, we will arrange something else for you. It is important to change one's hiding place frequently. Meanwhile, I shall send you a copy of the book." Even O'Brien, Winston noticed, seemed to pronounce the words as though they were in italics. Goldstein's book, you understand, as soon as possible. It may be some days before I can get hold of one. There are not many in existence, as you can imagine. The thought police hunt them down and destroy them almost as fast as we can produce them. It makes very little difference. The book is indestructible. If the last copy were gone, we could reproduce it almost word for word. Do you carry a briefcase to work with you? He added. As a rule, yes, Winston replied. What is it like? Black, very shabby, with 2 straps. Black, 2 straps, very shabby. Good. One day, in the fairly near future, I cannot give a date, one of the messages among your morning's work will contain a misprinted word, and you will have to ask for a repeat. On the following day, you will go to work without your briefcase. At some time during the day, in the street, a man will touch you on the arm and say, I think you have dropped your briefcase. The one he gives you will contain a copy of Goldstein's book. You will return it within 14 days. They were silent for a moment. There are a couple of minutes before you need to go, said O'Brien. We shall meet again. If we do meet again. Lovely. Oh, and another page by Twisty. Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, Twisty. Another page. Bro, Gower should work with Turnip Man. Like I said, in the tannery. Imagine a new episode releases with a trailer and Turnip does the narrating about the content. You know, I have dreams of being like a narrator or voice actor or reading for Audible or something like that. If Andrew Gower asked me to do such a thing, I 100% would. Without a doubt. Just give this man a stage. Your timing's always perfect, Luciline. It's always when I look up. I would love to. I would love it. That's what I was going to check. Bounties. Everyone in the tannery was quite agreeable to say. To be honest, everybody had, like, the tannery especially, it's been lovely. Sorry, I'm just doing the countdown of what I have left to do. So the ones I just read. There we go. Ooh. Man, it's up to 9 for certain things, but we've got the Rocky Road. Sweet. Definitely do the Rocky Road. Might have to do a couple of runs for these. Thank you, Losa Lion. Thank you. Deversas! Hello, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I've went with a full inventory of vegetables, not paying attention to what I'm doing now. Everybody's been really lovely about the book reading and such from the tannery and beyond. It's wonderful. PTD here, it's Peter Dingley, is often in my YouTube as well. I see them there. It's lovely. I don't know how often Andrew Gower comes into people's streams, if they do at all, but yeah, if you need somebody to narrate anything for you, I'm 100% down for it. Absolutely. I'll bring my own Udi to keep me cozy. Actually, I live in the same country. It wouldn't even be too difficult for me for travel for me either. I'm walking away from the ingredients. Too busy chatting. Good. I spend mornings with Orlin in Brighter Shores, days with my bachelor's thesis, and evenings with you in Brighter Shores. You've got your cozy streamers all lined up. Nice. Olarin is lovely. Absolutely lovely. I have enjoyed very much doing a number of collab. I say a number. We've collabed twice, but Olarin is like it's like listening to radio. Their tamper is so good. What I will say about Olarin as well, Olarin would be a great host. Olarin is really good at the collab thing, bringing people in, because they're so patient in letting the other people talk. I noticed that especially when watching Olarin today. They're so patient at letting the other people talk, and if they have a lapse, he's got bang on the right question to get them going again. So, like, absolute 100% the perfect host. I do like Olarin very, very much. Sea Potato, do a Brighter Shores TTRPG series, and I guarantee the Gowers would see it. I mean, it's definitely doable. All the place names and everything is set here. You could use Pathfinder or D&D to work it out. You could do a little homebrew, adapt their rules a little bit for this. To be honest, Sea Potato, I could work on that. That is not beyond my abilities. So, the 5 chicken pies for little Lucy can be done here right now as well. It's the scrapyard one that's a bit of a pain. I might just have to do another loop round because I can't carry it all in the one inventory, I don't think. 14 plus 12, no. Platinum Marks, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Turnip Field. How are you doing? I just started to play a couple of days ago. I'm working on getting all 20s in the mine. Good luck, my friend. Are you enjoying it? Is the question I would love to ask. Especially that you've just started a couple of days ago. I love to see new players coming in, because a lot of people keep naysaying this game, but I keep seeing steady numbers in it, albeit they're not huge, but the numbers are steady, and I'm always meeting new players, and I just would like to know what their experience is. Not that I'm official body in this or anything, but it's nice to know that a game I'm enjoying is being enjoyed by others as well. But welcome to the Brighter Shores community, and I promise you the community is the best part of this game. Oh boy. Fall into the community if you haven't done so yet, and they will buck you up, because they definitely have done so for me. They're wonderful. So the chicken and leek pies. I might have to drop some bacon sandwiches for this. Yes, so drop all. Get the leeks. Oh, is it a better chicken and leek pie? Fine chicken and leek pie, okay. Let's go. Let's go before I lose what I've already made. I adore this game, it's phenomenal. I'm so glad you do, Platinum Marks. And if you're playing the game and you're in my chat, I need to add you as a friend, if you do not mind. Or you can add myself. It's Ponders Turnip. Provided you've opted in for receiving friends and stuff like that. But if it's the same, because I'm leveling up my friends in the game as well. So, oh, Platinum Marks, thank you for the follow. That's added another page, guys. We've got another page of the book. So we're down to 22. Platinum Marks has brought it up to 23 again. Add Diversus, yes, okay. Absolutely. But yes, and thank you for the follow, Platinum Marks. The official welcome to the Turnip Fields now. Perfect. Thank you, Diversus. I am now level 52 friends. My favorite profession to level up. There we go. I know Jimmy is about got theirs quickly, but I will say that the friends list we have here is warm and loving. What's the line? Shout out to the tannery. Oh yes. Don't forget when you reach Chronopolis, Platinum Marks, to spend a moment at the tannery, meet the lovely people that are there, and do the pineapple tour, where you can use the promo code Turnip10 that you see on the screen now to get a discount on the Turnip tour. It's wonderful. It's everything you could ever dream a tour to be. I'll add you. Cool. That's the one you want to add. So I'm not as Wondrous Turnip in game, it's Ponders Turnip to find myself in game. Little Lissy. Little Lissy. How do you pay them in Black Santa hats? I think the way it works is you go on the tour and it's actually oh my goodness, it's Sanhai. It's Sanhai who pays, and then they don't pay as much for the tour. So you're actually getting a discount for Sanhai. As far as from what I could visibly see how these tours were run, you go for the tour and Sanhai pays for it. That's all that I noticed. Sanhai's rich anyway, so they don't mind. I don't run the tours either, Diversus. I'm just the face. I'm just the one that has the voucher and tells people to go to the tannery and shout Turnip 10. I'm obligated through legal process to sponsor, to be sponsored by Pineapple Tours. Now please let my family go. Where am I? There we go. Rocky Road. Turnip, wouldn't it be a fun idea to make like a funny short story that we can act out in game and you narrate the story like a group project? Could be some real Monty Python skits. Twisty, I am game for that. Absolutely. And you can even make a loose script. I'm great at ad-libbing. Like I could read off the screen. I've sometimes done it to myself. I don't know why I've never done it in stream, but especially when I was in Chronopolis, I would sometimes do, like, when I was playing offline, I would do little news bits to myself. It's like, today in Chronopolis, incidents have been occurring all over the city. Crime is rife. We're going to interview Detective Turnips here today to discover more about the crime predicament found in Chronopolis City. Ponders. And then for some reason I would just go Batman and just say, I'm not the detective the city wants, but the detective the city deserves. But yeah, I'm not good at Batman, so that's probably why I never did it on stream. That's, Where is the crime? Yeah. But yeah, I would be absolutely down for it. I still want to teleport to Chronopolis. It's so ingrained in me. You just need 3 more skill levels and you're going to Chronopolis. Oh, Platinum. Chronopolis is my favorite. I like... you'll find your own favorite. It might not be Chronopolis, but for me, it's my favorite. Even before I was lovingly accepted by the Tannery crew, I loved Chronopolis. It's so, so good. And I love the skills there. I find the detective particularly fun, and you can do merchant in with detective and leatherworking and stuff. It's just so good. So, so good. And thank you for the friendly. We are level 53 friends, guys. Look at us shine. Okay, we'll do the last chicken and leek pies. I don't think we can do it all at once, but we can get pretty close. And it's a real pain in the tookie to get some of this stuff. Tannery full of actors. I'm going to talk to people. Turnip's biggest Brighter Shores YouTuber ever in a month. Oh my goodness. What is the Tannery Tour code again? Turnip 10? Yes, but more specifically, it's in the Tannery, but it's called the Pineapple Tour. I can't always promise that whom needs to be there will be there. But if you're in stream when I'm online, I can be there, and I vaguely know the tour, just in case. Is it Gang? Oh my goodness, guys! I'm sorry, I'm just bad with names. Because I know them as Walwa or Wawawa, Wawawawawa. Because I liked trying to say their name. Graggle. It's Graggle. It's Graggle. Not Wawa. Los Lion! First time chat. You've never spoken to me before. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Let's blow this up, Turnip. Absolutely. Like, guys, like, we'll tear Brighter Shores up. We've already, or you've already managed to frighten people in the kitchen, so... but it couldn't have been too bad. Kel still swapped the Santa hats with me, so she must have forgiven us. But please, do terrorize Kels. But just don't tell her it's from me. Well, not like 9/11. More like make him famous. Diversus, I'll show up there and ask for Turnip tours just for the memes and see their reaction. You're the face after all. Graggle Simpson is the man. So yeah, so Graggle Simpson is the guide and manager, I guess. Los Lion is legal. Onesie is like human relations, is it? Or custom relations? I can't remember. I was forwarded to many people down the line trying to figure out whom to ask about group tours. So like I said, I'm not in the company. I'm like the unofficial body. Traveller, sorry, was there something? You wouldn't tell Kells that I asked people to... In my... Genuinely, Traveller, I did not know anybody was going to the kitchen today. I did not know. I just thought it was funny that it did happen. She shouldn't have said the pineapple tour sucked. I'm not gonna lie, that was a bad move. And like I said, I've no official affiliation. I'm just a face. But genuinely, like, I was actually going to throw out a collab to Kells when it was happening. Not for collab's sake, but because I just wanted to hear her reaction. I didn't want to put it on my stream though and steal her words of what I could only describe or believe would be joy. Traveller fails to hold back laughter. Well, I am her mod, so. Yeah, but you just have to mod. The mods are like, you know, you help moderate chat and that sort of thing. Doesn't mean you have to spy. That's Who here is familiar with Battlefield Friends from Neebs Gaming? Dip, dip, potato chip. Dip, dip, potato chip. Does that say enough? I am familiar. I think doing skits like that would be really funny. I'm down for it. And I have a lot of free time right now. So... yeah, absolutely. And I'm in the Discord now as well, so... You should be heading there soon. Enjoy Chronopolis. I hope you enjoy it. I can't promise it would be your favourite. Oh, thank you, Twisty. Up to 24 pages again. There we go. Man. I mean, I'm not doing too bad, considering we started over 80 pages. But, okay. We're warmed up, are we? Are people ready for more of the book? So, like, there's a few people that have come in. Platinum Marks, you're new to this as well, I would imagine. It is, or it was pinned. I forgot it. Need to do that again. But you can redeem 300 turnips for a page reading of what we're currently reading right now is 1984 by George Orwell. Could I do a little recap? I can do a little recap, Twisty. I can do that for you. That's not a problem. But we are reading 1984. 300 turnips gets a page. A follow gets a page, which you actually already added Platinum Marks from following me. So thank you very much for that. And a subscribe gets 5 pages each, which I didn't expect so quickly to happen, to actually add lots of pages at once. OJ Allen gave me 5 gifted subs, and then a friend of mine gave me 10 gifted subs earlier today, which instantly leaked up to 75 pages. But yes, follows get 1 page. I'm just going to get this up so I can get it. 1 page. And subscribbles for 5 pages of 1984 by George Orwell. And if you like people reading, a lot of people have been enjoying, you know, just add the pages. It costs the turnips that you'll find, which I actually have a label for. I'm so proud of it. The turnip's at the bottom of the screen. It's only 300, which, from what I've been told from people, it's about an hour to gain those. We can add pages to it. Now, for a recap, I don't know where people came in, but I'll recap the chapter that we're in so far. Winston, who is the protagonist in the book of 1984, has went with Julia, this love that he has found in this dystopian world, to meet O'Brien, whom they are communicating with in a means to join an underground network of people that are trying to overthrow Big Brother, which is the party that is running the country of Oceania that they're in right now. It's very dystopian, very dark, and very, very interesting. It's lovely. Oh, Lorraine! Ahoy! Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yes, Sea Potato is right. You've missed a bunch of pages, but you do know that I am intending to do a full read, chapter by chapter, that I will upload. So if you're comfy, if cozy, pull up your favorite beverage, while away the grind of the game. Here we go. So, the one he gives you will contain... So, this is him talking about the briefcase that will contain Goldstein's book, whom is the lead of the head of the underground, as it were. And he will need to return that book in 14 days. It will be hidden in one of his briefcases. They were silent for a moment. There are a couple of minutes before you need to go, said O'Brien. We shall meet again, if we do meet again. Winston looked up at him. In the place where there is no darkness, he said hesitantly. O'Brien nodded, without appearance of surprise. In the place where there is no darkness, he said, as though he had recognized the allusion. And in the meantime, is there anything that you wish to say before you leave? Any message? Any question? Winston thought. There did not seem to be any further question that he wanted to ask. Still less did he feel any impulse to utter high-sounding generalities. Instead of anything directly connected with O'Brien or the Brotherhood, there came into his mind a sort of composite picture of the dark bedroom where his mother had spent her last days, and the little room over Mr. Charrington's shop, the glass paperweight and the steel engraving in its rosewood frame. Almost at random, he said, Did you ever happen to hear an old rhyme? It begins, Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. Again, O'Brien nodded with a sort of grave courtesy. He completed the stanza. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey. When I grow rich, say the bells of Shoreditch. You knew the last line, said Winston. Yes, I knew the last line. And now I am afraid it is time for you to go. But wait, you had better let me give you one of these tablets. As Winston stood up, O'Brien held out a hand. His powerful grip crushed the bones of Winston's palm. At the door, Winston looked back, but O'Brien seemed already to be in the process of putting him out of his mind. He was waiting with his hand on the switch that controlled the telescreen. Beyond him, Winston could see the writing table with its green-shaded lamp, and the speakwrite and the wire baskets deep laden with papers. The incident was closed. Within 30 seconds, it occurred to him O'Brien would be back to his interrupted and important work on behalf of the party. Okay, we're moving on to Chapter 9 of Part 2. Oh, Diversus, another page. Thank you. So that keeps us at 23 instead of 22. My goodness. Okay, we'll sell these stews because it tends to interrupt it a bit. Go. Twisty, bro, listening to this dude reminds me of when I was a kid and used to listen to cassette fairy tales. Ah, I used to listen to them too. Tell where my influences might have come from. How much reading debt are you in? Like 23 pages? It's about 23 pages, but with some of the stalling that I've had, Olerin, it's been between 26 and 23 for like the last hour and a half. I managed to rock it from 87, I think, where we started. I don't know anymore. It was so long ago. Down to about 30, but my drop between 30 to 20 has slowed either by myself having a break or joining in the raid of the kitchen or something or other. I am destined to sit in this page. Black Math, yeah, it was 75 pages, but Sea Potato claimed a 5 additional coupon, and then there was more. You're sloshed, though. Well, if you need help going into a drunken sleep, we will get more. Yeah, Sea Potato is a hero. That was genius. I am not going to constantly give 5 pages for people just typing up a coupon, but I thought it was clever. I will still find out if the coupon is genuine. I have somebody who's in the know of coupons, so they'll be able to tell me. We'll get on to Graggle about that. So, 1984, Part 2, Chapter 9. Winston was gelatinous with fatigue. Gelatinous was the right word. It had come into his head spontaneously. His body deemed to have not only the weakness of a jelly, but its translucency. He felt that if he held up his hand, he would be able to see the light through it. All the blood and lymph had been drained out of him by an enormous debauch of work, leaving only a frail structure of nerves, bones, and skin. All sensations seemed to be magnified. His overalls fretted his shoulders, the pavement tickled his feet. Even the opening and closing of a hand was an effort that made his joints creak. He had worked more than 90 hours in 5 days. So had everyone else in the ministry. Now it was all over, and he had literally nothing to do. No party work of any description until tomorrow morning. He could spend 6 hours in the hiding place and another 9 in his own bed. Slowly, in mild afternoon sunshine, he walked up a dingy street in the direction of Mr. Charrington's shop, keeping one eye open for the patrols, but irrationally convinced that this afternoon there was no danger of anyone interfering with him. The heavy briefcase that he was carrying bumped against his knee at each step, sending a tingling sensation up and down the skin of his leg. Inside it was the book which he had now had in his possession for 6 days and had not yet opened, nor even looked at. On the 6th day of Hate Week, after the processions, the speeches, the shouting, the singing, the banners, the posters, the films, the waxworks, the rolling of drums and squealing of trumpets, the tramps of marching feet, the grinding of the caterpillars of tanks, the roar of massed planes, the booming of guns. After 6 days of this, when the great orgasm was quivering to its climax and the general hatred of Eurasia had boiled up into such delirium that if the crowd could have got their hands on the 2,000 Eurasian war criminals who were to be publicly hanged on the last day of the proceedings, they would unquestionably have torn them to pieces. At just this moment, it had been announced that Oceania was not, after all, at war with Eurasia. Oceania was at war with Eastasia. Eurasia was an ally. There was, of course, no admission that any change had taken place. Merely it became known, with extreme suddenness and everywhere at once, that Eastasia, and not Eurasia, was the enemy. Winston was taking part in a demonstration in one of the central London squares at the moment when it happened. It was night, and the white faces and scarlet banners were luridly floodlit. This square was packed with several thousand people, including a block of about 1,000 school children in the uniform of the spies. One, a scarlet-draped platform, an orator of the inner party, a small lean man with disproportionately long arms and a large bald skull over which a few lank locks straggled, was haranguing the crowd. A little Rumpelstiltskin figure, contorted with hatred, he gripped the neck of the microphone with one hand, while the other, enormous at the end of a bony arm, clawed the air menacingly above his head. Twisty petitioned to do Moby Dick after this book. Like, I'm still happy to read Moby Dick. It was voted out. That was all. When I finish one book, I will hold a poll either in my Discord or live and stream at the time, wherever it might happen. Twisty is raiding kitchen again. Black Math, listen, I was mostly joking when I said this book had lots of repressed schmexy, but my god, have you read A Brave New World? No, I haven't. But I'm willing to give it a go. All the requirements are is it's in public domain. That's all. Olarin's going to harpoon you. I mean, Olarin, I thought you would like a sea themed book, being a pirate and all. Have you swapped to a different Udi now? No, this is my nightie. It's a Snorlax nightie. It was getting a bit warm, so I put the Udi behind me. So it's a nightie. The fluffiness is Cooskin. It's like hairy Cooskin. Back of me. Just entered the gates of Chronopolis. Platinum marks. Enjoy. I loved it there. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay. So he had his hand clawing the air menacingly above his head. His voice, made metallic by the amplifiers, boomed forth an endless catalogue of atrocities, massacres, deportations, lootings, rapings, torture of prisoners, bombings of civilians, lying propaganda, unjust aggressions, broken treaties. It was almost impossible to listen to him without being first convinced and then maddened. At every few moments, the fury of the crowd boiled over and the voice of the speaker was drowned by a wild, beast-like roaring that rose uncontrollably from thousands of throats. The most savage yells of all came from the schoolchildren. The speech had been proceeding for perhaps 20 minutes, and when a messenger hurried onto the platform and a scrap of paper was slipped into the speaker's hand, he unrolled and read it without pausing in his speech. Nothing altered his voice or manner, or in the content of what he was saying. But suddenly the names were different. Without words said, a wave of understanding rippled through the crowd. Oceania was at war with Eastasia. The next moment there was a tremendous commotion. The banners and posters with which the square was decorated were all wrong. Quite half of them had the wrong faces on them. It was sabotage. The agents of Goldstein had been at work. There was a riotous interlude while posters were ripped from the walls, banners torn to shreds and trampled underfoot. The spies performed prodigies of activity in clambering over the rooftops and cutting the streamers that fluttered from the chimneys. But within 2 or 3 minutes, it was all over. The orator, still gripping the neck of the microphone, his shoulders hunched forward, his free hand clawing at the air, had gone straight on with his speech. 1 minute more, and the feral roars of rage were again bursting from the crowd. The hate continued exactly as before, except that the target had been changed. The thing that impressed Winston in looking back was that the speaker had switched from one line to other, actually in mid-sentence. Not only without pause, but without even breaking the syntax. But at the moment, he had other things to preoccupy him. It was during the moment of disorder, while the posters were being torn down, that a man whose face he did not see had tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Excuse me, I think you've dropped your briefcase." He took the briefcase abstractly without speaking. He knew that it would be days before he had an opportunity to look inside it. The instant that the demonstration was over, he went straight to the Ministry of Truth, though the time was now nearly 23 hours. The entire staff of the ministry had done likewise. The orders already issuing from the telescreens, recalling them to their posts, were hardly necessary. Boop, boop, boop. I was trying to sell it to J Nops, though. My goodness. What's going on with the war here? OJ Allen! Hello! Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. You'll be pleased to know that between yourself and Black Math there, I'm still reading through the pages that you purchased for everyone to hear, of which many of them are very grateful to you both. So thank you again. It's good to see you. And Platinum Marks, I hope you get on well in Chronopolis there. Definitely. I know I said it before, but it's always worth saying again. Enjoy it. Enjoy the big city. We love it. Are you enjoying it as well? I don't know how much you've heard me read, Alan, but I'm enjoying it as well. I dare say thank you from myself as well. It's been great. I'm at threat of maybe actually going over 61 cooking because I don't notice it happen. Because I get totally engrossed when I'm reading, I must admit. It's been lovely. Absolutely lovely. But, yes. I have many more pages to get through, and I'm on a roll right now. So, keep comfy. Don't move from your spots yet. If your bladder is full, hold it. Damage your health to hear these words. Here we go. Oceania was at war with East Asia. Oceania had always been at war with East Asia. A large part of the political literature for 5 years was now completely obsolete. Reports and records of all kinds, newspapers, books, pamphlets, films, soundtracks, photographs, all had to be rectified at lightning speed. Although no directive was ever issued, it was known that the chiefs of the departments intended that within 1 week no reference to the war with Eurasia or the alliance with East Asia should remain in existence anywhere. The work was overwhelming, all the more so because the process that involved it could not be called by their true names. Everyone in the records department worked 18 hours in 24, with 2-3-hour snatches of sleep. Mattresses were brought up from the cellars and pitched all over the corridors. Meals consisted of sandwiches and Victory coffee wheeled around on trolleys by attendants from the canteen. Each time that Winston broke off for one of his spells of sleep, he tried to leave his desk clear of work. And each time that he crawled back to sticky-eyed and aching, it was to find that another shower of paper cylinders had covered the desk, while a desk like a snowdrift, half burying the speakwrite and overflowing onto the floor, so that the first job was always to stack them into a neat enough pile to give him room to work. What was worst of all was that the work was by no means purely mechanical. Often it was enough merely to substitute one name for another, but any detailed report of events demanded care and imagination. Even the geographical knowledge that one needed in transferring the war from one part of the world to another was considerable. By the third day his eyes ached unbearably, and his spectacles needed wiping every few minutes. It was like struggling with some crushing physical task, something which one had the right to refuse and which one was nevertheless neurotically anxious to accomplish. In so far as he had time to remember it, he was not troubled by the fact that every word he murmured into the speakwrite, every stroke of his ink pencil was a deliberate lie. He was as anxious as anyone else in the department that the forgery should be perfect. On the morning of the 6th day, and the dribble of cylinders slowed down, for as much as half an hour nothing came out of the tube. Then one more cylinder, then nothing. Everywhere, at about the same time, the work was easing off. As deep as it was, and it were, the secret sigh went through the department. A mighty deed which could never be mentioned had been achieved. It was now impossible for any human being to prove by documentary evidence that the war with Eurasia had ever happened. At 1200, it was unexpectedly announced that all workers in the ministry were free till tomorrow morning. Winston, still carrying the briefcase containing the book which had remained between his feet while he worked and under his body while he slept, went home, shaved himself, and almost fell asleep in his bath, although the water was barely more than tepid. Okay. How are we doing? Was it chaos in the kitchen? I'm sorry if I missed most of it. Boo, 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 boo. Oh, I remember O.J. Allen talking about the bandana. I was jumping through a few streams earlier today. It was lovely. It was good fun. And no, we're still good. We're still good. We're still clear at the bounties. We've got a few more pages we can go through. Lovely. Lovely. 18 left. We're down to 18. I managed to break the 20. Mark, look at us go. Wow. Alrighty. Let's get comfy again. Cozy. And we shall continue. With a sort of voluptuous creaking in his joints, he climbed the stair above Mr. Charrington's shop. He was tired, but not sleepy any longer. He opened the window, lit the dirty little oil stove, and put on a pan of water for coffee. Julia would arrive presently. Meanwhile, there was the book. He sat down in the sluttish armchair and undid the straps of the briefcase. A heavy black volume, amateur. Me today. It is back up. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Do. I'll give it a moment to make sure everybody is back and can see me again so they don't miss out. I had no idea I had that on-screen celebration. Oh! They're for bits. Oh, thank you for the bits. I can't remember the last time I saw bits. Lovely. Riot. Sorry again. Can you see me again? Is it back? Ah. Thank you for the bits, Diversus. You know, that deserves a couple of pages as well. I didn't actually think of bit donations, so let's crank that back up over 20 pages, shall we? Thank you very much. Thank you. I am back. Uh, 50 bits. I gave it 2 pages, Olerin. I was down to 18, but you know what? Just round it back up. It was 20. I was struggling to get down behind, so I never considered bits. I didn't know a price to give, so I gave Devers 2 pages for that. For a jolly good show. Thank you. Thank you. No problems. Win-win. Yeah. I mean, I'm enjoying it as well. It's hardly punishment. I just like the interaction. It's fun. And I like the reading as well. So triply win. Happy chat, happy turnip, happy books. Well, I don't know how happy the book is, but it's good. It's good. So, if you are all back... Let us continue. It is just not like... I don't know if there's anything else going on, but keeps doing it. It's nothing I could figure out now. I'm sorry. It looks like OBS is just going to keep disconnecting today, to which I can only apologize. Okay. A heavy black volume, amateurishly bound with no name or title on the cover. The print also looked slightly irregular. The pages were worn at the edges and fell apart easily, as though the book had been passed through many hands. The inscription on the title page ran, "The Theory and Practice of Oligarchical Collectivism," by Emmanuel Goldstein. Winston began reading. Chapter 1, Ignorance is Strength. Throughout recorded time, and probably since the end of the Neolithic Age, there have been 3 kinds of people in the world: the high, the middle, and the low. They have been subdivided in many ways. They have been borne countless different names, and their relative numbers, as well as their attitude towards one another, have varied from age to age, but the essential structure of society has never altered. Even after enormous upheavals and seemingly irrevocable changes, the same pattern has always reasserted itself. Just as a gyroscope will always return to equilibrium, however far it is pushed one way or the other. The aims of these groups are entirely irreconcilable. Winston stopped reading. Chiefly in order to appreciate the fact that he was reading, in comfort and safety. He was alone. No telescreen, no ear at the keyhole, no nervous impulse to glance over his shoulder or cover the page with his hand. The sweet summer air played against his cheek. From somewhere far away there floated the faint shouts of children. In the room itself there was no sound except the insect voice of the clock. He settled deeper into the armchair and pushed his feet up on the fender. It was bliss. It was eternity. Suddenly, as one sometimes does with a book of which one knows that one will ultimately read and reread every word, he opened it at a different place and found himself at chapter 3. He went on reading. Chapter 3. War is Peace. The splitting up of the world into 3 great superstates was an event which could be, and indeed was foreseen before the middle of the 20th century. With the absorption of Europe by Russia and the British Empire by the United States, 2 of the 3 existing powers, Eurasia and Oceania, were already effectively in being. The third, Eastasia, only emerged as a distinct unit after another decade of confused fighting. The frontiers between the three superstates are in some places arbitrary, and in others they fluctuate according to the fortunes of war. But in general, they follow geographical lines. Eurasia comprises the whole of the northern part of the European and Asiatic landmass, from Portugal to the Bering Strait. Oceania comprises of the Americas, the Atlantic islands including the British Isles, Australasia, and the southern portion of Africa. East Asia, smaller than the others and with a less definite western frontier, comprises China and the countries to the south of it, the Japanese islands and a large but fluctuating portion of the Manchuria, Mongolia, and Tibet. In one combination or another, these three superstates are permanently at war, and have been so for the past 25 years. War, however, is no longer the desperate, annihilating struggle that it was in the early decades of the 20th century. It is a warfare of limited aims between combatants who are unable to destroy one another, have no material cause for fighting, and are not divided by any genuine ideological difference. This is not to say that either the conduct of the war or the prevailing attitude towards it has become less bloodthirsty or more chivalrous. On the contrary, war hysteria is continuous and universal in all countries, and such acts as raping, looting, the slaughter of children, the reduction of whole populations to slavery, the reprisals against prisoners which extend even to boiling and burying alive, are looked upon as normal, and when they are committed by one's own side and not by the enemy, meritorious. But in a physical sense, war involves very small numbers of people, mostly highly trained specialists, and causes comparatively few casualties. The fighting, when there is any, takes place on the vague frontiers whose whereabouts the average man can only guess at, or round the floating fortresses which guard strategic points on the sea lanes. In the centres of civilization, war means no more than a continuous shortage of consumption of goods, and the occasional crash of a rocket bomb which may cause a few scores of deaths. War has in fact changed its character. More exactly, the reasons for which war is waged have changed in their order of importance. Motives which were already present to some small extent in the great wars of the early 20th century have now become dominant, and are consciously recognized and acted upon. To understand the nature of the present war, for in spite of the regrouping which occurs every few years, it is always the same war, one must realize in the first place that it is impossible for it to be decisive. None of the three superstates could be definitively conquered even by the other two in combination. They are too evenly matched, and their natural defenses are too formidable. Eurasia is protected by its vast land spaces, Oceania by the width of the Atlantic and the Pacific, East Asia by the fecundity and industriousness of its inhabitants. Secondly, there is no longer, in a material sense, anything to fight about. With the establishment of self-contained economics, in which production and consumption are geared to one another, the scramble for markets which was a main cause of previous wars has come to an end, while the competition for raw materials is no longer a matter of life and death. In any case, each of the three superstates is so vast that it can obtain almost all the materials that it needs within its own boundaries. Insofar as the war has a direct economic purpose, it is a war for labour power, between the frontiers of the superstates and not permanently in the possession of any of them. There lies a rough quadrilateral with its corners at Tangier, Brazzaville, Darwin, and Hong Kong, containing within it about a fifth of the population of the Earth. It is for the possession of these thickly populated regions and of the northern ice cap that the three powers are constantly struggling. In practice, no one power ever controls the whole of the disputed area. Portions of it are constantly changing hands, and it is the chance of seizing this or that fragment by a sudden stroke of treachery that dictates the endless changes of alignment. All the disputed territories contain valuable minerals, and some of them yield important vegetable products such as rubber, which in colder climates it is necessary to synthesize by comparatively expensive methods. But above all, they contain a bottomless reserve of cheap labor. whichever power controls equatorial Africa, or the countries of the Middle East, or southern India, or the Indonesian archipelago, disposes also of the bodies of the scores or hundreds of millions of ill-paid and hard-working coolies. The inhabitants of these areas, reduced more or less openly to the status of slaves, pass continually from conqueror to conqueror, and are expended like so much coal or oil in the race to turn out more armaments, to capture more territory, to control more labor power, to turn out more armaments or to capture more territory, and so on indefinitely. It should be noted that the fighting never really moves beyond the edges of the disputed areas. The frontiers of Eurasia flow back and forth between the basin of the Congo and the northern shore of the Mediterranean. The islands of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific are constantly being captured and recaptured by Oceania or by East Asia. In Mongolia, the dividing lines between Eurasia and East Asia is never stable. Round the pole, all three powers lay claim to enormous territories which in fact are largely uninhabited and unexplored. But the balance of power always remains roughly even, and the territory which forms the heartland of each superstate always remains inviolate. Moreover, the labour of the exploited peoples round the equator is not really necessary to the world's economy. They add nothing to the wealth of the world, since whatever they produce is used for purposes of war. And the object of waging a war is always to be in a better position in which to wage another war. By their labour, the slave populations allow the tempo of continuous warfare to be speeded up. But if they did not exist, the structure of the world society and the process by which it maintains itself would not be essentially different. The primary aim of modern warfare, in accordance with the principles of doublethink, this aim is simultaneously recognized and not recognized by the directing brains of the inner party. It is to use up the products of the machine without raising the general standard of living. Ever since the end of the 19th century, the problem of what to do with the surplus of consumption of goods has been latent in the industrial society. At present, when few human beings even have enough to eat, this problem is obviously not urgent, and it might not have become so. Even no artificial process of destruction has been at work. The world of today is a bare, hungry, dilapidated place compared with the world that existed before 1914, and still more of it compared with the imaginary future to which the people of that period looked forward. In the early 20th century, the vision of a future society unbelievably rich, leisured, orderly and efficient, a glittering antiseptic world of glass and steel and snow-white concrete, was part of the consciousness of nearly every literate person. Science and technology were developed at a prodigious speed, and it seemed natural to assume that they would go on developing. This failed to happen, partly because of the impoverishment caused by a long series of wars and revolutions, partly because of scientific and technical progress depended on the empirical habit of thought, which could not survive in a strictly regimented society. As a whole of the world is more primitive today than it was 50 years ago. Certain backward areas have advanced, and various devices, always in some way connected with warfare and police espionage, have been developed, but experiment and invention have largely stopped, and the ravages of the atomic war of the 1950s and never been fully repaired. Nevertheless, the dangers inherent in the machine are still there. From the moment when the machine first made its appearance, it was clear to all thinking people that the need for human drudgery, and therefore to a great extent for human equality, had disappeared. If the machine were used deliberately for that end, hunger, overwork, dirt, illiteracy, and disease could be eliminated within a few generations, and, in fact, without being used for any such purpose, but by a sort of automatic process, by producing wealth, which it was sometimes impossible not to distribute. The machine did not raise the living standards of the average human being very greatly over a period of about 50 years, at the end of the 19th and the beginnings of the 20th centuries. Okay. That's quite a good stint. I do need to take a little drink of water though. Yeah. Here we go. All right. Actually, do I? Yes, there should be new bounties. One bacon sandwich. Actually, that should be all doable. Okay. Okay. And we only need one piece of fish. Even better. Twisty, redeeming another page. Good, thank you. There we go. I did actually do quite a run there. So with the page added. Oh, you found the tannery, but alas, no pineapple tour. So the first thing you want to do is, if you have me and your friends, click on my name and make sure you join the same server. So be the same server as me. And then don't worry. I'm sure you'll find someone there. And I've run right past the fish market. Boom, boom. Here we go. If Twisty is a guide in training, you could be the first client. The pineapple tours must go on. Okay. But not today. Boo, 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 boo. So, need 11 bacon sandwiches. I wonder. It's gonna be 12. Best to make the chicken pies first. So. Just don't forget the tack tip, Twisty. Just don't forget it. North side. Yes, if you're in the tannery platinum marks, join the north side tools. Use the tools on the north side. It's a little unfair if they meet me first. South side just doesn't have a chance, but that's their problem to resolve. I'm sorry I'm not there. Chronopolis, I know I'm in Hopeport and I'm telling people, go to Chronopolis, it's lovely. Oh, Carrot Top's here. Should I ask him for a pun? Okay, so I need 22 free spaces, so we'll probably have to drop the pies once they're made, but that's fine. Oh, I've not actually checked, I've not updated my title for... I'm in the top 3,500. I've been lying this whole time. It's not top 3,600 anymore, it's top 3,500. of that. Okay, drop the pies. And we'll get... What do I need? 11 bacon, 11 bread. I don't know why I clicked all that. There's a 10 button. That would have been much quicker. Oh my goodness, I'm on 6 gold, guys. Tell Sanhai I'm coming for them. Is Sanhai on? Are they online? No, they're not. Oh well. We'll tell them later then. I didn't know I reached 6 gold. It's definitely slower than the amount of money I was making in Chronopolis, though. Oh boy. Biddly doo doo, diddly doo doo doo, biddly doo doo doo. Bow, bow, bow. Okay. So, where am I going? Little Lucy, Braniff's dining room, fishing supplies, and the scrapyard. Ah, it's not too far out. Tech tip. Tech tip. Braniff's dining room. Little Lucy in the scrapyard. We got this. Okay. Pies. Oh my goodness. This has probably been... The pineapple tour was very informative. Did they tell you properly what the pineapples meant, Platinum Marks? What was Twisty's rendition of what the pineapples meant? He did it! Did you remember the hopscotch? My favourite part. Better have done. Believe me, Platinum Marks, if you are ever in streams now, you are now a bit more privileged than many other streamers are. If you ask a lot of them what the pineapple tours are, they'll just go, huh? It was a sign of wealth. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was. Perfect. Because there was some confusion over that a while ago. But they are a sign of wealth. I made the mistake of saying it was British colonial history, but it's Brighter Shores colonial history. The import of pineapples. Only the wealthy could afford it, so they used to rent them for their tables and make statues of pineapples. It's delicious. Pineapples. We did the hop game. We tipped the cat. We walked to the benchman and told him, you too. And then I showed the pineapples. Perfect. You can also add going to the bar and having pina coladas now as well. Graggle started adding more and more yesterday. Yeah, that is the genuine tour. I hope you enjoyed it, Platinum Marks. And don't worry, the experience comes rushing in now that you have done it. Still don't know where you got Britain from. I've no idea. You know, these strange words that pop into your head. I should remember it's Brighter Shores, Brighter Shores, Brighter Shores, all the way up, and then Scotland. I would highly suggest it tomorrow. Thank you, Platinum Marks. And remember, they can find the Turnip 10 voucher here on stream. Or they could just shout out Turnip 10, to be honest. Just get them to shout Turnip 10. It's funny. I like it. But you'll find no other episode has a tour. It's shameful. We haven't found any other place in Brighter Shores that does a tour like the pineapple tours. Oh, Sea Potato, thank you for the page. Thank you. We are back up to 16 again. I know I was rattling through quite a bit. It might have seemed like I got through more pages, but it was actually like there was no paragraphs to that last chunk I did, so there was a lot of writing in each page. So we're still on 16. We still got lots. Still got lots. What does the spell do? The one you acquire with the detective profession. The detect aura lets you see what magical aura everybody has. So, oh, the cat has stars. I did not know that. I never noticed that. Kitty Cat has magic stars. But you'll see in these kind of areas, it tends to be neutral. But when you're in Chronopolis, you can see some criminals and such have different types of auras, like Necrome and Tempeste and all those kinds of things. And you find magical traces on some of your investigations that you then need to use to identify the perpetrator. It is really quiet outside here. Where's all the people that were normally buying hats? Is Washi playing? Being a good boy. I need to fetch more water again. Oh my goodness. Drinking like a fish. Okay. How much do I have in here? Do I have enough to get through pages? We'll grab some more. And then I'll fetch some more water. And we'll get back to it. But yes, the Pineapple Tour Platinum Marks once you start grinding out levels in places like the tannery or blacksmithing or cooking and stuff like that, you'll start to appreciate even more the grandeur that the Pineapple Tour has to offer. And the freedoms that it shows. Oh, it's so cute. He's giving you cuddles. Oh, well, she's a good dog. He's a good boy. Bidoo-boo. Is this like adding? I felt like it was 190 something the last time I added vegetables to it. Okay, I'll grab an inventory full. I will go fetch some water. And then we shall continue. We're on the last level of cooking, guys. The last level. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. But we're nowhere near what I need for alchemy. I really should have started dropping the knowledge points into alchemy sooner. That was a bit of a boo-boo. Okay. Let me just get this going. I will fetch some more water, and I will be back in just a moment. Okay, get comfy. Comfy. Are you going to do alchemy with bought ingredients, knowledge points, or fetch the items yourself? I heard if I buy the ingredients, it's very expensive to Versus. And I'm not very rich. Well, I've got 6 gold. I could probably actually afford it. But I don't want to. Because I'm Scottish and stingy. So I want to kind of knowledge point it. Like, it's the only other thing I can think to do, because I really don't want to do foraging. It's I found a Reddit article with some potions that give a little profit when bought. Then there are some with a little loss. I mean, if I could do it, like the time, especially if I'm doing this reading and stuff to Versus, I'm not worried about the time. So even if it's kind of like a potion that I can still make a profit from, but it's going to take longer to get the levels, I'm not actually too bothered about that now. This cooking to 61 has felt like a blur to me. It's just whisked on by. I've absolutely loved these moments reading this book and stuff. So yeah, I'm not too upset about maybe having a little bit of a longer grind about it. So if I knew what those potions were for it, absolutely. But we will continue with cooking. Oh, we're 651. How am I doing on the leaderboards? Look at this. Actually, what am I doing on the cooking chef leaderboards? Whew, top 5,000. Legends. Here we go. Are we ready? Would we like some more of the book? That's what people have claimed for. 16 pages, guys. 16 pages. So we are still reading Goldstein's The Book. But it was also clear that an all-round increase in wealth threatened destruction. Indeed, in some sense, was the destruction of a hierarchical society. In a world in which everyone worked short hours, had enough to eat, lived in a house with a bathroom and a refrigerator, and possessed a motor car or even an aeroplane, the most obvious and perhaps the most important form of inequality would already have disappeared. If it once became general, wealth would be conferred no distinction. It was possible, no doubt, to imagine a society in which wealth, in the sense of personal possessions and luxuries, would be evenly distributed, while power remained in the hands of a small privileged caste. But in practice, such a society could not long remain stable. For if leisure and security were enjoyed by all alike, the great mass of human beings who are normally stupefied by poverty would become literate and would learn to think for themselves. And when once they had done this, they would sooner or later realize that the privileged minority had no function, and they would sweep it away. In the long run, a hierarchical society was only possible on a basis of poverty and ignorance. To return to the agricultural past, as some thinkers about the beginning of the 20th century dreamed of doing, was not a practicable solution. It conflicted with a tendency towards mechanization, which had become quasi-instinctive throughout almost the whole world, and moreover, any country which remained industrially backward was helped in a military sense and was bound to be dominated, directly or indirectly, by its more advanced rivals. Diverses. Currently known profitable potions. Level 35, 28% potent potion of healing. 62, plus 60 potent potion of strength. Arbore. Level 77, plus 60 potent potion of strength. Ooh. I mean, technically, I would only need the 28% potent potion. That could take me to level 50 if it was profitable, and I could keep a few for myself that I would actually use. That would be quite good. Yeah, I bet 35 of healing is yours and mine. Best bet. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And technically, I mean, I only need 12 levels out of it, and I can still start pouring the KPs into it too. Okie dokie. So, nor was it a satisfactory solution to keep the masses in poverty by restricting the output of goods. This happened to a great extent during the final phase of capitalism, roughly between 1920 and 1940. The economy of many countries was allowed to stagnate. Land went out of cultivation. Capital equipment was not added to. Great blocks of the population were prevented from working and kept half alive by state charity. But this too entailed military weakness, and since the privations it inflicted were obviously unnecessary, it made opposition inevitable. The problem was how to keep the wheels of industry turning without increasing the real wealth of the world. Goods must be produced, but they must not be distributed. and in practice the only way of achieving this was by continuous warfare. The essential act of war is destruction, not necessarily of human lives, but of the products of human labor. War is a way of shattering to pieces or pouring into the stratosphere or sinking in the depths of the sea, materials which might otherwise be used to make the masses too comfortable, and hence, in the long run, too intelligent. Even when weapons of war are not actually destroyed, their manufacture is still a convenient way of expending labor power without producing anything that can be consumed. A floating fortress, for example, has locked up in it the labor that would build several hundred cargo ships. Ultimately, it is scrapped as obsolete, never having brought any material benefit to anybody. And with further enormous labors, another floating fortress is built. In principle, the war effort is always so planned as to eat up any surplus that might exist after meeting the bare needs of the population. In practice, the needs of the population are always underestimated, with the result that there is a chronic shortage of half the necessities of life. But this is looked on as an advantage. It is deliberate policy to keep even the favored groups somewhere near the brink of hardship, because a general state of scarcity increases the importance of small privileges, and thus magnifies the distinction between one group and another. By the standards of the early 20th century, even a member of the inner party lives on austere, laborious kind of life. Nevertheless, the few luxuries that he does enjoy is large, well-appointed flat, the better texture of his clothes, the better quality of his food and drink and tobacco, his 2 or 3 servants, his private motor car or helicopter set him in a different world from a member of the outer party. And the members of the outer party have a similar advantage in comparison with the submerged masses whom we call the proles. The social atmosphere in that of a besieged city, where the possession of a lump of horseflesh makes a difference between wealth and poverty, and at the same time the consciousness of being at war, and therefore in danger, makes handing over of all power to a small caste seem the natural, unavoidable condition of survival. Ooh. Okay. We're doing it, guys. We're doing it. 14 pages. 14 pages. This really has banked us up for the whole stream. Those subs. My goodness me. Okay, let's get ready for another round. Let's go. Here we go. War, it will be seen, accomplishes the necessary destruction, but accomplishes it in a physiologically acceptable way. In principle, it would be quite simple to waste the surplus labor of the world by building temples and pyramids, by digging holes and filling them up again, or even by producing vast quantities of goods and then setting them on fire. But this would provide only the economic and not the emotional basis for a hierarchical society. What is concerned here is not the morale of masses whose attitude is unimportant so long as they are kept steadily at work, but the morale of the party itself. Even the humblest party member is expected to be competent, industrious, and even intelligent within narrow limits, but it is also necessary that he should be a credulous and ignorant fanatic, whose prevailing moods are fear, hatred, adulation, and orgiastic triumph. In other words, it is necessary that he should have the mentality appropriate to a state of war. It does not matter whether the war is actually happening, and since no decisive victory is possible, it does not matter whether the war is going well or badly. All that is needed is that a state of war should exist. The splitting of the intelligence which the party requires of its members, and which is more easily achieved in an atmosphere of war, is now almost universal. But the higher up the rank one goes, the more marked it becomes. It is precisely in this inner party that war hysteria and hatred of the enemy are strongest. In his capacity as an administrator, it is often necessary for a member of the inner party to know that this is or that an item of war news is untruthful, and he may often be aware that the entire war is spurious, and is either not happening or is being waged for purposes quite other than the declared ones. But such knowledge is easily neutralized by the technique of doublethink. Meanwhile, no inner party member wavers for an instant in his mystical belief that the war is real, and that it is bound to end victoriously, with Oceania the undisputed masters of the entire world. All members of the inner party believe in this coming conquest as an article of faith. It is to be achieved either by gradually acquiring more and more territory and so building up an overwhelming preponderance of power, or by the discovery of some new and unanswerable weapon. The search for new weapons continues unceasingly, and is one of the very few remaining activities in which the inventive or speculative type of mind can find any outlet. In Oceania, at the present day, science, in the old sense, has almost ceased to exist. In Newspeaks, there is no word for science. The empirical method of thought on which all the scientific achievements of the past were founded is opposed to the most fundamental principles of Ingsoc. And even technological progress only happens when its production can in some way be used for the diminution of human liberty. In all the useful arts, the world is either standing still or going backwards. The fields are cultivated with horse ploughs while books are written by machinery. But in matters of vital importance, meaning in effect war and police espionage, the empirical approach is still encouraged, or at least tolerated. The two aims of the party are to conquer the whole surface of the earth and to extinguish once and for all the possibility of independent thought. There are therefore two great problems which the party is concerned to solve. One is how to discover, against his will, what another human being is thinking, and the other is how to kill several 100 million people in a few seconds without giving warning beforehand. Insofar as scientific research still continues, this is its subject matter. The scientist of today is either a mixture of psychologist and inquisitor studying with real, ordinary minuteness the meaning of facial expressions, gestures, and tones of voice, and testing the truth-producing effects of drugs, shock therapy, hypnosis, and physical torture, or he is a chemist, physicist, or biologist concerned only with such branches of his special subject that are relevant to the tasking of life. There we go. Good morning, Steady. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Are you okay? It is quite early in the morning. Trouble sleeping? Boo, 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 boo. Alchemy level as well. Here we go. Platinum Marks, you're still exploring the city. It's fun to explore, isn't it? It's really, really good. And if you do detectives, you can find other little shortcuts and routes and stuff like that. That's why I like Chronopolis. There's so much to it to have fun with. Explore, and the skills actually gives you more on that as well. And then the quests more on that further. It's great. No, I had pretty good sleep. Fell asleep almost instantly after I left earlier. Oh! Well. Happy sleep, Steady. Good. Lots of nooks and crannies. Yeah. Yeah, I loved it, Platinum Marks. I loved Chronopolis when I first went there. I spent my most time there. I've got my most levels there. It's good. I like it. I'm a bit biased. That might be pushing people towards it, but I'm sure we're all capable of our own thought. Unless Big Brother is watching. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Have you tried any of the skills yet? Or are you working on any of the skills yet, Platinum Marks? Okay. So, in the vast laboratories of the Ministry of Peace, and in the experimental stations hidden in the Brazilian forests, or in the Australian desert, or on the lost islands of the Antarctic, the teams of experts are indefatigably at work. Some are concerned simply with planning the logistics of future wars. Others devise larger and larger rocket bombs, more and more powerful explosions, and more impenetrable armor plating. Others search for new and deadlier gases, or for soluble poisons capable of being produced in such quantities as to destroy the vegetation of whole continents, or for breeds of disease, germs immunized against all possible antibodies. The others strive to produce a vehicle that shall bore its way under the soil like a submarine, under the water, or an aeroplane as independent of its base as a sailing ship. Others explore even remoter possibilities, such as focusing the sun's rays through lenses suspended thousands of kilometers away in space, or to produce artificial earthquakes and tidal waves by tapping the heat of the Earth's center. But none of these projects ever comes anywhere near realization, and none of the three superstates ever gains a significant lead on the others. What is more remarkable is that all three powers already possess, in the atomic bomb, a weapon far more powerful than any that their present researchers are likely to discover. Although the party, according to its habit, claims the invention for itself, atomic bombs first appearance as early as the 1940s and were first used on a large scale about 10 years later. You're out there clubbing street hags right now, so Watchmen. It'll help you with detective. You need Watchmen to do some of the detective raids, so it's kind of good to be clubbing the street hags. As mean as it sounds. So, they used atomic bombs 10 years later, from 1940s. At that time, some hundreds of bombs were dropped on industrial centers, chiefly in European, Russia, Western Europe, and North America. The effect was to convince the ruling groups of all countries that a few more atomic bombs would mean the end of organized society, and hence of their own power. Thereafter, although no formal agreement was ever made or hinted at, no more bombs were ever dropped. All three powers merely continue to produce atomic bombs and store them up against decisive opportunity, which they all believe will come sooner or later. And meanwhile, the art of war has remained almost stationary for 30 or 40 years. Helicopters are more used than they were formerly. Bombing planes have been largely superseded by self-propelled projectiles. And the fragile, movable battleship has given way to almost unsinkable floating fortresses. But otherwise, there has been little development. The tank, the submarine, the torpedo, the machine gun, even the rifle and the hand grenade are still in use. And in spite of the endless slaughter reported in the press and on the telescreens, the desperate battles of earlier wars, in which hundreds of thousands or even millions of men were often killed in a few weeks, have never been repeated. None of the three superstates ever attempts any maneuver which involves risk of serious defeat. When any large operation is undertaken, it is usually a surprise attack against an ally. All done packing for tomorrow. Now I can spend the rest of the night grinding and listening to 1984. Is this holidays packing? Seeing the family for the holidays? Or moving to Chronopolis? I hear the crime rate is rife. It's most enjoyable. Oh, pardon me. Boo, 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 boo. Traveling to see family for the holidays. Oh, nice. Moving to Chronopolis. The family must be in Chronopolis. There's no other place. Getting up early to beat the traffic, we do that as well. Like, whenever we plan anything, we plan our routes and stops based around traffic. We'll actually stop in certain areas to wait for the rush hours to pass in cities and stuff like that. It's lovely. There's nothing better than sitting in a cafe whilst everybody else is waiting in traffic. Feels like you've one-upped the system or something. Okay, so the super nations attack against allies. We're actually down to 9 pages, guys. Here we go. The strategy that all 3 powers are following, or pretend to themselves that they are following, is the same. The plan is, by a combination of fighting, bargaining, and well-timed strokes of treachery, to acquire a ring of bases, completely encircling one or other of the rival states, and then to sign a pact of friendship with that rival, and remain on peaceful terms for so many years as to lull suspicion to sleep. During this time, rockets loaded with atomic bombs can be assembled at all the strategic spots, and finally, they will all be fired simultaneously, with the effects so devastating as to make retaliation impossible. It will then be time to sign a pact of friendship with the remaining world power, in preparations for another attack. This scheme, it is hardly necessary to say, is a mere daydream, impossible of realization. Moreover, no fighting ever occurs except in the disputed areas around the equator and the pole. No invasion of the enemy territory is ever undertaken. This explains the fact that in some places the frontiers between the superstates are arbitrary. Eurasia, for example, could easily conquer the British Isles, which are geographically part of Europe. Or, on the other hand, it would be possible for Oceania to push its frontiers to the Rhine, or even to Vistula. But this would violate the principle, followed on all sides, though never formulated, of cultural integrity. If Oceania were to conquer the areas that used to once be known as France and Germany, it would be necessary either to exterminate the inhabitants, a task of great physical difficulty, or to assimilate a population of about 100 million people who, so far as a technical development goes, are roughly on the oceanic level. The problem is the same for all 3 superstates. It is absolutely necessary to their structure that there should be no contact with foreigners except, to a limited extent, with war prisoners and coloured slaves. Even the official ally of the moment is always regarded with darkest suspicion, war prisoners apart. The average citizen of Oceania never sets eyes on a citizen of either Eurasia or Eastasia, and he is forbidden the knowledge of foreign languages. If he were allowed to contact with foreigners, he would discover that there are creatures similar to himself, and that most of what he has been told about is lies. The sealed world in which he lives would be broken, and the fear, hatred, and self-righteousness on which his morale depends might evaporate. It is therefore realized on all sides that however often Persia, or Egypt, or Java, or Ceylon might change hands, the main frontiers must never be crossed by anything except bombs. Okay. I get up at 3 a.m. so my dogs sleep through it all. Doggos coming with you on the journey. What kind of dogs do you have, Sea Potato? I do like doggos. I do like the doggos. Hope they're not slumping around by Boy Henderson without paying. Okay. It's very quiet in the kitchen now as well. Must be the run-up to the holidays. Door keys, remember? I said it's short. Oh, door keys! Yes, of course! Sea Potato, I'm sorry. I am very, The Dachshund Yorkies. I'm so sorry. I've been very booked today. And whilst I enjoy it and love reading, it is giving me a slight, if not perhaps encroaching on considerate, brain fog. So you've added a page to that as well. So 7 pages we go, which actually sounds about right because I usually get through a couple and then one's added. I can read a little bit faster than the 5-minute timer, as I recall. So the 300 turnips is definitely a working amount, I think. Lovely. Oh no, I'll save my redeems for another day then. Well, I mean, you can use them now or use them later, but oh, you're meaning, oh no, to my brain fog. It'll pass once we're through it and I have a time from it. It's just, like, the book is so engaging. I'm genuinely thinking about the content. And this part in particular, when Winston is reading the book, it is like, it's like the script of a documentary. It's really engaging, and I'm quite getting gripped by the words. So that's part of it as well. So no, I'm not wavering by that means. I just mean my mind is focused on this, and it's making it difficult for me to think on other things at that immediate moment. This part makes it seem like there's hope. Yes. It makes it sound like that there's people with the understanding of what is happening is going wrong, and perhaps has the power to convince people that there needs to be a change. And you can feel it. You can feel it through the writing. The writing within the writing. Because this is the book within a book. It's very clever. I must admit, George Orwell, talented. Really talented. I dare say. As much as my praise is worth. Twisty, where do you think the book will go? A part of me thinks that it's probably going to be a tragedy, because I think, or I feel with the knowledge that I have today, that a tragedy would be more surprising and impactful in George Orwell's day. And it might be what gave this book its thrust into literary praise. But I genuinely don't know. I'm basing that on meta-knowledge rather than what I'm gleaning from the book. The book has forever been hopeful, or perhaps I am just always quite optimistic. But I think it's a tragedy. I think the book will be a tragedy. I don't know, of course, but I suspect Twisty. I suspect this book is a tragedy. So, under this lies a fact never mentioned aloud, but tactily understood and acted upon. Namely, that the conditions of life in all three superstates are very much the same. In Oceania, the prevailing philosophy is called Ingsoc. In Eurasia, it is called Neo-Bolshevism. And in East Asia, it is called by a Chinese name usually translated as death worship, but perhaps better rendered as obliteration of the self. The citizen of Oceania is not allowed to know anything of the tenets of the other two philosophies, but he is taught to execrate them as a barbarous outrage upon morality and common sense. Actually, the three philosophies are barely distinguishable, and the social systems which they support are not distinguishable at all. Everywhere there is the same pyramidical structure, the same worship of semi-divine leader, the same economy existing by and for continuous warfare. It follows that the three superstates not only cannot conquer one another, but would gain no advantage by doing so. On the contrary, so long as they remain in conflict, they prop one another up, like three sheaves of corn. And as usual, the ruling groups of all three powers are simultaneously aware and unaware of what they are doing. Their lives are dedicated to world conquest, but they also know that it is necessary that the war should continue everlastingly and without victory. Meanwhile, the fact that there is no danger of conquest makes possible the denial of reality, which is the special feature of Ingsoc and its rival systems of thought. Here, it is necessary to repeat what has been said earlier, that by becoming continuous, war has fundamentally changed its character. Yeah, like, it definitely has a sort of tragedy feeling towards it. Another reason that I think it's going in that direction as well is the Ministry of Love is brought up subtly. Like, it's never engaged upon what the Ministry of Love fully is, mainly because Winston doesn't really know. They just know that that's where people go to be vaporized, that sort of thing. And because it's a mystery, I suspect we have to go on that journey as well. But again, this is kind of meta-thinking. It's not because the story is telling me that that's where it's going to go. I still have the hope that it doesn't. It's like, you know, when you get those really good films, you've watched them 100 times, and no matter how many times you've watched that film, you always hope. You still hope that it's different. You still hope that something different's going to happen, and it's not going to be the tragic moment that you go through. This book is instilling that. I am reading it, and I am hoping that nothing happens to Winston. I'm hoping that he doesn't have to go down that dark journey of vaporization as the story makes it. However, I feel like it needs to. The Ministry of Love needs to be addressed, and considering that we are reading it through Winston's point of view, he is the only one that can take us there, which is frightening. How far are we into the book? We are a good 2/3. 2/3. We have read a lot of it. We're getting to the good part. Well, it's all good. Well, if there's a good part coming, the build-up has been brilliant. So, yeah, good recommendation. Good push to get it read. Olarin really was adamant that this one should be the one picked as well. So, good movement from all to have this one picked. So, in past ages, a war, almost by definition, was something that sooner or later came to an end, usually in unmistakable victory or defeat. In the past, also, war was one of the main instruments by which human societies were kept in touch with physical reality. All rulers, in all ages, have tried to impose a false view of the world upon their followers, but they could not afford to encourage any illusion. That tended to impair military efficiency. So long as defeat meant the loss of independence or some other result generally held to be undesirable, the precautions against defeat had to be serious. Physical facts could not be ignored. In philosophy or religion or ethics or politics, 2 and 2 might make 5. But when one was designing a gun or an aeroplane, they had to make 4. Inefficient nations were always conquered sooner or later, and the struggle for efficiency was inimical to illusions. Moreover, to be efficient, it was necessary to be able to learn from the past, which meant having a fairly accurate idea of what had happened in the past. Newspapers and history books were, of course, always coloured and biased, but falsification of the kind that is practiced today would have been impossible. War was a sure safeguard of sanity, and so far as the ruling classes were concerned, it was probably the most important of all safeguards. While wars could be won or lost, no ruling class could be completely irresponsible. But when war becomes literally continuous, it also ceases to be dangerous. When war is continuous, there is no such thing as military necessity. Technical progress can cease, and the most palpable facts can be denied or disregarded, as we have seen. Researches that could be called scientific are still carried out for the purposes of war, but they are essentially a kind of daydreaming, and their failure to show results is not important. Efficiency, even military efficiency, is no longer needed. Nothing is efficient in Oceania except the thought police. Since each of the 3 super-states is unconquerable, each is in effect a separate universe within which almost any perversion of thought can be safely practiced. Reality only exerts its pressure through the needs of everyday life, the need to eat and drink, to get shelter and clothing, to avoid swallowing poison or stepping out of a top-story windows, and the like. Between life and death, and between physical pleasure and physical pain, there is still distinction. But that is all. Cut off from the contact with the outer world and with the past, and the citizen of Oceania is like a man in interstellar space, who has no way of knowing which direction is up and which is down. The rulers of such a state are absolute, as the pharaohs and Caesars could not be. They are obliged to prevent their followers from starving to death in numbers large enough to be inconvenient, and they are obliged to remain at the same low level of military technique as their rivals. But once that minimum is achieved, they can twist reality into whatever shape they choose. Diversus. Another page. Okay. We got down to 3, but let's bump that back up to 4. Thank you very much, Diversus. Thank you. Wow. Moby Dick, Moby Dick, Moby Dick. I'm sorry you were robbed, Twisty. I'm sorry. But, the voters chose otherwise. Who knows? It might still happen. Perhaps Moby Dick will become a future choice. I might leave out the introduction next time, though, because that was dry, shall we say. Okay. Diversus, do you think the hope you feel comes from the possibility of individual resistance? Or is it in the belief that the system might eventually collapse? That's a really good question, Diversus. And I think it kind of proves that my hope is very meta, because my hope is merely for a happy ending. But I didn't actually consider what that happy ending might be. That it is everything's okay for Winston and Julia, or that everything is good for the future of humanity because of the system collapsing. I didn't actually take that into consideration. In fact, I didn't take into consideration of what I mentioned where Winston must go to the Ministry of Love, but the structure still falls because his actions were successful, in which what brought him to the Ministry of Love. So it could be a tragedy also that still has a happy ending. That's one I didn't consider. However, my suspicions are it's an ultimate tragedy. And it's going to be a rather more poignant on that matter as well. My hope is just... I think my hope was individual. I think I was... If I had to really think about what was going through my mind when I was being positive about it, is that I hope Winston is okay. I don't know what it is. I'm still mildly suspicious of Julia. Like, because the world that is described to me in this still allows that to be a possibility. I'm still suspicious of her. Like a deep agent kind of affair. Because in my mind, her managing to receive all those nice things like the coffee and the jam and all that kind of things. Yes, it could have been stolen, but I'm suspicious that it's just used to get her closer to Winston, who was maybe suspected of somebody who could be close to somebody like O'Brien. I wonder if perhaps there was always suspicion of O'Brien and she's involved in catching them. But I've also had suspicion that O'Brien is trying to whittle out these people as well. It's so difficult. It's so difficult. The clues are there, but they're so subtle and abundant on both sides. It's really difficult to tell. It's so good. I cannot say it enough that I am so desperate to know. I am so desperate to know what is going on. But if Julia was going to backstab him, don't you think she would have done it long ago? Oh, I don't think Winston's the target. That's what I mean. Like, he is a target in a list of targets. I think O'Brien is more of import. What did you learn from pondering a turnip? I learned that 1984 is a brilliant book. Especially reading out to lots of people. OG1 Shinobi is finally streaming. I get to steal someone else's doubloons for a while. Oh, cool. Never forget that Big Brother is watching. Yes, never forget that Big Brother is watching. I am it this very moment. Why not plug myself a bit? You know, people say I should do. Let Gothic know you're doing it. Diversus is already on the case. Thank you, Diversus. Thank you very much. I'm not good at doing it myself, but I do appreciate it. I'm getting there. I'm getting there, guys. I'm growing. It's a pretty butterfly. Okay. Here we go. The war, therefore, if we judge it by the standards of previous wars, is merely an imposture. It is like the battles between certain ruminant animals whose horns are set at such an angle that they are incapable of hurting one another. But though it is unreal, it is not meaningless. It eats up the surplus of consumable goods, and it helps to preserve the special mental atmosphere that a hierarchical society needs. War, it will be seen, is now a purely internal affair. In the past, the ruling groups of all countries, although they might recognize their common interest and therefore limit the destructiveness of war, did fight against one another, and the victor always plundered the vanquished. In our own day, they are not fighting against one another at all. The war is waged by each ruling group against its own subjects, and the object of the war is not to make or prevent conquests of territory, but to keep the structure of society intact. The very word war, therefore, has become misleading. It would probably be accurate to say that by becoming continuous, war has ceased to exist. The peculiar pressure that is exerted on human beings between the Neolithic Age and the early 20th century has disappeared and been replaced by something quite different. The effect would be much the same if the three superstates, instead of fighting one another, should agree to live in perpetual peace, each inviolate within its own boundaries. For in that case, each would still be a self-contained universe, freed forever from the sobering influence of external danger. A peace that was truly permanent would be the same as a permanent war. This, although the vast majority of party members understand, is only in a shallower sense, is the inner meaning of the party slogan. War is peace. Gothian Vec. Oh, thank you for the sub and the follow. Thank you so much. That adds another 5 pages. Gothic Nivik. My goodness. I will keep reading. Your sub adds 5. So I will pin this. Thank you, Sea Potato. I'll pin your message if you don't mind. I realized I didn't put it back up. There we go. You're pinned. There we go. Thank you for the gift sub, by the way. Thank you so much. Yeah, you get 5 pages for the sub, which is actually quite good because we got down to 2 pages. You get 1 for the follow, so that's 3, and then it's back up to 8 as well. We started over 80 today. We got lots of gift subs earlier in the day. I'm on the 7th hour. We're on the 7th hour of the stream, and we got those subs pretty early on, so we are getting there. We are doing great. But we're 3/3 of the way book. And I promised people every chapter that I would do. I'm going to do a recording and put it on either my YouTube or something. I don't know if you can put it on Twitch, but I'll see. I'll let people know where I put it. I'll put it in a Discord and tell people on stream and all sorts. I'll tell you where to find it. Oh shoot, do I need to start cashing in my pages? I was riding on Steady Prism last night for it. I got 10. I think a lot of people were riding on Steady Prism last night. Steady is always on the clicking ball as well. They're good for it. Steady is steady. It's brilliant. Wonderful guy. Has been with me through thick and thin in streaming, I might add as well. Stand-up fellow. They don't stream, but shout out to Steady. Wonderful person. Got 10 in stock, ready to fire. Okay, well, Gothic Nivik has given us a good bunch to get us started with, so here we go. So Winston, that's him. He's finished reading the book. We're going back to Winston now. So get yourselves comfy again. Settle in. Here we go. Winston stopped reading for a moment. Somewhere in remote distance, a rocket bomb thundered. The blissful feeling of being alone with the forbidden book in a room with no telescreen had not worn off. Solitude and safety were physical sensations, mixed up somehow with the tiredness of his body. The softness of the chair, the touch of the faint breeze the window that played upon his cheek. The book fascinated him. Or, more exactly, it reassured him. In a sense, it told him nothing that was new, but that was part of the attraction. It said what he would have said. If it had been possible for him to set his scattered thoughts in order, it was the product of a mind similar to his own, but enormously more powerful, more systematic, less fear-ridden. The best books, he perceived, are those that tell you what you know already. He had just turned back to chapter 1 when he heard Julia's footsteps on the stair, and started out of his chair to meet her. She dumped her brown tool bag on the floor and flung herself into his arms. It was more than a week since they had seen one another. "I've got the book," he said as they disentangled themselves. "Oh, you've got it? Good," she said, without much interest, and almost immediately knelt down beside the oil stove to make the coffee. They did not return to the subject until they had been in bed for half an hour. The evening was just cool enough to make it worthwhile to pull up the counterpane. From below came the familiar sound of singing and the scrape of boots on the flagstones, the brawny red-armed woman from whom Winston had seen there on the first visit, and was almost a fixture in the yard. There seemed to be no hour of daylight when she was not marching to and fro between the washtub and the line, alternately gagging herself with clothes pegs and breaking forth into lusty song. Julia had settled down on her side and seemed to be already on the point of falling asleep. He reached out for the book, which was lying on the floor, and sat up against the bedhead. "We must read it," he said. "You too. All members of the Brotherhood have to read it." "You read it," she said, with her eyes shut. "Read it aloud. That's the best way. Then you can explain it to me as you go." The clock's hand said 6, meaning 18. They had 3 or 4 hours ahead of them. He propped the book against his knees and began reading. Chapter 1. Ignorance is Strength. Throughout recorded time, and probably since the end of the Neolithic Age, there have been 3 kinds of people in the world: the high, the middle, and the low. They have been subdivided in many ways. They have borne countless different names, and their relative numbers, as well as their attitude towards one another, have varied from age to age. But the essential structure of society has never altered. Even after enormous upheavals and seemingly irrevocable changes, the same pattern has always reasserted itself, just as a gyroscope will always return to equilibrium, however far it is pushed one way or the other. "Julia, are you awake?" said Winston. "Yes, my love. I'm listening. Go on. It's marvelous." He continued reading. Oh my goodness. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, yes, you're in the stream. I always add to the friends lists. There we go. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Boom. Thank you, Gothic Nivik. Thank you very much for the sub. That was lovely. We've got more and more pages to work through now as well. Nice. You're a wonderful turnip. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I hope my reading lived up to your generous donation. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're currently grinding max gold. Oh. Potato and a turnip. Yeah. It, you know, vegetables, they're like magnets. Have no gold started about 4 hours ago. Oh, are you new to the game? Oh. Are you enjoying it? Accent is top tier. You're one of a kind. Oh, Thank you. I am, as it's often been said to me in my job, well-spoken Scots. A completionist, I want to max all skills and all money. Oh, well, welcome to the grind. I'm a bit more casual than that. As somebody who is reading books whilst tinkering through cooking probably is evidence in. Oh, I already put myself in the top 3,500. Man, it's been there for ages then. I got excited. I must have updated it and forgotten. Yeah, missed the conversation. I've not joined the Bacon Mountain though. I've had the vegetable pool. Or the vegetable ocean at this point. The stewy ocean of vegetables. Mmm, delicious. But, okay, we've got the next round. Maximum is going to be harder. Yeah, Sanhai is still working on that. I don't know if the first platinum has been made yet or discovered yet. I think they're close, but not quite. So, Winston continued reading. The aims of these three groups are entirely irreconcilable. The aim of the high is to remain where they are. The aim of the middle is to change places with the high. The aim of the low, when they have an aim, for it is an abiding characteristic of the low that they are too much crushed by drudgery to be more than intermittently conscious of anything outside their daily lives, is to abolish all distinctions and create a society in which all men shall be equal. Thus, throughout history, a struggle which is the same in its main outlines recurs over and over again. For long periods, the high seem to be securely in power, but sooner or later, there's always comes a moment when they lose either their belief in themselves or their capacity to govern efficiency, or both. They are then overthrown by the middle, who enlist the low on their side by pretending to them that they are fighting for liberty and justice. As soon as they have reached their objective, the middle thrust the low back into their old position of servitude, and themselves become the high. Presently, a new middle group splits off from one of the other groups, or from both of them, and the struggle begins over again. Of the three groups, only the low are ever even temporarily successful in achieving their aims. It would be an exaggeration to say that throughout history there has been no progress of a material kind. Even today, in a period of decline, the average human being is physically better off than he was a few centuries ago. But no advance in wealth, no softening of manners, no reform or revolution has ever brought human equalities a millimeter nearer. From the point of view of the low, no historic change has ever meant much more than a change in the name of their masters. By the late 19th centuries, the recurrence of this pattern had become obvious to many observers. There then rose schools of thinkers, who interpreted history as a cyclical process, and claimed to show that inequality was the unalterable law of human life. This doctrine, of course, had always had its adherents, but in the manner in which it was now put forward there was a significant change. In the past, the need for hierarchical form of society had been the doctrine specifically of the high. It had been preached by kings and aristocrats, and by the priests, lawyers, and the like who were parasitical upon them. And it had generally been softened by promises of compensation in an imaginary world beyond the grave. The middle, so long as it was struggling for power, had always made us of such terms as freedom, justice, and fraternity. Now, however, the concept of human brotherhood began to be assailed by people who were not yet in positions of command, but merely hoped to be so before long. In the past, the middle made revolutions under the banner of equality, and then established a fresh tyranny as soon as the old one was overthrown. Okay. Boo, 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 boo. Goodness. Ooh. Turnip, add me on Discord. It's important. Shire. Like, as a friend? I'm doing it, Kels. I'm doing it. Sorry if I missed, know what I'm doing. Oh my goodness, I'm so old, man. I've got Graggle all over my Discord. How do I get rid of Graggle? Okay, I think I sent it. I think it worked. I've added you, Kels. Hello, good to see you. Oh. Okay. Sorry about the delay there, Kels. I was in reading mode. I think I need some more, just a few more vegetables for this level. Oh. I've been made for 36 years. Ooh. I'm gonna grind cooking for gold. You might actually be better leaving the grind for gold until you get to Chronopolis, Gothic Nivik. It is definitely the quickest or the most profitable discovered so far. Welcome, Turnip. Thank you. I'm sorry, Kels, if I miss messages in Discord if you're still in my stream. Thank you. Hellosies. Just want to ask about stream rules. Yes, I haven't popped any stream rules up yet because I haven't really been overly busy. But I mean, you can use all caps if you want. You know, shut up. It ain't gonna do nothing to you or anything like that. I haven't cancelled anything like putting URLs in or stuff until somebody actually starts abusing it. Then I will do these kind of things. I just ask that people are nice to each other. I take no hard stance on people. I like to give people a chance to speak their mind a bit. But, you know, just bear in mind that there's other people. I have to put my foot down if it starts to get abusive to others. But I don't mind talking things that a lot of streamers don't talk about. Although, provided that it's more an intellectual point, not just convert drivel, which I know is difficult to mediate, but is kind of what I've kept at now. Only hard stance on view sellers. View sellers. Is this something I've forgotten I can do? Can you only do raids once? No. I can do... You should be able to... Oh, so what happens, Platinum Marks, is there'll be 2 raid bases side by side. So you do one raid, and then there'll be another door of equal level, and it pricks you through. Now, once you do one raid, the doors close on your previous one. And then you can do that raid again. So you kind of just circle the same place if you're doing the detective raids. I mean, those bot accounts that advertise extra view. Oh, yes. A hard stance on those. That's bad. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we get a few viewer bots. That is fair. Lost. Sorry. There we go. Okay. Sorry, that was just a brief message to Kels there. Oh my goodness. So much. But, well, I just wanted to say I also stream, so I like supporting small streamers. Oh! Okay. I'll do this for you. Oh, I always do this wrong. Because thank you for just popping in and dropping a sub like that. Very, very nice. Very lovely. Very friendly. Always happy for that. And if you're streaming like Brighter Shores, you won't find a happier community and lovely sharing community as well. It's been lovely. Been really, really, really good.
Hi!
Oh, Platinum Marks. Thank you for another sub. Thank you. Gothic Nivik again. Really. Guys, I managed to get it down to 3 pages again, and now it's back up to 13. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Lovely. Oh, steady. Thank you. Is it okay if I don't sleep tonight? She can't hear me. She's got the headphones on. There we go. Oh, it's not that bad for my stream. We're still okay. Let's make it 14. Do you only like even numbers, Steady? Is that the issue? Thank you, guys. Thank you for the subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh. Hype train. Oh, nice. I just want your silky voice in my ears. Thank you very much. That sounds dirty out of my mouth. I'm sorry, Platinum Marks. I'm sure it was lovely and meant in pleasant tone, but my voice is also rather filthy, so I'm sorry if anything you said sounds like it's naughty. But I didn't intend it. Just want your silky voice in my ears. Mm. Lovely. Oh, actually, I better actually get vegetables, and I was about to start reading without actually doing the grind. There we go. Here we go. Okay. Traveller, you can't see me, but I'm dying over here. I'm sorry, Traveller, if you're getting laughing pains. I watched a lot of Outlander in the last 2 weeks. Oh, right, okay. I want your cavernous mouth reading more pages. Mm. Diversus. If I make it 15 pages, Steady's going to make it 16 because he's got an adverse to odd numbers. Like, come on. I was so close. Like, I love reading it, but I was a bit quite excited about, you know, starting a fresh page count. But this is going to be an all-nighter. It's so good. So good. Keep it coming. I'm enjoying it, I promise. My haste hurts, damn it. Are people giving you the follow, Gothic? Good. Good. Thank you, Traveller. Thank you. Sounds like a bookathon to me. It's good. It's good. We're at 15. Like I said above, no, you do are often different. I'm just wary. That's all. Here we go. Right, what am I doing? Where am I in the book? Okay, are people comfortable? Before the hype train starts or grows grander. Thank you so much. It says on 41 subscribers as well, guys. Thank you. Absolutely incredible. Okay. I do need to find where we are. I did actually lose where I am. You know what? I'll just read back a bit. It might repeat a little bit. I'm sorry. In the past, the need for hierarchical form of society had been the doctrine of specifically of the high. It had been preached by kings and aristocrats and by the priests, lawyers, and the like who were parasitical upon them. And it had generally been softened to promises of compensation in an imaginary world beyond the grave. The middle, so long as it was struggling for power, had always made use of such terms as freedom, justice, and fraternity. Now, however, the concept of human brotherhood began to be assailed by people who were not yet in positions of command, but merely hoped to be so before long. In the past, the middle had made revolutions under the banner of equality, and then had established a fresh tyranny as soon as the old one was overthrown. The new middle groups, in effect, proclaimed their tyranny beforehand. Socialism, a theory which appeared in the early 19th century, and was the last link in a chain of thought stretching back to the slave rebellions of antiquity. Was it still deeply infected by the utopianism of the last ages? But in each variant of socialism that appeared from about the 1900 onwards, the aim of establishing liberty and equality was more and more openly abandoned. The new movements which appeared in the middle years of the century, Ingsoc in Oceania, Neo-Bolshevism in Eurasia, death worship, as it is commonly called in East Asia, had the conscious aim of perpetuating unfreedom and inequality. These new movements, of course, grew out of the old ones and tended to keep their names and pay lip service to their ideology. But the purpose of all of them was to arrest progress and freeze history at a chosen moment. The familiar pendulum swing was to happen once more and then stop. As usual, the high were to be turned out by the middle, who would then become the high, but this time by conscious strategy. The high would be able to maintain their position permanently. The new doctrines arose partly because of the accumulation of historical knowledge and the growth of the historical sense, which had hardly existed before the 19th century. The cyclical movement of history was now intelligible, or appeared to be so, and if it was intelligible, then it was alterable. But the principal underlying cause was that, as early as the beginning of the 20th century, human equality had become technically possible. It was still true that men were not equal in their native talents, and that functions had to be specialized in ways that favored some individuals against others. But there was no longer any real need for class distinctions for large differences of wealth. In early ages, class distinctions had been not only inevitable, but desirable. Inequality was the price of civilization. With the development of machine production, however, the case was altered. Even it was still necessary for human beings to do different kinds of work, it was no longer necessary for them to live at different social or economic levels. Therefore, from the point of view of the new groups who were on the point of seizing power, human equality was no longer an ideal to be striven after, but a danger to be averted. In more primitive ages, when a just and peaceful society was in fact not possible, it had been fairly easy to believe it. Boo. The idea of an earthly paradise in which men should live together in a state of brotherhood, without laws and without brutal labour, had haunted the human imagination for thousands of years. And this vision had had certain hold even on the groups who actually profited by each historical change. The heirs of the French, English, and the American revolutions had partly believed in their own phrases about the rights of man, freedom of speech, equality before law, and the like, and have been allowed their conduct to be influenced by them to some extent. But by the fourth decade of the 20th century, all the main currents of political thought were authoritarian. The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it called itself, led back to the hierarchy and regimentation, and in the general hardening of outlook that set in round about 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for hundreds of years, imprisonment without trial, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages, and the deportation of whole populations, not only become common again, but were tolerated and even defended by the people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. It was only after a decade of national wars, civil wars, revolutions, and counter-revolutions in all parts of the world that INGSOC and its rivals emerged as fully worked-out political theories. But they had been foreshadowed by the various systems generally called totalitarian, which had appeared early in the century, and the main outlines of the world which would emerge from the prevailing chaos had long been obvious. What kind of people would control this world had been equally obvious. The new aristocracy was made up, for the most part, of bureaucrats, scientists, technicians, trade union organizers, publicity experts, sociologists, teachers, journalists, and professional politicians. These people, those origins lay in their salaried middle class and the upper grades of the working class, had been shaped and brought together by the barren world of monopoly, industry, and centralized government. As compared with their opposite numbers in past ages, they were less avaricious, less tempted by luxury, hungrier for pure power, and above all, more conscious of what they were doing, and more intent on crushing opposition. This last difference was cardinal. By comparison with that existing today, all the tyrannies of the past were half-hearted and inefficient. The ruling groups were always infected to some extent by liberal ideas, and were content to leave loose ends everywhere, to regard only the overt act and to be uninterested in what their subjects were thinking. Even the Catholic Church of the Middle Ages was tolerant by modern standards. Part of the reason for this was that in the past, no government had the power to keep its citizens under constant surveillance. The invention of print, however, made it easier to manipulate public opinion, and the film and the radio carried the process further, with the development of television and the technical advance which made it possible to receive and transmit simultaneously on the same instrument. Private life came to an end. Every citizen, or at least every citizen important enough to be worth watching, would be kept for 24 hours a day under the eyes of the police and in the sound of official propaganda. With all other channels of communication closed, the possibility of enforcing not only complete the obedience to the will of the state, but complete uniformity of opinion on all subjects now existed for the first time. Go. I think I heard a ding. I think I'm 61. Ha! We made it. 61 cooking. I was fearing this one and we got it done. Now I'm just afraid of the alchemy. Ah. I don't know. Is the alchemy more active if I do the 28 potions? Why? Redeemed highlight my message. You should do voice work for audiobooks. I have been getting that all weekend, Gothic Nivik, and I have said I would dream of it. I would love to do voiceover, narration, voice acting, audiobooks. I would love it. Platinum Marks, you're having a blast in Chronopolis. I'm so glad. Because I was kind of building it up, and a part of me was like, actually, what if they don't like it? Alchemy is only more active if you do potence. Is the 28% is potent. Oh, that was one of the profit ones. Oh, it's got streamer mode enabled on Discord, but I'm suspecting who waved to me in Discord in this chat must be Olerin, because it has Spike from Cowboy Bebop on it. I don't know if you're still in my chat, Olerin, but is my detective work good? Did I nail it? Right, okay. That's annoying. I didn't know it was a potent potion. That's one of the profitable ones. Hold on, I need to go back to... I'm just going to quickly see if your message is still up. Oh, all the potions are profitable. See, the reason I don't want things that are too active is it's kind of... I have to sleep, gonna head out, have a great stream. Thanks for stopping by, Gothic Nivik, and thank you again so much for the subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And guys, we gave him a shout out. If you do get a chance to follow, give it a go. Very kind. Have a good night. Have a good sleep. What I might do is... I miss home. Let's go to Chronopolis. Let's go to Chronopolis. And... I might do... It's rather silly, I know, but... it gives me a bit of time to read, but I could... Actually, it's better just to do leatherworking. We'll go to the tannery. I'm happy here. It'll make money. And I do like money. Sorry, Bocca, I'm not buying from you. I know you might have got excited there. Wondrous Turnip, top tier Turnip. Thank you. Let's see what's happened to the tannery. Although it's kind of late now, it usually got quieter about this time anyway. But, don't know. Maybe Twisty's still grinding out those levels, although they could be in bed as well. Oh, Los Alliance here? Okay. I'm home. Boop, 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 boom. Ah. Welcome back, Dad. Ah, whoops. I will have to leave again to go get it. Okay. The lovely tannery. There we go. Let's make a little bit of money, shall we? Although I deal with that. Here we go. So we are back down to 10 pages. You guys have done well at keeping me on my toes, though. My goodness. I was very much nearly there, and before you knew it, it was back up again. Thank you so much. Thank you, Steady. We have 11 pages. Okay. So you're not adverse to odd numbers. You've made your point. Steady as always. Yeah, right on cue. After the revolutionary period of the 50s and 60s, society regrouped itself, as always, into high, middle, and low. But the new high group, unlike all its forerunners, did not act upon instinct, but knew what was needed to safeguard its position. It had long been realized that the only secure basis for oligarchy is collectivism. Wealth and privilege are most easily defended when they are possessed jointly. The so-called abolition of private property, which took place in the middle years of the century, meant, in effect, the concentration of property in far fewer hands than before. But with this difference, that the new owners were a group instead of a mass of individuals, individuality, no member of the party owns anything, except petty personal belongings. Collectively, the party owns everything in Oceania, because it controls everything, and disposes of the products as it thinks fit. In the years following the revolution, it was able to step into this commanding position almost unopposed, because the whole process was represented as an act of collectivization. It had always been assumed that if the capitalist class were Oh my goodness. I corrected my eyes for a moment and I lost where I was. Sorry. If the capitalist class were expropriated, socialism must follow. Unquestionably, the capitalists had been expropriated. Factories, mines, lands, houses, transport, everything had been taken away from them. And since these things were no longer private property, it followed that they must be public property. Ingsoc, which grew out of the earlier socialist movement and inherited its phraseology, had in fact carried out the main item in the socialist program, with the result foreseen and intended beforehand, that economic inequality had been made permanent. But the problems of perpetuating a hierarchical society go deeper than this. There are only 4 ways in which a ruling group can fall from power. Either it is conquered from without, or it governs so inefficiently that the masses are stirred to revolt, or it allows a strong and discontented middle group to come into being, or it loses its own self-confidence and willingness to govern. These causes do not operate singly, and as a rule, all 4 of them are present in some degree. A ruling class which could guard against all of them would remain in power permanently. Ultimately, the determining factor is the mental attitude of the ruling class itself. After the middle of the present century, the first danger had in reality disappeared. Each of the 3 powers which now divide the world is in fact unconquerable, and could only become conquerable through slow demographic changes which a government with wide powers can easily avert. There we go. We'll level alchemy through leatherworking. The second danger, also, is only a theoretical one. The masses never revolt of their own accord, and they never revolt merely because they are oppressed. Indeed, so long as they are not permitted to have standards of comparison, they never even become aware that they are oppressed. The recurrent economic crises of the past times were totally unnecessary, and are not now permitted to happen. But other than equality, large dislocations can and do happen, without having political results, because there is no way in which discontent can become articulate. As for the problem of overproduction, which has been latent in our society since the development of machine technique, it is solved by the device of continuous warfare. See Chapter 3, which is also useful in keying up public morale to the necessary pitch. From the point of view of our present rulers, therefore, the only genuine dangers are the splitting off of new group of able, underemployed, power-hungry people, and the growth of liberalism and skepticism in their own ranks. The problem, and that is to say, is educational. It is a problem of continuously moulding the consciousness both of the directing group and of the larger executive group that lies immediately below it. The consciousness of the masses needs only to be influenced in a negative way. Alrighty. Just in time. For a full load of leather. Here we go. Oh, it's good to be back in Chronopolis. There we go. Oh, anti-poison's here as well. Lovely. Sea potato with another page. Okay. Back up to 10 again. Now I'm struggling to break 10. What a night. My goodness, guys. Thank you so much. It's been great. Oh, sell the leather. Always sell the leather. Boo, 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 boo. You too, sir. Tack tip. I keep the leather for episode 5. I've kept a bunch of leather as well, but I'm selling some of it, keeping some of it. It's not a bad idea to keep some of it, because even if you don't use it in episode 5, player-to-player trading will be up, and you probably get quite a bit for the leather when episode 5 releases. A lot of people will probably buy it from you, so it's not a terrible idea to keep it. Okay. Let us continue. 10 pages to go. Given this background, one could infer, if one did not know it already, the general structure of oceanic society. At the apex of the pyramid comes Big Brother. Big Brother is infallible and all-powerful. Every success, every achievement, every victory, every scientific discovery, all knowledge, all wisdom, all happiness, all virtue are held to issue directly from the leadership and inspiration. Nobody has ever seen Big Brother. He is a face on the hoardings, a voice on the telescreen. We may be reasonably sure that he will never die, and there is already considerable uncertainty as to when he was born. Big Brother is the guise in which the party chooses to exhibit itself to the world. His function is to act as a focusing point for love, fear, and reverence. Emotions which are more easily felt towards an individual than towards an organization. Below Big Brother comes the inner party, its numbers limited to 6 millions or something less than 2% of the population of Oceania. Below the inner party comes the outer party, which, if the inner party is described as the brain of the state, may be justly likened to the hands. Below that come the dumb masses whom we habitually refer to as the proles, numbering perhaps 85% of the population. In the terms of our earlier classification, the proles are the low, for the slave population of the equatorial lands who pass constantly from conqueror to conqueror are not a permanent or necessary part of that structure. In principle, membership of these three groups is not hereditary. The child of inner party parents is in theory not born into the inner party. Admission to either branch of the party is by examination taken at the age of 16. Nor is there any racial discrimination, or any marked domination of one province by another. Jews, Negroes, South Americans of pure Indian blood are to be found in the highest ranks of the party, and the administrators of any area are always drawn from the inhabitants of that area. In no part of Oceania do the inhabitants have the feeling that they are a colonial population ruled from a distant capital. Oceania has no capital, and its titular head is a person whose whereabouts nobody knows, except that English is its chief lingua franca, and Newspeak its official language. It is not centralized in any way. Its rulers are not held together by blood ties, but by adherence to a common doctrine. It is true that our society is stratified, and very rigidly stratified. On what at first sight appear to be hereditary lines, there is far less to and fro movement between the different groups than happened under capitalism or even in the pre-industrial age. Between the two branches of the party there is a certain amount of interchange, but only so much as will ensure that weaklings are excluded from the inner party, and that ambitious members of the outer party are made harmless by allowing them to rise. Proletarians, in practice, are not allowed to graduate into the party. The most gifted among them, who might possibly become nuclei of discontent, are simply marked down by the thought police and eliminated. But this state of affairs is not necessarily permanent, nor is it a matter of principle. The party is not a class in the old sense of the word. It does not aim at transmitting power to its own children as such, and if there were no other way of keeping the ablest people at the top, it would be perfectly prepared to recruit an entire new generation from the ranks of the proletariat. In the crucial years, the fact that the party has not a hereditary body did a great deal to neutralize opposition. The older kind of socialist, who had been trained to fight against something called class privilege, assumed that what is not hereditary cannot be permanent. He did not see that the continuity of an oligarchy need not be physical, nor did he pause to reflect that hereditary aristocracies have always been short-lived, whereas adoptive organizations such as the Catholic Church have sometimes lasted for hundreds or thousands of years. The essence of oligarchical rule is not father-to-son inheritance, but the persistence of a certain worldview and a certain way of life, imposed by the dead upon the living. A ruling group is a ruling group so long as it can nominate its successors. The party is not concerned with perpetuating its blood, but with perpetuating itself. Who wields power is not important, provided that the hierarchical structure remains always the same. Okay. I'm using a truncheon for flavor times. Was there a truncheon? Or is are you being introduced to the detective story? Man, I'm a little lost with that platinum marks. Sorry. This happens frequently. I I don't get things. That's Oh. But you're still enjoying Chronopolis then? Oh, you got 30 skill levels. I just read back on that message, sorry. Just for the time period and the fact I'm a watchman. To be honest, I think part of the reason why I liked Watchmen as well. Oh, sell the leather. Sell the leather, Murdoch. Sell it. Murdoch, by the way, is not me talking to an imaginary friend. That's me talking to myself. That's my actual name. It'd be weird to call myself Turnip. I'm really having a good time. Yeah, I liked it. Watchmen I particularly liked because of particularly Terry Pratchett books I like to watch, but I just find the skills here more fun. Oh, what's a lion? You're still hanging in there. Where's the dances? Always time to dance. Look at all those leather workers that just don't know the way that leather working should be done. There's always time to waste XP. Descendant of any famous clans? The Thompsons, though I don't carry their surname. So I don't carry their surname, but we're the Thompsons of I've forgotten the name of it now. It's on the west coast. It'll come back to me. It'll come back to me. I'm having a bit of a brain fart. But Thompson spelt with a P. Thompsons. But I don't carry the name. I do have Thompson Tartan Kilt though. In the other room. I haven't thought of what kind of big goal I want to do to have me in front of you all in a kilt. I have thought of that before. Because it had been asked of me before if I'd wear my kilt on stream. But I've got a couple of kilts now. I've actually got a great kilt as well. The full thing, the one that comes over the shoulder as well. And it's the proper one. I actually have to put the pleats in myself and everything. None of that pre-threaded stuff. So, yep. I have kilts. I have the Thompson kilt. Ooh, Just Scrolls. Excited about the kilt stream. Hello, Just Scrolls. I'm sorry if I missed you again. There's been a lot of reading. Just Scrolls, my goodness, today has lit up with subscribers and pages and all sorts. We have been firing through like this book. 100,000 turnips. Have you saved 100,000 turnips? Sea potato. Oh, 100,000 turnips to get me in the kilt. Wow. You know, that pleases me more because I don't like the idea described to me for that kind of purpose. The book seems a bit more fun and you have other options. But the kilt, 100,000 turnips. And yeah, you use them, you've lost them. But you get to see me in the kilt. I might take that on board. I might pinch that sea potato. I'll think about that one. Oh, you just got there, Just Scrolls. So I didn't miss you. Maybe I am more attentive to the YouTube chat than I think I am. It just doesn't come up. Glad you're moving through the book. We're nearly 70% the way through it. Winston is reading through the book from Goldstein. If you need to know where we are, just scrolls. Don't know if you read the book or not, but that's where we are. I don't know if Steady would give up the Horde to see me in a kilt, though, Sea Potato. And I don't know, the only other one I know that has over 100,000 turnips is I Lost. Although Terrible D, they might do. They might do. Although the times that I stream and when D can watch are clashing sometimes. Here we go. A party member lives from birth to death, under the eye of the thought police. Even when he is alone, he can never be sure that he is alone. Wherever he may be, asleep or awake, working or resting, in his bath or in bed, he can be inspected without warning and without knowing that he is being inspected. Nothing that he does is indifferent. His friendships, his relaxations, his behavior towards his wife and children, the expression of his face when he is alone, the words he mutters in sleep, even the characteristic movements of his body are all jealously scrutinized. Not only any actual misdemeanor, but any eccentricity, however small, any change of habits, any nervous mannerism that could possibly be the symptom of an inner struggle, is certain to be detected. He has no freedom of choice in any direction whatever. On the other hand, his actions are not regulated by law or by any clearly formulated code of behavior. In Oceania, there is no law. Thoughts and actions which, when detected, mean certain death are not formally forbidden, and the endless purges, arrests, tortures, imprisonments, and vaporizations are not inflicted as punishment for crimes which have actually been committed, but are merely the wiping out of persons who might perhaps commit a crime at some time in the future. A party member is required to have not only the right opinions, but the right instincts. Many of the beliefs and attitudes demanded of him are never plainly stated, and could not be started without laying bare the contradictions inherent in Ingsoc. If he is a person naturally orthodox, in newspeaks a good thinker, he will in all circumstances know, without taking thought, that is the true belief or the desirable emotion. But in any case, an elaborate mental training, undergone in childhood and grouping itself round the newspeak words crime stop, black-white, and doublethink, makes him unwilling and unable to think too deeply on any subject whatever. A party member is expected to have no private emotions, no respites from enthusiasm. He is supposed to live in a continuous frenzy of hatred of foreign enemies and internal traitors, triumph over victories and self-abasement before the power and wisdom of the party. The discontents produced by his bare, unsatisfying life are deliberately turned outwards and dissipated by such devices. The 2 minutes hate, and the speculations which might possibly induce a skeptical or rebellious attitude are killed in advance by his early acquired inner discipline. The first and simplest stage in discipline, which can be taught even to young children, is called in newspeak crime stop. Crime stop means the faculty of stopping short, as though by instinct, at the threshold of any dangerous thought. It includes the power of not grasping analogies, of failing to perceive logic errors, of misunderstanding the simplest arguments if they are inimical to Ingsoc, and of being bored or repelled by any train of thought which is capable of leading in a heretical direction. Crime stop, in short, means protective stupidity, but stupidity is not enough. On the contrary, orthodoxy in the full sense demands a control over one's own mental processes as complete as that of a contortionist over his body. Oceanic society rests ultimately on the belief that Big Brother is omnipotent and that the party is infallible. But since in reality Big Brother is not omnipotent and the party is not infallible, there is need for an unwearying moment-to-moment flexibility in the treatments of facts. The keyword here is black-white. Like so many Newspeak words, this word has two mutually contradictory meanings. Applied to an opponent, it means the habit of impudently claiming that black is white, in contradiction to the plain facts. Applied to a party member, it means a loyal willingness to say that black is white, when party discipline demands this. But it means also the ability to believe that black is white, and more to know that black is white, and to forget that one has ever believed the contrary. This demands a continuous alteration of the past, made possible by the system of thought which really embraces all the rest, and which is known in Newspeak as doublethink. As far as attentiveness goes, you're absolutely amazing at keeping up with all the chats, if I may say. Oh, thank you, Just Scrolls. I do try. I have gone dry out of water again. Saying that though, I got these donations, these subs, 8 hours ago. We're still going strong. My goodness me. That is a lot of book reading. Oh, Steady Prism. Another page. Okay. There we go. It was on 3. It says back up to 4. The only downside to raids is I'm not getting any loot. Yes, that is a huge problem, Platinum Marks. And it can make it very difficult for you to get the gear you need. Especially when you get to the 51 raids. It is worth knowing that. See Potato, hearing this part now is crazy. Knowing what happens later. I'm excited. I'm excited. Oh, Losu Lion again. Hello. Quick smoke break. Hello. Okay, I will gather the leathers, or the hides that I need, and then I need to refill on water again, because you don't want to be constantly chatting and not watering your larynx. I didn't realize how much foreshadowing was in the book before. I only read it once. I have an idea, but I feel it might be ridiculous. And it leans more towards the tragedy that I was suspecting of it. I don't want to say it in case there's people who's not heard the book and they don't want to hear it. See Potato wants to hear it. I think Goldstein and Big Brother both aren't real. I think they both don't exist. And I think the underground is just another machination to keep the stabilization of whatever this horrible world is. And as Winston gets deeper into it, he just discovers this, and it leads to that tragic realization that he is still, whilst trying to find a way out or a way to bring it down, is actually an important cog of a machine that was already derived. Is the feeling I'm getting from it now. I'll let you mull that over while I go fetch some water. I'm gonna get some water, do you need? else, or do you need any? And we're back. Oh. Comfy. Okay. Interesting theory. It's one theory of many, but I'm just getting that feeling right now. It constantly changes. It constantly changes my ideas. Like, I am thinking about it. I'm trying to think about how it's going, but it's difficult. It's difficult to get on the pulse of it. I can understand there is foreshadowing, but it's so diverse in the direction that it could be. I'm finding it difficult. And I'm usually somebody who likes to call out things quite quickly in films and stuff like that. So it's good. I really am enjoying this book. So let us continue. The alteration of the past is necessary for two reasons, one of which is subsidiary and, so to speak, precautionary. The subsidiary reason is that the party member, like the proletarian, tolerates present-day conditions partly because he has no standards of comparison. He must be cut off from the past, just as he must be cut off from foreign countries, because it is necessary for him to believe that he is better off than his ancestors, and that the average level of material comfort is constantly rising. But by far, the more important reason for the readjustment to the past is the need to safeguard the infallibility of the party. It is not merely that speeches, statistics, and records of every kind must be constantly brought up to date in order to show that the predictions of the party were in all cases right. It is also that no change in doctrine or in political alignment can ever be admitted. For to change one's mind, or even one's policy, is a confession of weakness. If, for example, Eurasia or Eastasia, whichever it may be, is the enemy today, then that country must always have been the enemy. And if the facts say otherwise, then the facts must be altered. Thus, history is continuously rewritten. This day-to-day falsification of the past, carried out by the Ministry of Truth, is as necessary to the stability of the regime as the work of repression and espionage carried out by the Ministry of Love. The mutability of the past is the central tenet of Ingsoc. Past events, it is argued, have to be objective existence, but survive only in written records and in human memories. The past is whatever the records and the memories agree upon, and since the party is in full control of all records, and in equally full control of the minds of its members, it follows that the past is whatever the party chooses to make it. It also follows that though the past is alterable, it never has been altered in any specific instance. For when it has been recreated in whatever shape is needed at the moment, then this new version is the past, and no different past can ever have existed. This holds good even when, as often happens, the same event has to be altered out of recognition several times in the course of a year. At all times the party is in possession of absolute truth, and clearly the absolute can never have been different from what is now. It will be seen that the control of the past depends above all on the training of memory. To make sure that all written records agree with the orthodoxy of the moment is merely a mechanical act, but it is also necessary to remember that events happened in the desired manner, and if it is necessary to rearrange one's memories or to tamper with the written records, then it is necessary to forget that one has done so. The trick of doing this can be learned like any other mental technique. It is learned by the majority of party members and certainly by all who are intelligent as well as orthodox. In old speak, it is called, quite frankly, reality control. In new speak, it is called doublethink, though doublethink comprises much else as well. Doublethink means the power of holding two contradictory beliefs in one's mind simultaneously and accepting both of them. The party intellectual knows in which direction his memories must be altered. He therefore knows that he is playing tricks with reality. But the exercise of doublethink, he also satisfies himself that reality is not violated. The process has to be conscious, or it would not be carried out with insufficient precision. But it also has to be unconscious, or it would bring with it a feeling of falsity, and hence of guilt. Doublethink lies at the very heart of Ingsoc, since the essential act of the party is to use conscious deception while retaining the firmness of purpose that goes with complete honesty. To tell deliberate lies while genuinely believing in them, to forget any fact that has become inconvenient, and then, when it becomes necessary again, to draw it back from oblivion for just so long as it is needed, to deny the existence of objective reality, and all the while to take account of the reality which one denies. All this is to indispensably necessary. Even in using the word doublethink, it is necessary to exercise doublethink. For by using the word one admits that one is tampering with reality. By a fresh act of doublethink, one erases this knowledge, and so on indifferently. With the lie always one leap ahead of the truth, ultimately it is by means of doublethink that the party has been able, and may, for all we know, continue to be able for thousands of years, to arrest the course of history. All past oligarchies have fallen from power either because they are ossified or because they grow soft. Either they became stupid and arrogant, failed to adjust themselves to changing circumstances and were overthrown, or they became liberal and cowardly, made concessions when they should have used force, and once again were overthrown. They fell, that is to say, either through consciousness or through unconsciousness. It is the achievement, the party, to have produced a system of thought in which both conditions can exist simultaneously, and upon no other intellectual basis could the dominion of the party be made permanent. If one is to rule, and to continue ruling, one must be able to dislocate the sense of reality, for the secret of rulership is to combine a belief in one's own infallibility with the power to learn from past mistakes. Good night, Turnip. Got to get to sleep early tonight. We're driving in the morning. I'll tune in during the holidays if I can, but if not, I hope you have a Merry Christmas. I will probably be on New Year's Eve, Sea Potato, and thank you for sticking around. We have actually finished the pages. I've got through them. I hope you have a Merry Christmas as well. It is just in time. Yeah. We did it through subscriptions and generous Turnip donations and follows. And Losu Lion not wanting me to have this moment. We have done it with one more page to add. So I will honor your page, Losu Lion. Oh, it doesn't ruin the moment, Sea Potato. I was kind of expecting it, to be honest. Although I was expecting it from Steady, to be truthful. But I am going to have to start the wind down. I'm not going to lie. I'm actually feeling pretty tired. But it is 3:30 in the morning. But as before, I will give a bonus page to sign off the stream with, and I'll read Losu Lion's page to end the stream with as well. So we'll gather some hides. I know this is perhaps a bit abrupt. I'm not that mischievous. No, but you are mischievous. Being not that mischievous, but still being mischievous is still mischievous. Steady. I tell myself a lot of things as well to make myself feel better about the things I know to be true. But But I do think we have to consider a Rady Poo. And I will read off the 2 pages that we've earned as well. Thank you so much, guys. What a day. Now, before I read off the 2 pages as well, I will go through today. I like to say my thank yous. And it is going to be quite a big one today. Oh my goodness, it goes all the way back. Right, I had a few follows when I was off stream because I was playing about in other streams and I was shouted out a few times. So I will start from there. But we have today, thank you to Tripmaster, Jay-Z for a follow, Midnight Steve for the follow, 91 Teg and Reason 4815 for the follows as well. Harbinger 4747, thank you for a follow. OJ Allen for the 5 community subs. I think they're streaming right now, but thank you nonetheless. Dimitri for the follower. Black Math for 10 subs. Onesie for the follow. Twisty for the unfollow and then the follow again to try and buy more pages. And Sea Potato doing the same. Losu Lion, thank you for the follow. Platinum Marks, thank you so much for the follow, and I'm glad you're loving Chronopolis. Thanks for sticking with me. Gothic Nivik, thank you for the follow, the 2 subs, and Platinum Marks, thank you for your Prime sub as well. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, I think I owe you 2 pages. And I will look for somebody to raid. But what a day, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I've been invited into other things involving Brighter Shores as well, it would seem. So we'll see how, if things... Man, what a Christmas season. My goodness me. Okay, so sit comfortably for the last time of the night with myself. I mean, you may sit comfortably with whomever we raid, but here we go. 2 more pages. It need hardly be said that the subject practitioners of doublethink are those who invented doublethink and know that it is a vast system of mental cheating. In our society, those who have the best knowledge of what is happening are also those who are furthest from seeing the world as it is. In general, the greater the understanding, the greater the delusion, the more intelligent, the less sane. One clear illustration of this is the fact that war hysteria increases in intensity as one rises in the social scale. Those whose attitude towards the war is more nearly rational are the subject people of the disputed territories. To these people, the war is simply a continuous calamity which sweeps to and fro from their bodies like a tidal wave. Which side is winning is a matter of complete indifference to them. They are aware that a change of overlordship means simply that they will be doing the same work as before for new masters who treat them in the same manner as the old ones. The slightly more favoured workers, whom we call the proles, are only intermittently conscious of the war. When it is necessary, they can be prodded into frenzies of fear and hatred, but when left to themselves, they are capable of forgetting for long periods that the war is happening. It is in the ranks of the party, and the above all the inner party, that the true war enthusiasm is found. World conquest is believed in most firmly by those who know it to be impossible. The peculiar linking together of opposites, knowledge with ignorance, cynicism with fanaticism, is one of the chief distinguishing marks of oceanic society. The official ideology abounds with contradictions even when there is no practical reason for them. Thus, the party rejects and vilifies every principle for which the socialist movement originally stood. And it chooses to do this in the name of socialism. It preaches a contempt for the working class unexampled for centuries past, and it dresses its members in a uniform which is at one time peculiar to manual workers and was adopted for that reason. It systematically undermines the solidarity of the family, and it calls its leader by a name which is a direct appeal to the sentiment of family loyalty. Even the names of the 4 ministries by which we are governed exhibit a sort of impudence in their deliberate reversal of the facts. The Ministry of Peace concerns itself with war, the Ministry of Truth with lies, the Ministry of Love with torture, and the Ministry of Plenty with starvation. These contradictions are not accidental, nor do they result from ordinary hypocrisy. They are deliberate exercises in doublethink. For it is only by reconciling contradictions that power can be retained indefinitely. In no other way could the ancient cycle be broken. If human equality is to be forever averted, if the high, as well as we call them, are to keep their places permanently, then the prevailing mental conditions must be controlled insanity. But there is one question which until this moment we have almost ignored. It is why should human equality be averted? Supposing that the mechanics of the process have been rightly described, what is the motive for this huge, accurately planned effort to freeze history at a particular moment of time? Here we reach the central secret. As we have seen, the mystique of the party and above all, the inner party depends upon doublethink. But deeper than this lies the original motive, the never questioned instinct that first led to the seizure of power and brought doublethink, the thought police, continuous warfare, and all the other necessary paraphernalia into existence afterwards. This motive really consists. Winston became aware of silence, as one becomes aware of a new sound. It seemed to him that Julia had been very still for some time past. She was lying on her side, naked from the waist upwards, with her cheek pillowed on her hand and one dark lock tumbling across her eyes. Her breasts rose and fell slowly and regular. Julia? No answer. Julia, are you awake? No answer. She was asleep. He shut the book, put it carefully on the floor, lay down, and pulled the coverlet over the both of them. He had still, he reflected, not learned the ultimate secret. He understood how. He did not understand why. Chapter 1, like Chapter 3, had not actually told him anything that he did not know. It had merely systematized the knowledge that he possessed already. But after reading it, he knew better than before that he was not mad. Being in a minority, even a minority of one, did not make you mad. There was truth, and there was untruth, and if you clung to the truth even against the whole world, you were not mad. A yellow beam from the sinking sun slanted in through the window and fell across the pillow. He shut his eyes. The sun on his face and the girl's smooth body touching his own gave him a strong, sleepy, confident feeling. He was safe. Everything was all right. He fell asleep, murmuring, "Sanity is not statistical," with the feeling that this remark contained in it a profound wisdom. There we go, guys. And that leaves us starting chapter 10 for next time. Thank you so much for today, everybody. This one has been great. My goodness. Dimitri, did you finish your pages? Are they still in the room? There we go. I don't know if they're still there. Boop, 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 boop. Scooch. Boom. Okay. Thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Steady. So, let us find someone to Rady Poo. What have we got? 2 is in. Oh, there's still quite a few of us. Oh, here we go. A firm favorite, I know. But it's gonna be Olerin. But here we go. Thank you so much, guys, again for today. It's been lovely. I hope to see you all again soon. It'll probably be Christmas Eve, I think. But I'll let you know. I'll keep you updated. Because next weekend it'll be a little bit less. Like I said, I've got my things going on over my birthday and stuff like that. So it probably won't be till Sunday after the Christmas Eve one. So hope to see you all again soon. Be good. Love you all lots. Toodles.